Dr. Jaideep, good morning. All the best wishes.
साउंड बंद करो सारा। हाँ साउंड सबका ऑफ कर दो। गुड मॉर्निंग सर। साउंड गुड मॉर्निंग सर। साउंड नहीं जा रहा है क्या सर? am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I'm sorry, there was slightly connectivity issue.
Okay.
Where is your screen?
सर बोल रहे हैं कि नंबर बताओ बोल गया अभी वो नंबर की याद ही नहीं आ रही है।
350 तो नहीं है।
कई बच्चे करते थे आपको स्लैब से
DD सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर। am I audible?
नंबर याद नहीं आ रहा है।
349 आपका क्या है?
349 नहीं
हाँ
बोले वो तो प्रमाद जी का नंबर
यार किसी का आवाज
You are audible, Dr. Lakshmikant.
चलो करते हैं थोड़ी देर।
देखना बोला क्या नंबर था उसको।
DD सर गुड मॉर्निंग।
Good morning.
उसने किया होगा तो let us wait for it seems सर ने लॉगिन तो किया है। जैसे सर रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं then we will start.
349 आपका क्या है?
It is audible to me, A.K. Shrivastava. Here you are. Audible, Dr. Lakshmikant.
देखना बोला क्या नंबर था उसको।
I request that all should mute. किसी का वो खुला हुआ है तो आवाज आ रहा है उस पे। यहाँ से हम म्यूट देख लो। क्या वहां से किसी का आवाज आ रहा था ना। टी आर शर्मा आगे सर आगे सर आगे फिर से करना पड़ेगा। गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
Morning, very good morning.
नमस्कार।
I can see only 22 participants. क्या आज का आपका लिंक कुछ गड़बड़ कर रहा है?
सर ये थोड़ा ट्रिप हो गया।
क्यों? Why?
सर वो बाकी लोग हॉल में हैं और यूट्यूब पे हैं।
ओके
जी।
यहाँ कितने हैं?
यहाँ पे अभी 22 दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
नहीं अभी तो 22 है। कितने आपने बुलाए हैं?
जी।
How many you have invited here?
यहाँ पे सर
Very good morning.
6 तो स्पीकर है सर। अभी तो बुलाया है सभी को।
नमस्कार सर, प्रोफेसर एस.के. शर्मा।
नमस्कार नमस्कार। डॉक्टर साहब कैसे हैं?
बस ठीक है सर, आप कैसे हैं?
ठीक है, हमने तो कोट डाला है, ठंड है इधर।
हाँ आपकी ठंड होगी। यहाँ तो एसी चल रहे हैं।
यहाँ तो वैसे नेचुरल एसी है।
You are lucky enough sir.
नहीं
और डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी, हाउ इज लाइफ नाउ?
सर नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप?
ठीक है डॉक्टर साहब। अभी
चेहरे पे ज्यादा रौनक लग रही है आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट। Now you are free bird. डॉक्टर पटनायक, हाउ आर यू?
सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर, मैं ठीक हूँ।
मॉर्निंग।
और सर
नमस्कार पटनायक सर।
डॉक्टर एस.के. शर्मा सर को भी नमस्कार सर।
हाँ नमस्कार नमस्कार डॉक्टर पटनायक।
श्रीवास्तव सर को भी नमस्कार सर।
टंडन साहब को नमस्कार।
डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी जी, डॉक्टर देशबीर सिंह साहब, आप सबको
नमस्कार।
गुड मॉर्निंग डॉक्टर जेपी टंडन सर, आपको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार सर, बहुत दिन बाद देखे आपको।
मैडम किश्तवाड़िया, आप कहाँ हैं आजकल?
सर आप स्वस्थ हैं? ठीक है सर।
पालमपुर में। ओके ओके।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, मैं ठीक हूँ।
I didn't see Dr. H.S. Gupta.
नमस्कार पटनायक सर।
सर डॉक्टर गुप्ता सर ने बोला है कि वो नेक्स्ट सेशन में ज्वाइन करेंगे।
ओके ठीक है, तो चलो आप शुरू करो।
Good
Okay,
morning, Dr. Saab. Namaskar.
नमस्कार
नमस्कार नमस्कार
जेपी टंडन सर आपको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार
अरे,
सर, बहुत दिन बाद देखे आपको।
नमस्कार नमस्कार
आवाज गूंज रही है भाई, कहीं आप इसको अब बंद करो सब, प्लीज म्यूट योर माइक।
डॉक्टर एच.एस. गुप्ता सर, डॉक्टर गुप्ता साहब ने बोला है कि वो नेक्स्ट सेशन में ज्वाइन करेंगे। ओके ठीक है, चलो आप शुरू करो।
A very good morning to all. Honorable Chief Guest, Deputy Director General, Crop Sciences, ICR, New Delhi, Dr. T.R. Sharma, sir.
There is a lot of echo.
Director General Seeds, ICR.
Dr. Lakshmikant, check from your end.
Sir. Honorable Director, ICR, Vivekanand Parvate Krishi Anusandhan.
No, your voice is repeating. Somewhere some problem is there. You might have opened two systems together. Dr. Joshi, check from your end.
बोल रहे हैं जरा आवाज करो।
नहीं वो आवाज रिपीट हो रही है।
अच्छा,
कहीं हॉल से हो रही है, कहाँ से हो रही है, आई डोंट नो।
ये यहाँ ऑन कर देता हूँ उसको।
आप सभी ऑफ करो, म्यूट करो सभी। And Dr. Yadav is yet to join. He is struggling with this link. देखो करके डॉक्टर
ठीक कर दिया सर।
Dr. Joshi, you can start now.
A very good morning to all. Honorable Chief Guest, Deputy Director General, Crop Sciences, ICAR, New Delhi, Dr. T.R. Sharma, sir. Honorable Assistant Director General, Seeds, ICAR, New Delhi, Dr. D.K. Yadav, sir. Honorable Director, ICAR, Vivekanand Parvate Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan, Almora, Dr. Lakshmikant, sir. Our esteemed panelists, Dr. H.S. Gupta, sir, Ex-Director General, ISA, New Delhi. Dr. R.C. Srivastava, sir, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agriculture University, Samastipur. Dr. Vinita Sharma, Madam, former advisor, DST Seeds. Dr. Jatinder Kishtwaria, Madam, former Director, ICR, Central Institute for Women in Agriculture, Bhubaneswar. Dr. A.K. Srivastava, sir, former Director, ICAR, BPKS, Almora. Respected dignitaries from ICR institutions, Vice Chancellors of State Agriculture Universities, and all the participants who have joined us on Zoom and YouTube live streaming, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the 2 days national webinar on sustainable livelihood and nutritional security under changing climate in the northwestern Himalayan region, issues, challenges, and strategies, organized by ICAR VPKS Almora. Let's start with a brief background about the webinar. The Indian Himalayan region is often referred to as water towers, as several big rivers originate here and are a source of fresh water for hundreds of millions of people across the hills and plains downstream. The region is also very rich in biodiversity and harbors about 6,000 plant species, of which about 30% are endemic. It is estimated that around 257 cultivated plants are grown and 125 wild taxa are found in the region. Thus, Indian Himalayan region possesses enormous potential for sustaining agriculture, including horticulture and animal husbandry. At the same time, the region is also constantly subjected to agrophysical and agroclimatic vagaries, which impose serious impact on livelihoods by severely affecting crop production. The economic status of people is further constrained by inherent difficult terrain and inaccessibility, which forces them to migrate in search of better economic gains. To address these multifaceted challenges of Himalayan agriculture, to discuss these issues and deliberate upon them, the webinar is being organized with the theme of sustainability in the climate change paradigm for livelihood and nutritional security. Once again, I welcome you all. We will start the inaugural session with ICAR song.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण। शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक। हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की, शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक। आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
At the outset, I invite Honorable Director ICAR Vivekanand Parvate Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan Almora and Organizing Committee Chairman Dr. Lakshmikant sir for welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kushagra. Good morning to all. The chief guest of this inaugural function, Honorable Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, DDG Crop Sciences, ICR, New Delhi. Respected Dr. H.S. Gupta, former Director General BISA. Dr. J.P. Tandon, former ADG FFC, ICR, New Delhi. Dr. S.K. Sharma sir, former Vice Chancellor, CSK HPKV Palampur, who has been a main guiding force behind this webinar. Dr. K.R. Dhiman sir, former VC. Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry. Dr. A. Patnaik sir, Dr. D.K. Yadav, ADG Seeds. Dr. Nazir Ahmed, Dr. A.K. Karnatak, Vice Chancellor Barsar University. Dr. B.S. Bist, Director Birla Institute of Applied Sciences, Bhimtal, and former Vice Chancellor GV Pant University, Pantnagar. Dr. J.C. Bhatt, former Director ICR VPKS. Dr. A.K. Srivastava, former Director ICR VPKS. Dr. M.Y. Jargar, former Director Research Esquast K. All the directors of ICR Institute, all the eminent panelists of different sessions, participants from different part of the country, scientist colleagues from ICR VPKS Almora, and all the students who has joined the webinar through online. First of all, I, on my own behalf and on behalf of ICR VPKS Almora, extend a very warm welcome to all of you in this 2 days national webinar on sustainable livelihood and nutritional security under changing climate in Northwestern Himalayan region, issues, challenges, and strategies. As you know that Northwestern Himalayan region covers an area of around 331,953 square kilometer, comprising the Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh and the states of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And it supports support livelihood of approximately 11 million people. Being one of the major reservoir of natural resources, it always play a significant role in improving the social, environmental, as well as economical fabric of the nation. Agriculture is the main occupation, and approximately 46 million people who contribute around 45% towards the total regional income. However, the agriculture in Northwestern Himalayan region faces a number of constraints like fragile ecosystem, difficult terrain, inaccessibility, small and fragmented land holdings, poor infrastructure, poor mechanization, non-availability of inputs in right time, right place, and right quantity, poor risk-bearing capacity of the resource, poor marginal farmers, and distant markets. The situation is further constrained by ongoing and long-term predicted climate change scenarios, which project serious impact on livelihood, especially the farmers in marginal areas, where the temperature is rising. Frequent and long dry spells are often being faced. Erratic and changes in precipitation pattern are severely affecting the crop production. Therefore, at present, finding solutions for making Himalayan agriculture more profitable, while as maintaining ecological balance and sustainability of natural resources is a daunting challenge. To address these multifaceted challenges of Himalayan agriculture, the 5 themes of the webinar are proposed. Hill agriculture, status, challenges, and strategies to strengthen climate resilience and livelihood security. Second theme is technologies for productivity enhancement, resource conservation, and income generation. The third one is socio-economic concern in technological spread in hill agriculture. The fourth one is issues in marketing, entrepreneurship, and policy making. And fifth one is the migration and wild animal menace, which covers the most pertinent issue in the context of sustainable agriculture in Northwestern Himalayan region. The present webinar is proposed with a theme of sustainability in the climate change paradigm for livelihood and nutritional security. It is almost a decade when we last reviewed the different aspects of hill agriculture. That's why this seminar was conceptualized to discuss the status, problems, and strategies of hill agriculture in present scenario of climate change conditions, and to see how we can enhance the income of the marginal hill farmers. We have tried to accommodate the eminent speakers from different areas of hill agriculture as well as other areas also. I hope the deliberation of the webinar will result in a roadmap in support of holistic development agenda, demand-driven research program, and their application in sustaining agriculture and ameliorating livelihood in Northwestern Himalayan region. We are at the verge of next new plan. Therefore, the recommendation and need assessed may also be addressed in our future research program. I extend my warm greeting and regards to Secretary DARE and DG ICR, Dr. Tilochan Mahapatra sir, who could not join the webinar due to his busy schedule, but he has conveyed his best wishes for the success of the same. Thanks are also due to Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, DDG Crop Sciences, and Dr. D.K. Yadav, ADG Seeds, who are instrumental in shaping this webinar and constantly guiding and supporting us. I am grateful to the eminent panelists who have graced us by accepting our invitation. I also express felicitations to dignitaries and participants who have joined the webinar on Zoom and watching the live streaming in YouTube. Once again, a very warm welcome to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request our chief guest, Honorable DDG Crop Sciences, Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, to kindly release publications on this occasion. The first publication is an extension leaflet on VL Madhua 382, पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों हेतु सफेद मडुआ की उन्नत प्रजाति. The leaflet includes the information on the finger millet variety VL Madhua 382, which is the first white grain finger millet variety developed from the cross between white grain late maturing and blast susceptible genotype of African origin WR2 and an early maturing locally adapted brown grain genotype VL201, followed by pedigree method of selection. It has high protein percentage compared to brown grain finger millet varieties. It also has high calcium content in its grains compared to the brown grain Czech variety VL Madhua 324. The variety also possesses excellent chapati making quality and palatability compared to commonly consumed brown ragi chapati. In addition to this, anti-nutritional factors like oligosaccharides are also low in white grain variety VL Madhua 382. The other publication is an extension leaflet on VLQPM hybrid 59, पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों में पोषण सुरक्षा हेतु उच्च ट्रिप्टोफैन व लाइसिन युक्त मक्का की संकर प्रजाति. The leaflet comprises information on scientific cultivation of VLQPM hybrid 59, the second marker-assisted selection-derived biofortified maize hybrid developed by the Institute after the first mass-derived QPM hybrid of the country, that is Vivek QPM9. It is an early maturing and high-yielding single cross quality protein maize hybrid. It possesses mean tryptophan, lysine, and protein content of 0.77, 3.33, and 8.9% respectively, which makes it nutritionally as rich as milk. The release of this can be significant in combating malnutrition in hilly areas. I request Honorable DDG Sir to kindly release these publications.
Yeah, should be considered as released.
Thank you, sir. Now
Dr.
I invite our chief guest.
Before you speak, Dr. H.S. Gupta, Namaskar sir, you have to tilt your image. आपकी इमेज उल्टी आ रही है सर.
अच्छा, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं भाई. I am trying to do that. Thank you very much.
हाँ जी सर. हाँ.
And good morning.
Good morning sir. Dr. Gupta जोशी start करो. कुशाग्र.
सर नमस्कार. Dr. Srivastava here.
Namaskar sir.
Namaskar Sharma ji. How are you?
Fine, thank you sir.
सर नमस्कार डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव सर.
नमस्कार डॉक्टर पटनायक, कैसे हैं?
ठीक है सर.
ठीक. श्रीवास्तव जी, अनिल श्रीवास्तव.
I request our chief guest, Deputy Director General Crop Sciences, Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, to kindly release these publications.
Yeah, these publications may be considered as released.
सर नमस्कार डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव सर.
नमस्कार.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
आवाज इको हो रही है.
Now I invite our chief guest, Honorable Deputy Director General Crop Sciences, ICR, Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, for his opening remarks.
Good morning to all. Distinguished Director of the Institute, Dr. Lakshmikant, very senior colleagues and Vice Chancellor of Central University, Dr. R.C. Srivastava, Dr. S.K. Sharma, former Vice Chancellor, HPKVV Palampur, Dr. H.S. Gupta, former DG Visa and Director, former Director Vipkas Almoda, Dr. A. Patnaik, former Director Vipkas, Dr. Jitendra Kistwaria, former Director of NRC and Women, Dr. J.C. Bhatt, former Director of Vipkas, Dr. J.P. Tandon, former Director of Vipkas, my colleague, Dr. D.K. Yadav, distinguished Vice Chancellors, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations and best wishes to the organizers for choosing this very topical subject for the discussion during these 2 days webinar, national webinar on sustainable livelihood and nutritional security under challenging climate in northwestern Himalayan region. In fact, Dr. Lakshmikant was very eager to organize this particular national webinar, and we were thinking that we would organize it in person at Vipkas Almoda so that we can also see the facilities of the institute, which is one of the pioneer institute in various technologies and varieties which are known from the institutes, particularly the first mass-derived Vivek QPM variety, quality protein maize variety hybrid, and also very important maize varieties of wheat varieties, which are the reasons, besides developing various agro technologies to the country and not only for the hill regions. So I congratulate Dr. Lakshmikant for this glorious achievement of the institute and keeping with the tradition of doing good science and developing technologies for the benefit of the farming community of northwestern Himalayan region. About the seminars, Dr. Lakshmikant has already explained. It's a very important discussion which is going to be happen during coming 2 days under the guidance of very, very senior colleagues and mentors from the system, those who have contributed throughout their life for the improvement of agriculture in the country. To name a few, Dr. H.S. Gupta, Dr. S.K. Sharma, Dr. J.P. Tandon, Dr. Dhiman, and many others, those who are really very important mentors for all of us in present context. We know that country has already achieved food security, and the best example of achieving food security is that government has introduced National Food Security Mission in the country, in which food has to be provided to all the needy persons through PDS system. And wheat, rice, pulses, and some of the millets are the important components of food security system. If we see the past few years achievement in Indian agriculture after green revolutions, the 2 or 3, 4 crops which I would like to mention here. Number 1, rice. Here in 67, we were having only 35 million ton production. In 2021, it is estimated that it will reach up to 120 million tons. Similarly, in wheat, in 1967, we had only 12 million tons of production, which is expected to reach 109 metric tons in 2021. And in maize, from 5 to 30 metric ton there is a huge increase. The most important and very encouraging achievement is in case of pulses, where we were always importing pulses, and we had only 10 metric tons in 1967, which has now reached to more than 24 metric ton in 2021. Although in oilseed we have to achieve self-sufficiency, and government has started various programs in oilseeds, but still, if we compare our production statistics from green revolution, pre-green revolution, that is from 6 metric ton, it has now reached to 37 metric ton. And in many crops, and if you see the total food grain production, which we had only 74 metric ton in 1967, is expected to reach more than 303.3 metric ton. So we have so much in our granary, and our food storage are flooded with the grains, but how to make best use of it. And COVID-19 situation has shown the way, not only to the government, but to everybody, those who matters, that we could provide free food to more than 80 crores of people for the past many months. And for this, credit goes to not only to the farming community, but also to the scientists, agricultural scientists, who are always after developing new technologies and new production and protection technologies and new varieties in the country, in addition to the government policies which are friendly to the scientists as well as to the farmers. After achieving food security, we now always try to see that we should achieve nutritional security in the country, and particularly in hill region, it's very, very important. And if you see the global scenario, more than 820 million people are malnourished or undernourished till date, and 149 million children below the age of 5 are stunted. Similarly, the malnutrition in the country, that is in India, is also very bad. Our more than 22% of the population lives below the poverty lines, and more than 15% people are undernourished, and 38.4% children under the age are stunted. So if you see these very few statistics in food security and nutritional security, we can compare very well that now, after achieving food security, we have to think very seriously about achieving nutritional security in the country, and not only to meet national nutrition mission, the national goal, but also sustainable development goal, which is goal number 2, where hunger and nutrition has been kept as a target to be achieved by 2030. So in this context, ICAR is working on development of biofortified varieties, and you all are aware that more than 71 varieties of different crops which are rich in either zinc, iron, protein, lysine, tryptophan, vitamin A, vitamin C, and anti-nutritional factor like phytate and trypsin inhibitors. And all these varieties are now in public domains. And we are lucky that last month, Honorable Prime Minister of India has dedicated 17 varieties of different crops to the country which are biofortified. Not only that, we are in the council developing a big program with 13 different departments of Government of India to popularize these biofortified varieties in the country. In this context, we should not forget that Vipkas Almora has been one of the important player in developing nutritionally rich, particularly lysine and tryptophan rich quality protein maize, which has become an example. And I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations to Dr. H.S. Gupta and his team, those who have led this whole program. We know that these hill agriculture is a very typical agro ecosystem, which constitutes of not only agriculture, but horticulture, forestry, agroforestry, animal sciences, and fisheries. Ranging from valley areas to foothills to the top and cold desert area, we have varied climate throughout these northwestern Himalayan regions as well as in eastern Himalayan region. And the present seminar, which is going to be organized from today onwards, will take care of all these sectors. And I have seen the program very nicely arranged sessions with very good speakers, those who are really important in these areas. And not only that, we have varied climatic conditions. Our region is northwestern Himalayan region and eastern Himalayan region. These are rich in biodiversity. So we have agrobiodiversity program in the country, which is run by National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, and very important components are being dealt at Vipkas Almora. And we are very lucky that many varieties are now being released, especially of these local crops like buckwheat, amaranthus, and small millets, besides many horticultural crop species. So if we are working in all these sectors like agriculture, horticulture, forestry, and animal husbandry, only then we can provide livelihood security to the people of these states or the region which we are targeting. And we know that life is very tough in this particular region, and mention was made that people are always migrating to the plains for the search of jobs. So we have to devise strategies in such a way so that we can try to provide job security and livelihood security to the local community in their local areas. We should not forget that because of the rich biodiversity in this region, many discoveries have been made in various branches of agriculture and also biosciences. One of the classical examples which I would like to cite here, the extremophytes which we have in cold springs and hot springs in this region. These are very rich source of very useful bacteria, and you might be knowing that Thermus aquaticus, which is a bacteria which from where Taq polymerase is isolated, very important component of PCR, was isolated from these extremophytes, Thermus aquaticus, which can survive up to 97 degrees centigrade of temperature. So we should look for such extremophytes which are good and which are a useful source of various genes which can provide genes for developing climate resilient varieties. Not only that, this region is rich in diversity of various types of diseases, and because of that, these are considered as hotspot of various important diseases for screening of, for example, wheat for rust, rice for blast, and many other diseases which for which only these spots have been identified by International Rice Research Institute and also by the Council as a hotspots to screen the germplasm lines, and those germplasm lines have become a very important source of useful genes. Here I would like to cite very important examples which even from our own work from rice. In 1996, we identified a rice line TTIP against the race flora of northwestern Himalayan region constituting Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh and J&K, and that variety was used for what particular local land race from Vietnam was used for cloning of a blast resistance gene PI54 in 2005 at Delhi, and that gene has now grown more than in 30 varieties of rice by using marker assisted selection. And I know even at Almoda, this gene is being introgressed in rice varieties. So the basic biological material has come from the land race, and by screening those land races against the race flora of Magnoporthia oryzae fungus, and that's how we could identify this particular line. I would like to mention here a very important example where yellow rust gene has now been identified from a land race of Himalayan region by our center, Flowerdale Shimla, along with a team of Australian workers. For the first time, the gene has been cloned and characterized, and 2 months back that report was published in a very good journal. So I would like to say that these things, these are some of the isolated examples which I cited here. But even if we see the food, the traditional food, which is very rich in fermented food, is very rich in microflora, which can be used by our biologists for the identification of important genes which are related to developing some health benefits and some micronutrients in bacterial system. So as a whole, I would say that because Almoda, somebody says that it has locational disadvantage, but I would say that it has locational advantage because of being sitting in the heart of biodiversity of all biological species, and there are unlimited approaches, limited opportunities for the scientists working in this particular area, and I'm sure all those new developments would be discussed in this particular symposium in 2 days discussions, and that will be useful for the scientific community. So With these words, I would like to extend my best wishes to the organizers, particularly Dr. Lakshmikant and his team. It's not an easy to organize such a seminar through digital platform and to bring all bigs of the science here at this particular platform to get their views and get their wisdom and to get mentorship from all of them to the young scientists so that we can progress ahead. And I would like to mention that at the end of this symposium, there should be some very important and crisp and clear suggestion and recommendation should come out, which can form the basis for formulating EFC of this institute, which we are now in the process of finalization. So with these words, again, I would like to extend my best wishes to the organizers and best of luck for the deliberations and discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for putting all the facts in the domain of the webinar and setting the tone for the deliberations which are going to take place in the sessions ahead. Thank you. Now I request Dr. J.K. Bisht, Head Crop Production Division, ICAR VPKS Almora, to propose formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sharda.
Dr. Bisht? Dr. Bisht? Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, before I will be leaving in 5 minutes. So, Dr. Bisht, if you allow, I will just like to say something and then I will come back at 2 p.m. to speak on my topic.
Okay, sir, you please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. It's always a pleasure to be associated with any activities of VPKS. I spent my 16 long formative years at VPKS, and that really gave a very good experience in life. So today I'm very happy that VPKS is organizing this webinar with the blessings of you, Dr. Sharma, and all I am able to see all my old friends, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, Dr. H.S. Gupta Sahab, and then Dr. J.C. Bhatt. So congratulations to all the staff members there, and I wish them all the best. I'll be joining you all at 2 p.m. for my talk. Until then, I will say goodbye, and then we'll be meeting again. And have a very nice seminar. I wish you all success of this webinar. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Lakshmikant, what is next?
डॉक्टर बेस्ट अनम्यूट करिए.
Greetings to everyone. I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks today on the occasion of National Webinar on Sustainable Livelihood and Nutritional Security under Changing Climate in the Northwestern Himalayan region, issues, challenges, and strategies. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Deputy Director General Crop Science, ICAR, Dr. Tilazar Sharma, for gracing today's webinar and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you for your very interesting and thought-provoking address, sir. I am sure that all the participants have taken note of your suggestions and will be discussing within their organizations for action to be initiated at their level. Our heartfelt Thanks are also due to our Director General ICR New Delhi, chairmen, co-chairmen, speakers of all the sessions who will help us to increase our knowledge on various aspects of hill agriculture and its allied sectors and would help us in future research. I also express gratitude to all the dignitaries present here, including DDGs, ADGs, directors of the ICR institutes, vice chancellors of agriculture universities, students, and other participants who are participating in this program through online mode. I am thankful to our director, Dr. Lakshmikant, under whose direction this national webinar is being organized. I would like to express my gratitude to organizing secretary and reporters of all the sessions who will note the key points during the webinar. I am happy to express vote of thanks to all staff of ICR BPKS who have directly or indirectly contributed to the success of the program. Last but not least, audience who have made this inaugural session a great success. Once again, I thank all for your cordial cooperation. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, we are now starting our very first session of the webinar, which is Hill Agriculture, Status, Challenges and Strategies to Strengthen Climate Resilience and Livelihood Security. I would like to bring to your kind notice that the participants will remain muted during the deliberations. For any comments or queries, kindly use the chat section. Your comments or questions will be addressed at the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very blessed that Honorable Deputy Director General Crop Sciences, Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, will be gracing this session as chairperson. Our chairperson sir requires no introduction, but still I would try to summarize some of his work. And I take this opportunity of introducing Honorable Chairman of this session, Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, a well-known plant molecular biologist, is presently leading the Indian agriculture sector as Deputy Director General Crop Sciences, ICAR, Government of India. Earlier, he contributed in the establishment and development of several prominent Indian institutes like National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, Mohali, Center of Innovative and Applied Bioprocessing, National Institute for Plant Biotechnology, and Indian Institute of Agricultural Biotechnology. For his outstanding research contributions, Dr. Sharma has been awarded various awards like Professor Umakant Sinha Memorial Award in Biochemistry, Biophysics and Biotechnology in Indian Science Congress Association 2001, NAS Recognition Award 2008, Rafi Ahmed Kidwai ICR Award 2011, Nasi Reliance Industries Platinum Jubilee Award 2013, JC Bose National Fellowship 2013 and 2018, and Professor Bishan Singh Samundari Memorial Lecture Award in 2017-18, a few to mention. Dr. Sharma is the fellow of all four national academies, namely Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, and National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. His major research interests are in the area of genomics and plant disease resistance. Dr. Sharma has contributed extensively to the improvement of rice for over 30 years and cloned a new rice blast resistant gene PI54, which has been deployed in many rice varieties. He was associated with the decoding of complete genome of rice, tomato, pigeon pea, jute, mango, tea, and many plant pathogens. Dr. Sharma has published more than 170 research papers, filed 6 Indian patents, and associated in the development of 3 blast-resistant rice varieties, Pusa 1637, HPR 2880, and Pusa Sambha. Dr. Sharma has published more than 170 research papers with more than 10,000 citations. With these words, I welcome you, sir, to chair this session.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for nice introduction. My co-chairperson is Dr. S.K. Sharma, former Vice Chancellor, HPKVV Palampur, and also former Director of National Bureau for Plant Genetic Resources. Before that, he was Dean of Basic Sciences, and more importantly, he was my teacher who taught me genetics in BSc Agriculture, MSc Agriculture, and in PhD. And he has always been a source of encouragement to all young scientists, always look for their help in whatever capacity he wishes to be. So I'm sure Dr. S.K. Sharma is also here. So you are around? Yes. Unmute yourself. So maybe at 11:30, actually I have another meeting, so you have to continue from 11:30 onwards.
Okay.
I will take this opportunity to invite first speaker, and I would say that the choice of speaker is Dr. Laxmikant and Dr. S.K. Sharma. You were involved in developing this program. Is one of the best choices, I would say, in which Dr. H.S. Gupta, former DG Visa Director IRI New Delhi, former Director Vipkas Almoda, and more importantly, a great human being and great scientist who has spearheaded the program of developing biofortified maize and also leading this program for many years in the country while he was at IRI New Delhi. I had very good interaction with him. And even in present capacity, he is guiding us in the ICAR in various committees as chairman of QRTs and also chairmen of RAC webcast, which is duly constituted. Yesterday we finalized that, and Dr. Gupta, you have another responsibility and guide us in the capacity of chairman RAC webcast Almoda. So thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation. And the topic on which Dr. Gupta is going to talk is status, challenges, and new avenues in hill agriculture to improve livelihood and ensure food security. Professor Gupta, please, now stage is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Honorable Chair of this session, Dr. T.R. Sharma, Deputy Director General, Crop Sciences, Honorable Co-Chair of this session, distinguished Dr. S.K. Sharma, former Vice Chancellor of HPKVV Palampur, and outstanding scientists in agricultural sciences. I can see Dr. Tandon, a former director of VPKS Almoda, Dr. A. Patnaik, Director, Indian Institute of Biotechnology and former Director of VPKS Almoda. Former directors of this institute, Dr. J.C. Bhatt, I can see Dr. Srivastava, Dr. J.C. Rana, country coordinator, country representative of Biodiversity International, distinguished invitees, distinguished delegates, scientists of VPKS Almoda, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me congratulate VPKS Almoda, its director, Dr. Laxmikant, for organizing this very timely webinar on hill agriculture. I have been asked to speak on status, challenges, and new avenues in hill agriculture. If I can have share the screen, please. Dr. Kushagra, can we share the screen?
Sir, you have to share.
Okay, I'm doing that. I'm doing that, yes. Is it all?
सर नीचे होगा, शेयर स्क्रीन नीचे
Is it
होगा।
all right now?
सर नीचे शेयर स्क्रीन।
Sir, green,
Okay, is it
green
visible
button
now?
with share screen.
Share screen. Is it all right now?
No, sir, we can't see.
No.
You have to first open your PPTs on your desktop or laptop and then share screen. Dr. Lakshmikant, you should have taken these from him and shared from there. आपके पास नहीं
I
है?
don't. Only yesterday I had.
No, sir, we don't have.
या सर ईमेल कर दो इनको।
अच्छा ईमेल कर दें अभी।
हाँ ईमेल कर दो, तब तक आप तो वैसे बोल सकते हैं बिना स्लाइड्स के। I don't think you need slides.
शेयर स्क्रीन नहीं हो रहा है अभी क्या? अभी शेयर स्क्रीन हो रहा है?
नहीं जी,
नहीं हो रहा सर।
नहीं हो रहा है। अच्छा, let me close this and then let me see.
सर ये ग्रीन बटन है एक नीचे, जस्ट लोअर बार से जस्ट ऊपर वाले बार में ग्रीन बटन है, शेयर स्क्रीन लिखा हुआ।
ओके हमने प्रेस किया उसको।
हाँ।
Then you have to select the your that PPT.
कंप्यूटर दिख नहीं रहा है उनका, अगर शेयर स्क्रीन करेंगे कंप्यूटर दिखेगा, चेहरा उनका नहीं दिखेगा। आप लिख सकते हैं यहाँ से शेयर नहीं कर सकते। ऐसे बोल सर उनका राजस्थान में PPT बोल रहे हैं।
हाँ बिना PPT बना सर, काफी बना सर।
शेयर स्क्रीन।
ये आ रहा है। Yeah, it is coming, sir. Now. आ गया। It has come.
Now we can see, sir. Thank you very much. Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself.
Is it all right now?
Yes, sir.
Just a second. Yeah. Yes. Am I audible now?
जी.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry for this glitch, but we are old-fashioned, and this technology sometimes puts us in real trouble. Anyway, thank you very much for bearing with me. Friends, I have been asked to speak on status, challenges, and new avenues in health agriculture. Let us see where do we stand as with respect to agriculture in the country. If we see that, we find that India is a country with the right to food, as the Honorable Chief Guest said in his introductory remarks, that We cover around 70% of the population, which comes to around 80 crore people with the food security. We cover around 17% of world human population, 11% of livestock, 4.2% of water, and 2.4% of world's land. So with 4% to 4.2% of global water and 2.4% of land, we are supporting 17% of the world population and 11% of world's livestock. We have around 142 million hectare area cultivated, out of which around 45% are net irrigated. We export rice, wheat, cotton, and many other commodities. Our 16% earning comes from agricultural export. Our contribution to GDP is around 17%. Now, if we see where do we stand with respect to production, if we see food grains, right-hand panel, if you see, last year we produced 295.67 million tons of food grains, out of which was rice was 117 million tons, wheat 107 million tons, maize around 28 million tons, coarse grain 47 million tons, and even in pulses around 23.01 million tons. That makes India second largest producer of food grain. And among the food grains, India is the second largest producer of rice, rice and wheat both. Then India is also has done a wonderful job in horticultural production, where we produced last year around 320 million tons of horticultural produce, and we stand in the world number 2 with respect to vegetable and fruits. We are the largest producer of milk with 195 million tons, and we are also the third largest producer of fish and eggs. So this is what has been done during last 17 years. And this brings us to the situation which we can say that there has been an unprecedented progress in India during the last 70 years. And that is in terms of increased agricultural production from 50 million ton in 1950 to 295 million tons last year. Higher real income and prices have been reduced. Poverty has been reduced by around 40%, and our life expectancy has doubled. Next slide. This slide shows, mainly where do we stood in 1950 when we became independent, and where do we stand today. So in 1950, we produced around 50 million tons of food grains. And last year, as I said, 295 million tons. In horticulture, we produced 25 million tons of fruits and vegetables in 1950. And last year, as I said, 320 million tons. In milk, I think we produced 17 million tons way back in 1950. And last year, 195 million tons. Eggs, last 1950, 1.8 billion. And last year, we produced 96 billion eggs. Fish, we produced less than 1 million ton, 0.7 million ton. And last year, as I said, 15 million tons of fishes were produced. Now, these technological development has come during last 70 years. And we find the credit for this goes to our farmers, our agricultural scientists, our bureaucrats, and on the top of it, policy makers, who not only gave a free hand to the scientists and farmers, but also made a plan under which agriculture could flourish. Now, this has been a wonderful development when we see India as a country. But it's time, this seminar is on hill agriculture. Let us see what is the situation in hills. Now, let me briefly tell you what are the composition of hills. We found in India, we have Arauli Ranges, which is in Mewat Hills. Eastern Ghats, where we have West Bengal to Tamil Nadu, there are hills. Western Ghats are Sahyadri Hills. Satpura and Vindhyas form central hills. And in northeastern and northwestern forms, Indian Himalayas. And in Indian Himalayas, that is the largest area in hill in India. It comprises of 534 million hectare area, out where it is inhabited by 80 million people. Now, hill agriculture is totally different from plains. And there are several constraints and challenges which you all are aware, but let me briefly tell you the climate, is very, one of the constraint. There are heavy rains, cloud bursts, and all sorts of things. There are difficult terrain which are inaccessible most of the time. There is inadequate soil and water conservation. If you see soil and water loss, it is at annual basis, it is tremendous, which if it is not arrested, it will be very difficult for us to control. When I was working in northeastern Himalayas, if I remember correctly, we had calculated and we were losing 100 million tons of topsoil from northeastern region, which goes to Bay of Bengal. That is the situation of soil and water. Infrastructure constraint is there. Let me tell you, that per capita investment of government of India has been much more in plains as compared to hill. I mean, hills have not really seen the investment in agriculture what we have made in plain. Of course, there are genuine reasons for it. We wanted to make country self-sufficient. We wanted to produce more foods and all that. But fact remains that per capita investment by the government has been much less in hills as compared to plains. Then there are management constraints, there are socio-economic constraints. And in socio-economic, let me tell you that agriculture is a primary sector which contributes around 45% of the regional income of the hills. And in country, 86% farmers are small and marginal. But if you see in hills, mostly around 90% of our farmers are small and marginal. So that is a situation, lot of constraints, lot of challenges in hills. And let us see what is the situation in hills. I would not go into the details of statistics, but I have briefly summarized here. See, northwestern and northeastern Himalayas show very distinct crop preferences. Whereas in northeast, we see rice is a major crop, but in northwestern Himalayas, you see rice, maize, wheat, all that can be grown. And this is mainly because there is excessive rain in eastern Himalayas, where in western Himalayas, fall is balanced, therefore we can grow even kharif crops. Then in whole of Himalaya, you find that cereal constitute around 80% of the area occupied by field crops. That means whatever we grow, out of which 80% is area under cereals. Now, I would like to tell you a little later, we have been cultivating cereals for the region that, as the chief guest said, that we were facing a problem of food security in the 60s. So our priority was to grow more food. So along with plains in hills also, there was a stress or emphasis on growing cereals. But now we have become surplus in food grains. So now we have to reconsider whether it is wise to grow cereals in 80% of the area or not. That I will discuss a little later. Now, one very important thing, you find that productivity of food grains in hills is nearly half of the productivity. And it comes to that cultivation of rice, wheat is not really that profitable as fruits, vegetables, flowers, and all that which can be cultivated, and which is the niche strength of the hills. Then, as I said, horticultural crops like vegetable, fruits, flowers are more remunerative, but area occupied by them is less, whereas 80% area has gone to cereals. So this is the situation. Now let's see what are the opportunities. I have taken this slide with a view to mainly on Uttarakhand, but it applies to most of the hills. See, the average productivity in hills, as I said, half, but in states like Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, also in northeastern, there are some crops where productivity is comparable to national average. But most of the crops, the productivity is almost half. Now, if you see wheat and rice, yield can be enhanced 80 to 100%. We have seen under IVLP or our FLD program in rice, wheat, maize, millets, everything. If we see that there is scope of increasing 80 to 100% productivity by introducing improved variety, by introducing line sowing, and by having a weed control. So these are the three factors which can increase productivity of the food grains by around 80 to 100%. Then we need to change the cropping sequence. And in that cropping system, diversity is a key to increasing income. Diversity is very, very important. I'm sorry, by mistake, I have written diversion, but it is diversification. Diversification has become diversion. So it's please, I'm sorry for it. Diversification is key to increasing income, which I'll show in later few slides. There is a definite opportunity to promote low-cost water harvesting technology, because water is key to having a successful agriculture. Then we need to popularize production technology for high-value crops like vegetables, flowers, fruits. Fodder is another major component, because livestock makes an integral part of hill agriculture, but there is an acute shortage of fodder. And ladies, farmers in the hills, they travel miles together to fetch a fodder. Therefore, a very important requirement is we must be able to help the farmers to grow fodder so that the drudgery of the women farmers can be reduced. Comes to seed production. You see, seed production, normally what we do, we have very many institutions located in Eastern Himalayas as well as Western Himalayas. They have developed good varieties which are suitable for hills, but their seed production is not up to the mark. Therefore, the seeds of these improved varieties for hills is not available. And if we can really do the seed production in hills itself, then the cost of transport, cost of various other things can be saved. Because normally the seeds of hill varieties are produced in plains, which need to be discouraged. Then comes processing and value additions. See, our farmers have been producing wheat, rice, maize, millets, which are nutri-cereals, but they have been selling it as such, because of which they get they don't get a remunerative price. If we add processing and value addition, say for nutri-cereals like finger millet, barnyard millet, buckwheat, we have amaranth. These are the things in our nutri-cereals. If we can really add processing and value addition, the income of our farmers can be not only double but quadrupled, tripled or quadrupled. Then another opportunity is mechanization. See, our farmers in hills are still a lot of manual labor is required, and mainly our women farmer, they face the drudgery. Therefore, we need to introduce mechanization in terms of power tillers, harvesters, threshers, small tools, which ICR complex for northeastern hill region as well as VVKS Almora. and Agriculture University have developed these small tools which need to be popularized. Then another important thing and lot of opportunity is the empowerment of women farmers. Our women farmers, they make a backbone of hill agriculture, and they are the most disadvantaged. Therefore, I think we have to find ways and means. We are already doing, but I think we need to make a renewed effort to empower our women farmer in hills. Then if we do all this, we can really double the income of farmer. What our Honorable Prime Minister said, that we should double the farmer, income of the farmers by 2022. I think he gave 5 to 6 years. But let me tell you, Chairman Sir, that VPKS Almora, they started this way back in 2004. And I would like to show you next slides that how income of that particular village which VPKS Almora adopted doubled in by 2010. And well, I'll show this right. If we see this slide, the first you see the income of the farmers, this is a 0.4 hectare area, 1 acre, which we have selected in hills. And total income was from 0.1 acre, from 1 acre, that is 0.4 hectare. The total income, annual income was 24.86 thousand rupees, out of which cereals around 6,000, vegetables around 14.5 thousand, fruits 9.7 thousand. We adopted and various interventions we made, and by 2008 this 24.86 thousand became 45. Let me see, it's 48.5 thousand. So in just 4 years, with the intervention and the technology available at VPKS Almora, we doubled the farmers' income in just 4 years. And for this, I would like to compliment all the staff members, all the farmer directors for doing this wonderful job. And this was demonstrated almost 10-15 years back. And by 2010, this income of 24.8 thousand went up to 61,000, almost around 2.5 to 3 times. And now I think Dr. Lakshmikant and Dr. J.K. Bist will be able to tell that this has further gone up and 3 to 4 times. So that is a potential we have. And I would like to go back that what are the interventions we made in this. If you see,
Sir, can you wind up in 3 minutes?
Okay, I'll do that. This slide shows that if we cultivate wheat and rice, the profitability is very low. But if we incorporate vegetables and fruits, then the income can go up to 6-7 times. And doubling of farmer income I have shown in this slide. Now, ICR VPKS Almora has made enormous contribution to hill agriculture. And as you said initially in your opening remarks, that initially the emphasis in hill also was to produce more food grains. And accordingly, Almora was also concentrating on that. And it has several first to its credit, like the first maize hybrid VL54 was released even before the inception of the All India Coordinated Project on Maize. And you have already mentioned that we developed TPM9. Then this institute is the first to have developed dual purpose wheat. Like from a wheat, we can take a cut in the, in winters, in January, February, where no green fodder is available. And after that, you can take the same productivity of feed by applying 20 kg of nitrogen and 1 irrigation. Then VPKS Almora has developed for the first time several millet threshers. Then VPKS Almora, under the leadership of Dr. J.K. Bist, we developed that we could grow fodder on the pine forest. Normally, it is known that on the forest floor where pines are there, we can't grow any fodder, but we have successfully shown that fodder can be grown. Then there has been a tremendous advancement in protected cultivation with low-cost polyhouse, sophisticated polyhouse and all that. But Mr. Chairman, one very important thing is VPK Salmoda for last 80, 90 years, I think it's going to complete 100 years in another 2 years. It works on only one component of agriculture, that is of field crops. And field crops includes rice, wheat, maize, millet, cereals, pulses, oil seeds, and some vegetables. Even fruits and flowers are not their mandate. So they are going to complete 100 years in 2024. And under your leadership of Crop Sciences Division, and this outstanding institute falls under your jurisdiction, I would appeal to you to consider expanding the mandate of this institute, where they must include all aspects of horticulture, not only vegetable, but flowers, fruits, and all that, so that they really can help the farmers increasing their income. And then another important thing is including livestock. Livestock are an integral part of agriculture. Now, unless they also work on horticulture, all aspects, and livestock, they will not be able to address the problems of hills in a holistic manner. So, with these few words, I would like to thank the director VPK Salmoda for having given me opportunity. And Mr. Chairman, it was a great pleasure speaking under your chairmanship and co-chairmanship of Dr. Sharma, who has been an outstanding colleague of mine. With these few words, thank you very much for having me in this webinar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insight about status and challenges in agriculture, and also giving us a lot of information and information on which we have to think very seriously, particularly increasing the mandate of the institute. Even I suggested Dr. Lakshmikant that you should start PG program at your institute so that student can contribute more here and work on hill agriculture. Thank you, sir, for your exciting lecture. So now I will request my co-chair and Guru, Dr. S.K. Sharma, please take care of the session and invite next speaker. I'm sorry I have to go for some other meeting now, and in between, if I get time, I will join. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. We continue with the first session, and the next speaker is Dr. D.B. Singh. Dr. D.B. Singh is the director of the Temperate Horticulture Research Institute at Srinagar. I won't introduce them in detail because they are all well known, and that way we'll be able to save some time also. So now I request Dr. D.B. Singh to deliver his lecture, and the time allotted is around 15 minutes. Dr. D.B. Singh, please. Dr. D.B. Singh, you're going to start now. Yeah, please start.
Sir.
Yes, yeah.
Sir, the topic of my lecture is the horticultural sustainability in Northwest Himalayas, status, challenge, and future outlook. Sir, the agroclimatic conditions in most parts of Himalayan hill states, which extends from Jammu Kashmir in north to Arunachal Pradesh in east, has a unique and fragile ecosystem, is highly suitable for growing temperate fruit crops like apple, pear, peach, plum, apricot, almond, walnut, pecan nut, kiwi fruits, strawberry, hazelnut, pistachio nut, and other small fruit and berries. As you know that this region, the livelihood of more than 65% of people is dependent on horticultural entrepreneurship and draws about 60% of its GDP from the surrounding ecological sources. Temperate horticulture is therefore the backbone of hill states' economy. So these are the very important food crops which are being grown in Himalayan range: apple, pear, quince in case of palm fruits, and then plum, apricot, sweet cherry, peach, and many other fruits. In case of stone fruits, we are having nuts, major nuts as well as the minor nuts. We are having minor fruits. We are having future crops that of kiwi fruit and olive crop. As you know that if we go back 4 decades, the area expansion in the horticulture crop has been from the 0.82 lakh hectares to 6.50. It is quite increases there, and production has increased from 3.03 to 40.0 lakh tons. As well as the productivity has also increased, but there is a need to go for further increase the productivity in case of hectare. As far as this climate change and other problems faced by the hill horticulture is there, I will mention that identification of new species, their characterization, conservation, and sustainable utilization is the key to improve agricultural productivity and sustainability, therefore contributing to national development, food security, and poverty alleviation. Sir, the favorable climatic conditions that determine the production and its quality. Climate change in Western Himalaya in terms of early summer, delayed winter, that is a shift in chilling conditions, erratic rainfall are the main environmental factors which affect growth, fruit set, and fruit development. So there is a tremendous scope for production and product diversification of temperate fruits, which can fit in changing climatic conditions, situations, and can tolerate abiotic stress under fragile Himalayan ecosystem. As far as this ecological zones of J&K, particular, I will mention here that we are having a different zones. That is the eastern Ladakh, which is a cold and hyper arid, and up to the Jammu plains, we are having a hot, humid this climate. So variation of climate is there. So we have to see which crops and can fit in different agro zones. As far as this ecological zones of Uttarakhand and major horticulture crops are concerned, there is a range of this strain that is a Tarai and lower dune area to cold zone. So we are having a variety of this crops which can fit under different climatic features. This particularly the topic of the day is how the horticulture crops respond to climate change and how this horticulture can be diversified. So there is direct effect of rise in temperature on the fruit quality, growth and development, and production in the turn. So the effect of temperature on plant growth and development, it is very much known to almost all the researchers, but I would like to mention that higher summer temperatures favors plant growth if other factors are not limiting. The temperatures unlikely to reach the level rise to 50 to 100 years at which they can cause direct damage to the plants. So there is an effect on flowering. So this is one of the photograph I want to show that in the month of March, when there is a flowering, this bloom is there, but simultaneously due to the climate change, the snowfall is there. So it directly affects the fruit set and development, particularly in case of almond and other stone crops. There is an effect on yield. Then effect on temperature is on dormancy, which is the requirement of this temperate horticulture crops. Effect on frost susceptibility is there. This is how this climatic change, untimely snowfall and then rise in temperature, it leads to the flood in the streets, and in the orchards also lot of difficulties are there. So effect on disease and insects, this wet and warm winters, they favor diseases. Dry warm summers, they favor diseases such as powdery mildew, shooty bark diseases, and so many other diseases there in the fruit and other nut crops and other horticulture crops. Now there is an effect on weed infestation. There is an impact on greenhouse gases. Time is less, I will not go in the detail, but the changing climate scenario, how it influences. Winter, lack of sufficient chilling hours; in spring, low temperature during bloom; and in summer, very high temperature and prolonged drought. And then as far as the physiography of the terrain is concerned, steep photography, this topography is there, and then shallow soil, poor fertility, soil erosion is there, runoff losses are there, less adoption of in situ soil conservation programs. And then lack of certified planting material, then variable planting material due to seedling type of rootstock and lack of progeny plants, lack of rootstocks, lack of nursery certification plans. So inadequate pollination is there. Pollinizer varieties which are they lack in synchronization. For example, that of golden delicious, alternate bearing and late maturity is there, and red gold, pollinizer, heavy crop load, small fruits, then proportion percentage is less than 5% to 10% in hailstone areas. Pollinator management is required. This is an example of non-synchronization of flowering of main and pollinizer cultivars due to lack of chilling over accumulation. Then insect pest disease attack is there. What are the strategies? We have to go for varietal shift to third generation varieties, high density planting system, supplementary pollination practices, in situ soil conservation, moisture conservation, and rainwater harvesting. And then high-tech precision farming, drip irrigation, INM, IPM, organic farming, and all that. Searching new vistas in cold desert and northeast Himalayas. Effect of CO2 on plant growth is there, effect on bud development is there, effect on flowering and fruiting is there, CO2 on leaf fall, there is an effect of CO2 on yield is there. These are the factors which affect this fruit quality, fruit set, and bud development and all that. Then what is the adoption strategy to mitigate these effects of climate change? That is we should have a breeding program. Then especially I will take some time for the crop diversification is the alternate to climate change. One of the climate change, diversification in the crops, diversification in the cropping system, then high density planting in apple is one of the avenue which can be taken, which has been taken by the farmers, but still some research and development and then demonstrations and the area expansion is required. When we compare this modified, earlier previous systems with that of this high density systems, that vertical axis, esplanades, and then head and spread system, we can accommodate more plants. In traditional system, we accommodate 625 plants per hectare. Now under that vertical axis and esplanade system, we can go for 2,222 to 3,333. Then yield, this average yield shift is from the 25 to 40 tons per hectare to 62 to 66. That is a 5 to 6 times. Then as far as the doubling the horticulture, income of the farmers, this high density is one of the avenues which can increase up to 4 to 5 times the yield. These are the suitable systems and suitable varieties which can fit into the high density system of the apple. Advantage of this high density system is that maximum plants, quality is more, and this area, in less area, we get maximum yield. But the requirement is there that we should go for clonal rootstock. We should select some suitable rootstocks, pollination and pollinators. A well-managed pollination program and rootstock program should be there. These are the different systems under this apple, that is esplanade system, vertical axis system, and wide trellis system in peach. This is the close-up of the photographs, which is showing that how we can get the maximum crop under this high density planting system. These are the Xi'an varieties we can fit for this system. These are the promising apple hybrids which are ready to release from the institute. That is, these 4 hybrids we are having from the CIT going to be released. They are scab resistant. They are early maturing, having good quality. They are having a crispness, firmness, and a maximum storage life. Then low chill cultivars are there, which are suitable for areas with low chill accumulation periods. Different varieties are there. Anna, Dorset, Golden is there. that is tropic sweet is there, winter banana is there. This is one of the variety that is the low chill variety, that is this CITH low variety, low chill, suitable for Mukteshwar, where this chilling requirement is less. There is a future requirement in case of that when we shift from the system, that is the development of designer tree and model plants with balanced root and root growth for maximum productivity through gene transfer and breeding. So these varieties are suitable for this terrace farming, for pot culture, having a less chilling requirement. Then varietal shift is there. We have to shift from the second generation varieties to the third generation varieties, which are mostly self-fruitful. These are the varieties which are self-fruitful and suitable for high density. Varietal diversification is there. Then we are having this walnut. This walnut is one of the crop which is the suitable for temperate hill areas. This CITH Srinagar has developed 10 varieties and released. They are very good in quality as far as nut character is concerned and kernel recovery is concerned. These varieties, they are being grown in different parts of the Western Himalayas. In Uttarakhand, we are having a well-planned program for the promotion of walnut varieties under JICA and Horticulture Department of the Uttarakhand. These are the CITH 3 varieties. They are very good for table purpose and for making products also. Their yield is quite good and better than even the Harcot, that is the international variety. We are having this cherry varieties have been released from the institute, which can be taken in the hill agriculture, this hill horticulture system, which can be a benefit to the farmers to start their cherry cultivation. There are economical management strategies which are going to be taken in a very systematic and in a comprehensive manner. And then biotechnological innovative strategies we have to take, which can shift. Then crop improvement strategies we have to take, development agro techniques. I'm not going in the detail. Plant protection strategies are to be planned. They can strengthen surveillance of pest and disease and their management. Post-harvest management, I will take in 2-3 slides in detail in the coming slides. Pollination is one of the important factors. We have to take care of that. Different pollination, this placement of pollinizers in the orchard and all that, how to make them the pollination program successful, get maximum fruit and yield and fruit set. Different pollination programs are there. Pollinator, we have to design our orchard with the different pollinators and beehive colonies there. Different strength of these colonies are required for different crops. Pollination management and very, very important temperate fruits. I'm not going in detail, but I will describe that we are having a pollinizer cultivars for apple, for early bloom, mid bloom, and late bloom. We are having different varieties which are pollinizer fit for apple cultivation. For pear also, we are having a well-planned this pollinizers. In case of plum also, we are having this pollinizer we can fit in different varieties. In cherry also, we are having different pollinizers, and still in case of pollinizer, we have to make a very well management program. In case of walnut, there is a problem that of dichogamy. We have to see how this orchard system is there. Previously, this walnut was grown in the wasteland and not in an organized orchard system. Then, when we are going for the orchard system, we have to see the degree of dichogamy and the orchard management. So we have seen this dichogamy degree in different walnut varieties of our institute, and we have given a comprehensive plan for making this walnut orchard with different combination of the varieties. In case of almond also, we are having a very good, well-planned cross incompatibility status among almond varieties of Kashmir, so that we can design our orchards. This role of rootstock, I will not take in detail, but all the rootstock should be, they should be biotic and abiotic stress resistant, and we can plan our different rootstocks in different clonal rootstocks in case of apple, pear, in case of peach, different rootstocks are there. We can plan for that, taking in consideration their resistance to soil conditions, their water stress, nematode conditions, and their vigorous conditions, vigorous characteristics of the growth. Then plum rootstocks are there, cherry rootstocks. In case of walnut, actually, still some systematic rootstock program is not there. We are using the seedling rootstocks, but still for keeping in mind this cluster type of bearing and other tree characteristics, their resistance to abiotic stress, we have to go for rootstock program for that. Particularly, I would like to mention here the untapped food crops having potential for nutritional livelihood and entrepreneurship, particularly in that of hill areas. There are indigenous sources. There are a number of these food crops which are underutilized, but still they need attention for ecological, economical, as well as this processing. This potential is there. Different these crops are there: rubus, ficus, ribus, mica, and then pinus, diasporas, and other so many. I will not take the list of all the crops because it will take maximum time. So for the sake of time, I will mention that there are exotic sources also, which can be introduced as one of the diversification of the factor. I will take 2-3 slides for this berries and alternate fruit crops. These different berries are there. Commonly, blackberries, dewberries, blueberries, cranberries, gooseberries, raspberries, strawberries. These berries are considered as soft foods and include botanically different types of food, such as blackberries, blueberries, strawberries. These berries are hardy in nature, can be grown in adverse climatic conditions. So these Western Himalayas conditions are very much suitable and fit for these berries and all that. These fruits are being used for post-harvest, making the products, novel products. They can be made into several products. In addition to their use as a food product, many of these berries, such as cranberry, blueberry, and other, they are having a medicinal properties. Some of their applications are in antiseptic, diuretic, antioxidant, cardioprotective, anti-inflammatory, and anti-carcinogenic agents. They are being present in these berries and these manual foods. This is the different berries having nutritional potential. Future fruits, actually, they are nutritional as well as pharmaceutically, they are important. This phytochemical and their health benefits. They are polyphenol rich, anthocyanin, and phytoestrogens. That different factors, different composition is there. They are having a phytochemical properties. As far as these their polyphenol level is concerned, many of these berries, small fruits, soft fruits, unutilized fruits in the Himalayas, they are having a very good flavonoids. They are having antioxidant properties, medicinal properties. This is the level of their flavanol, flavonones, and catechins, and then anthocyanins. All these berries, small fruits, they are rich in these contents. Blackberries, I would like to mention, they are very rich. They compose significantly high amount of phenolic, flavonoid, and this phytochemicals such as anthocyanins and others. Currants are there. They are having a very good nutritional. They are very hardy. They are having medicinal properties also. Blueberries, there's a very good in antioxidant. They are having a very high level of ORAC value. Additionally, they compose of other flavonoids, antioxidants such as beta-carotene, lutein, and zeaxanthin. There are cranberries. They are very quite rich in nutraceutical properties. Gooseberries are there. Kiwi fruits having a very important. They can be grown in this different terrains where there is a in between the climate that of subtropical and temperate, that of Solan area in Uttarakhand, some of the part, Uri and Ramban of the J&K, and Dirang area of Arunachal Pradesh. Raspberries, strawberries are there. The oleo has been taken one of this diversified crop in CITH. 18 varieties are there. Their combination is having a good yield as well as oil recovery is there. They fit in this agroclimatic conditions. Pecan nut, chestnut. I will complete, sir, in 2-3 slides. Chestnut is there, and hazelnut, pistachio nut are there. Pecan nut we have introduced at CITH farm as a research component. We are having some of the collections. They are performing better. Hazelnut is there. Hazelnut we are having several varieties. 5-6 varieties are being, they are showing very good potential in this hill agro system. These plants are available. We can give for that for diversification and crop diversification in different eco zones. And then pistachio, a few of the collections at CITH 1 to 6 we are having here under research system. In coming years, we will be having some of the plants available for further research in other areas. Raspberries are there. Raspberry varieties are there. They can be taken. These are some of the exotic ones, but they have a potential to introduce in our ecosystem of the Himalayan system. Blackcurrant, gooseberries, raspberries, cranberries. As far as the product diversification and medicinal value is concerned, I will mention some of the crops that they are very rich in making the product, very nice products, very novel products can be made out of these. What work CITH we have done here? Osmo air-dried apricot products, which have been taken by the farmers in Kargil area, and all that technology we have developed to make a novel product, which can be stored for several months, for up to 9 months without spoilage. Apricot fruit bar is there. It is one of the product that the fruit bar is having excellent texture, color, aroma, taste, chewing quality with no sticking character and all that. 9 months we can store it without damage to the quality. Cape gooseberry products are there. We have developed the technology for making gooseberry fruit bar, jam, and osmo dehydrated products. Particularly this rose hip, I like to mention. A lot of diversity in Himalayan areas are there. Good range of diversity is there. They are very rich in vitamin C, and we can make very nice products out of it. CITH, we have made this dehydrated product jam. Apart from this very, very high value and very costly and very beneficial oil can be extracted from the rose hips. In case of plum, we have made the products, bars, and apart from jam, jelly, and all that, very nice bars. There is a potential to make bars, fruit bars out of plum. This is for fruit bar of the Cape gooseberry, that is diversified products. Process technology for osmo dehydrated rose hip. We are having a full package from the institute, making fruit bar of that apricot. What are the future perspectives we have to take? We have to strengthen the work on genetic improvement. Following strategies would be required for effective implementation and to achieve goals. Systematic planning for exploration for minor temperate fruits, need-based introduction of new crops. Pride should be given to conserve the material in the gene bank. In situ conservation and molecular characterization of underutilized temperate fruits is required. There is need to investigate value addition useful for products and processing nutraceutical, ornamental, and other potential applications. Thank you very much for the organizers, director, VPKS, Dr. Kantji, for giving me the opportunity to speak about this opportunities of the horticulture crops in Western Himalayan areas. Due to short of time, I have tried to cover some of the aspects, but in the discussion period and all that, our institute and myself is available for the discussion. Once again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for giving us a very detailed overview of the work potential and the strategies for the temperate horticulture. And you rightly said that it is the backbone of the hill economy. And thank you so much. I think we have a time for discussion. And those who are interested to ask questions, I think they can get in touch with Dr. D.V. Singh. A very good presentation, Dr. D.V. Singh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So now we move on. Because of the shortage of time, we won't have tea break, and we move on. And now I would invite Dr. Patnaik for his lecture. Dr. Patnaik, as you know, is the director of the Indian Institute of Agriculture Biotechnology as Ranchi, and he was formerly the director of BPKS Almora. Dr. Patnaik, please, and the time allotted is 15 minutes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Yeah.
It's a great pleasure and it's a great honor to present before you under your chairmanship because you have been a guiding force, I think, in everything that has been discussed here. Also, it's time for me to pay my respects to Dr. H.S. Gupta sir, Dr. J.P. Tandon sir, Dr. R.C. Srivastava sir, Dr. J.C. Bhatt sir, Dr. R.S. Tripathi, Dr. J.C. Rana sir, Dr. K.R. Dhiman sir, Dr. S.K. Srivastava sir, all my colleagues at BPKS Almora, all of whom influenced me, my career, and my work that I have done so far. The topic that has been given to me is crop diversification in the Northwest Himalayas. In this, I would like to discuss a little bit about what are the diversification opportunities or dilemmas that the farmers have been facing. Along with that, a brief about the different systems that are being followed and the interventions that are required in that. And then I would like to focus a little bit on the research that is being done in this area.
ये BPKS Almora का सेमिनार चला ऑनलाइन.
Now the driving force that has been behind the diversification in agriculture, basically in the hills, is essentially the socio-political environment and the technological environment that is changing along with the market and the transport facilities. Therefore, a productivist kind of a business model that was being followed so far has slightly become unremunerative, and farmers have been forced to look for an entrepreneurial and opportunity-seeking behavior so that their business increases. And the changes in the rural economy thus coming in has brought in an imbalance in the resources that are available for on-farm use and the resources that have been diverted towards the off-farm use. And wherever there is a decline in the on-farm income, the lure of an off-farm opportunity has taken away the force from the on-farm activities. And in the hills, I think the situation is much more starker. And because apart from agriculture and income, it needs a balance which is related to the ecological services and the communities that live in there, because the community there in most of the hills is very strongly knit. Now, when we look for think about the diversification for a sustainable agriculture, it can be broadly divided into 4 groups. That is for efficient use of the resources, basically on water use. Then crop diversification, basically oriented towards market as well as water availability. And then sustainable use of the areas where the soil fertility is depleting. And I think in the first keynote address, our Honorable Dr. H.S. Gupta sir has given an example where we need very seriously to think about this kind of a diversification for sustainable use of the land. And then for efficient management of the natural resources, which is an integral and very important part of the hill ecosystem. I think Dr. Rawal would be focusing on this, so that's why I will not elaborate on this. Now, When we talk about entrepreneurship and diversification, in my opinion, the term diversification has remained almost a fuzzy kind of a thing within the context of farming, whether it's a new innovation that's called entrepreneurial activity or diversification, or it's an addition to a system in practice, or reintroduction of an old practice like the bara anaja that we have been, that's very common in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. So what is this diversification? And in my opinion, all the three together leads to this diversification. And it is also difficult to define a typical entrepreneur or a typical farm or the boundaries of a farm. So therefore, when we talk about diversification, I would like to define this as an adoption of technology or practice in search of a multifaceted business opportunity. And the farmers who are there in this category, they face two problems. One avenue that they have is adding value to their existing food-based system, or diversifying to a non-food-based but on-farm system like floriculture. Now, they all depend on the resources that the farmers have, the size of the farm, and the access to the market they have. Now, when we talk about diversification, the first thing that comes to our mind is diversification to a protected cultivation in the polyhouse. And I think in the presentation of Dr. H.S. Gupta sir, we have seen what a combined water harvesting and a polyhouse or protected cultivation can do to farmers, and doubling the farmers' income is not very difficult in that. And the average annual net income from a 0.5 meter square polyhouse can range between 1.18 to 1.64 lakhs per year, provided we have some resources for transport and some resources for storage. The favorite crops that are there in the polyhouse that require more intervention, like capsicum, can we increase the number of colored varieties? Cucumber, can we increase the number of varieties which are slightly smaller but sweeter? Many tomato varieties, cauliflower, brinjal, strawberry, and then in the flowers, carnation, rose, gerbera, anthurium, and lily. As I said in the beginning, intervention in these crop options also would require the availability of market or a primary processing or a small low-cost storage kind of a thing. Flowers have remained always more remunerative, provided there's a good transportation available where this is being grown. And there is a very good examples in Eastern India, in the Meghalaya, also in Bageshwar for lily. Many other places would be there. I mean, these are the two I have experienced. A new player that is coming in this field is known as VL portable polyhouse. I think some of you know about it. Those who do not know about it, this is one of the systems that can make a non-greenhouse area into a greenhouse area and bring in required greenhouse effect whenever it is needed. And I think this is going to be a game changer in this kind of a protected cultivation that we are thinking. Now, when we have diversification options in crops or sequences that are there, garden pea and okra has been found, and garden pea, okra, and wheat have been found to be one of the best sequences, having the highest BC ratio, followed by potato, kharif, onion, and wheat, and then French bean, bagram, and fallow. But in this kind of a sequences, the intervention that are required in varieties for kharif onion, varieties in garden pea, potato, and green pea and potato, they have been the key players in this. And in green pea, what I feel and is a more early variety like the VL Agati Matar and that kind of varieties that are coming, they have to be introduced, a seed to be produced in more quantity, and they have to be introduced in large number so that they have more time even in the open field to cultivate the next crop. A cabbage-based system has been, cabbage and cauliflower-based systems have been there for a long time, and their performance has been stable across both eastern hills and the western hills, irrespective of the height they are grown. And their profitability, I mean, the BC ratio is almost similar and not statistically significant. And the main players have always been cabbage or cauliflower to a little less extent, but cabbage to a more bigger extent, and followed by pea in almost everywhere they are grown. Now, in a tomato-based system, which is there in Himachal Pradesh and in Uttarakhand, especially in the Garhwal Hills, introduction of maize and wheat has been found to improve its productivity and the overall gain from the system. And when PGNP was introduced, along with the new varieties of maize and green pea was introduced, the system productivity and the BC ratio increased tremendously. And I think the farmers have now started adopting it. It's now time to experiment on the new PGNP varieties, because maize, whatever is available in VPKs is doing extremely well. Similarly, wheat varieties that are whatever is available in VPKs is doing extremely well. It's time to pay a little more attention to PGNP so that the system productivity can increase more. In the hills, the tuber crops have a good potential, but I think their potential have not really been exploited properly in a commercial manner. And I feel the cassava, sweet potato, colocasia has been there in Uttarakhand, but it has been severely affected by wild boar. Colocasia, then lacerium, they have very good potential, and they can actually be introduced into some kind of a system, or as a part of some kind of a system, as an intercrop to increase the income from the system. Now, in the very higher hills where only one season crop is possible, BPKs has done wonderful work. I have no hesitation in saying that the area which has just been affected by such a severe flood, apart from the army and the power generation people and some part of state government, the scientists of the BPKs are the only one who are well known for increasing increasing the livelihood of the people of that area. So in these areas, the new varieties of barley, buckwheat has a very good export potential, and especially for the VL 6 and 7, the Japanese companies are very interested in taking these powders to their country, and Meghalaya has taken a big step in growing it commercially for export purpose. So buckwheat, then garden pea and rajmas can be introduced. A new crop which is of short duration like the black gram, cowpea, scallion, they would also increase the income from the entire system in the very high yields where only one season is possible. Now, in the diversification in a multi-tier cropping system where the main crop remains for a longer time, like pecan, followed by a small stature crop like peach or maybe pear. A lot of work has been done on fodder production in this area, and I think at Almora, wonderful work has been done on the fodder production in pine forest. But in other areas where they are where these two duration crops are available, the middle area can be covered by turmeric, which is a very good option. And I think a lot of experimentation has now been done in BPKs for taking this to field. And the variety from Meghalaya, which is RCT1, or also known as Lakadang, and probably has the highest curcumin content in the country, among all the varieties in the country, can now be introduced. And this would be one of the very wonderful intervention and profitable intervention in this system. And the recent work that has been published by BPKs in the pecan nut system, introduction of soybean and wheat would be of very good intervention and will increase income tremendously in this system. Now, in the integrated farming system, as we know that it is the system that should actually be practiced in the hills. And a lot of work was done at BPK's Almora, a lot of work has been done at ICR Complex Badapani, and BPK's Almora has been the pioneering institute in developing those polytanks. I think if Dr. Srivastava sir is there, they would know that what has been done. And the first polytank that was built at the BPK's complex in 1978 is still existing. Now, in this, there can be varietal introductions in soybean, in French bean, in lentil, in the agropastoral based system, in the intensive integrated farming system where this water harvesting structure along with the new varieties, here maize would have been a very, very good introduction in the system. In the vertical intensification, apart from kiwi fruit, I think passion fruit, then different type of goats would be a good introduction. And there are examples of introducing such crops and getting good remuneration from this kind of an integrated system. And also in the organic integrated farming system, sorry, the crops like the dual purpose maize, which is stay green kind of a maize, the okra, which are very, very early maturing, soybean varieties, the fodder varieties that are coming from different institutes, the cabbage varieties would be good introduction to improve the system productivity of this system, along with this water harvesting structure, which is available in many institutes, and there are different designs that are available for this. Now, if we look at the profitability from the crops, dairy, and fishery in this integrated kind of a system with the new inputs that were given from the maize varieties of BPKs, the soybean varieties, the lentil varieties that all went from BPKs, the average income per year increased by around 62,531 from the practice that was already being followed. I understand the BPK's group has just returned from Tripura KVK, and in Tripura a very extensive program is going on this. So they have almost covered the entire, covering almost the entire rice fallow with the new technologies. And maybe in the Western Hills, the fishery and dairy will interchange because water availability is really a problem. But I expect that the total, with the intervention, the total income will remain almost the same. And to sum up, the new varieties of vegetable pea, potato, cabbage, cauliflower, cucumber, spring onion in protected and open cultivation in the areas where they are already being practiced would be good intervention. Extension of cultivation of brinjal in polyhouses is needed. Not much is being done on this cultivation in brinjal because the market is basically in the Eastern India. But now it's possible to take this to Eastern India in this season when they are not available in that area. Crop varieties of maize, pigeon pea, rice, finger millet, soybean. Finger millet, my main attention is towards the white finger millet being released by, that has been released by BPKs. Soybean, wheat and fodder for increasing the system productivity. In soybean, I would like to make a special mention of the black soybean that has been developed by BPKs, because it is not only good for human consumption or animal consumption, it is extremely good for paneer making because it has one of the least beanie flavor that is available in the soybean varieties, apart from the new one, which does not have a beanie flavor. Locally oriented crops like sweet. Sir, I'll just take 2 more minutes. I have 3 more slides. Okay. Locally oriented crops like sweet corn or OPB corn in the tourist routes like Nainital and other area, and similarly, amaranth varieties in the Char Dham areas would be good crop introduction. And then introduction of buckwheat, saffron, and thoria in non-traditional areas would definitely increase the system productivity. Then some facts about the research that has been done in crop diversification. The diversification depends on both farmers' capacity and balance with off-farm and on-farm income. When a diversification decision is taken, the first one that is consulted is the financial professionals, followed by the nearby farmer organizations, state departments, families, and friends. The role of a professional scientist comes only when it is pushed. This is something I think we need to look at. And then when I analyzed some of the research that has been done in maybe last 15 years, 76% of the studies on crop diversification has been done in US, India, followed by USA, Canada, Brazil, and China. And 72% of them had one of the agronomic components, and only 45% analyzed agronomic, economic, and ecological targets which are defined. So therefore, when we talk about crop diversification, it is diversification in crop and agronomy that has to be considered together. And it's important that a basic conceptual framework for farm diversification studies is developed to improve comparison and replicability of those studies. I propose a conceptual basic framework for the consideration of the August group that is here. First of all, definition of the problem of existing practice and the potential need for diversification. Characterization of the baseline system that's already available. Can it take up that diversification or not? Definition of the target area, the client, and the scale on which the diversification should be done. Description of the experimental design and target variables and their discussion in a bigger group, and the definition of the expected impact of the diversification before such research is taken up. And with this, I sum up my talk, sir, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for talking on how crop diversification can be done, which would be helpful in increasing the income of the farmers. And you rightly said that introduction of fruits, vegetables, and flowers is very important in the diversification process. Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Now we move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is by Dr. Mahesh Chandar, and he's Joint Director, Extension Education at IVRI Bareilly, and the time allotted is 15 minutes for his talk. Dr. Mahesh Chandar, are you audible? Am I audible to you? Mahesh Chandar?
Dr. Mahesh, you have to unmute yourself.
वो खुद ही करेंगे म्यूट।
नहीं he is there भैया।
नहीं है तो वही, लेकिन छोड़ चले ना म्यूट।
Dr. Lakshmikant, is he around or should I speak? Speaker hai nahi. Hello, Dr. Lakshmikant?
Sir, he is connected and I'm trying to contact. His phone is coming busy.
Okay.
We can call the next speaker then.
Yeah, I can speak.
Yeah.
I can speak.
Sir, before you speak, let me introduce the co-chairman and speaker of next presentation. Dr. S.K. Verma has done his, Dr. S.K. Sharma has done his master's and PhD from IRI New Delhi, and he was director of Advanced Center of Hill Bioresource and Biotechnology and Dean College of Basic Science at CSK HPKV Palampur, Director NBPGR New Delhi. He is the former Vice Chancellor of CSK HPKV Palampur. He has been a good teacher, as many of the panelists were his student, and he's a good researcher and institutional leader with academic background of genetics, crop improvement, biotechnology, and plant genetic resource management. He has several awards and fellowships: Commonwealth Postdoctoral Fellowship, University of Southampton, then Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellowship, Scottish Crop Research Institute, Dundee, Scotland. Then Marie Curie European Commission Fellowship, Royal Society and Indian National Science Academy International Collaboration Award in Johns Innes Centre, Norwich, England. He is Fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences. He has won Rashtriya Udyog Ratna Award. He has been the Vice President of Indian Society of Genetics and Plant Breeding. Dr. Sharma sir has more than 170 publications in different national and international journals of high repute. He has been having advisory role in different capacities. He has chaired the project steering committee of FAO project, capacity building and regional collaboration for enhancing and the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources in Asia, Thailand. Then he was the chair of South Asia Network in Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi. Member of International Steering Committee of Global Information System on Germplasm Biodiversity International, Rome. Then board member for Asia National Resource Research Center, Seoul, South Korea. He was also associated with the UN Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services and coordinating leader author for Asia Pacific Regional Assessment on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, Tokyo, Japan. Currently, he is the chair of Technical Advisory Committee of UNEP JEF project, mainstreaming agriculture biodiversity conservation and utilization in agriculture sector to ensure ecosystem services and reduce vulnerability, being executed by Biodiversity International India Office, New Delhi. Besides this, he has been a key force for organizing this webinar. So I welcome you, sir, and request you for your presentation, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmikant. And the topic assigned to me is the management of plant genetic resources for combating the challenges of the climate change. As we know that due to the global warming, the climate changing, and we expect that there will be a rise in temperature in the next few decades from 1.6 degree to 6 degrees centigrade. Some of the areas will receive less annual rainfall, while others will receive significantly more rainfall, and the frequency and the duration of the extreme events will increase. And ultimately, the changes which will take place would be floods, drought, soil salinization, degradation of land and biodiversity, and the appearance of the new pests and pathogens. And the climate change has an impact on the plant genetic resources also. And the species of the plant genetic resources which have a short generation time, high seed dispersal, high adaptation, broad centers of diversity, continuous population, and cultivated species would have less impact of climate change. Whereas the species or the plant genetic resources having a long generation time, low seed dispersal, low adaptation, narrow centers of diversity, isolated populations, and the wild species will be having more impact of the climate change. And as far as the impact of climate change is concerned, it has some positive effects at certain places. It has negative impacts at other places. For example, in colder areas where there will be an increase in the temperature, the productivity will increase. There will be introduction of new crops. There will be change in the growing season and change in the crop durations. But there would be negative impacts also. There will be increased incidence of pests and diseases. There will be invasion by alien species. There will be a loss of biodiversity, soil erosion, and there would be an increased moisture stress, drought, and so on. So I will give you one example. in higher elevations of Himachal Pradesh, especially in Kinnaur and Spiti, where fruits or apple was not cultivated because of the high snowfall, and people used to grow traditional crops like buckwheat. Now, with the less snow coming due to climate change, now the traditional crops are being replaced by more beneficial or more useful crops like apple and other fruits. Now, coming to the plant genetic resources, plant genetic resources are a part of the agrobiodiversity, which is part of the overall biodiversity. And plant genetic resources comprises all cultivated types, as well as the wild and weedy relatives and primitive cultivars, including the local land races. They all constitute the plant genetic resources. And as far as our country is concerned, India is a very rich gene center. Perhaps it is the country which is very rich in the in the biodiversity or plant genetic resources. As you can see, it's one of the 12 mega biodiversity centers, one of the 17 mega diverse nations, one of the 8 Babylonian centers of origin, and 29% of the flowering plants are endemic. And globally, as per the IUCN, there are 36 hotspots of diversity, and 4 are in India. No other country has as many hotspots of diversity as India has, and more than 700 crop wild relatives are found in the country, and more than 10,000 plant species are of the plant genetic resource importance in the country. So we can say that India is very rich as far as the plant genetic resources are concerned. Now, these plant genetic resources are being managed, very well managed, as XC2, and the responsibility is of the ICR, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources. They have a national gene bank. And the NBPGR is a very important organ of the council, where the plant genetic resources are being maintained as a seed gene bank, where total accessions are more than 4 lakhs, and also in vitro gene bank with large number of accessions and species, and also in the cryobank, and also the field gene bank. So the total number of XC2 collections are more than 5 lakhs as far as the XC2 management is concerned. Another form of the PGR management is the in situ and on-farm conservation, which is very, very important. And it is just complementary to the XC2, and it's required to be integrated. And the in situ or on-farm conservation hasn't got attention as the XC2 conservation, but in situ on-farm conservation is very important due to certain reasons, and collective efforts of all the stakeholders are required. And there is a need to establish gene sanctuaries of wild relatives of important plant species, as it has been done in citrus, saccharum, musa, and rice, etc. Should encourage the regional or national exchange of crop diversity via seed fairs and other mechanisms. And we must give awards to the farmers and the conservers of the plant genetic resources. Now, once we conserve them, then their utilization becomes very important. And for utilization, the evaluation is very important, including high throughput phenotyping. There is a need to identify trait-specific germplasm and development of small size populations like core, mini core collections, and finally the pre-breeding, which is a very important area as far as the utilization of the plant genetic resources concerned. When we give value to a plant genetic resource, which is very important, we are discussing the valuation of the biodiversity for access and benefit sharing. The bioprospecting is very important, and bioprospecting helps us to give a value to the plant genetic resources. Bioprospecting can be done in the form of chemical prospecting, which is mostly for the industries. It could be ionic prospecting, and it could be a gene prospecting. Gene prospecting is very important when we talk of the development of the crop varieties or development of varieties to address the climate change. Where the allele mining and the gene discovery, genomic resources, fermentation, cell and tissue culture. Now, when we talk of genomic resources are indeed very, very important. And the genetic resources and genomic resources are both very important for our crop improvement programs. And they are indeed two sides of the same coin. And their purpose is both to promote utilization. Genetic resource provide insurance against permanent loss, whereas the genomic resource provide backup against permanent loss. Otherwise, both are very, very important. The conservation of genomic resources is the need of the hour because it helps us in developing screening methods for selecting superior genotypes more efficiently. And it also improves our decision-making process for more efficient breeding strategies. And genomic resources have been employed in the development of transgenic plants, cisgenic plants, in molecular breeding, which is becoming very popular, and now the molecular breeding tools are being used for the development of crop varieties and the germplasm screening. So genomic resources are very, very important. And realizing the importance of genomic resources, the NBPGR at New Delhi, they have established a national genomic resource repository. And more than 6,000 genomic resources representing more than 40 species are being conserved at the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources. And all the protocols, procedures for the conservation, for distribution, for benefit sharing, and so on, has been finalized in the National Bureau of the Plant Genetic Resources. Now, once we have the plant genetic resources, as I said, the country is very rich. Then we need to utilize these plant genetic resources and genomic resources for developing varieties, for designing crops resilient to climate change. Whether we need varieties for flood situations or for salinity tolerance, or for, say, drought, or for high temperature and so on, then these genetic resources and the genomic resources are required to be utilized accordingly. And a few steps I would like to explain. The first important thing becomes, as you all know, breeders, that first of all, we need to define breeding for whom and for what situations, whether we need for high temperature, high salinity, drought, flood, and so on. So the defining a breeding objective is very important. It must be demand driven. The second important point is that, as I said earlier, the pre-breeding and genetic enhancement. This is one component which is required to be given due consideration in the crop-based institutions, where active breeding programs are going on. And in fact, it helps us to make use of the plant genetic resources in the gene bank collections. As of now, less than 2% of the gene bank collections have been put to use. And there is always a question that why the percentage is very low, because very few people are interested in doing pre-breeding work, because it does not give you a variety immediately, but it gives you a basic material for development of varieties. The another important area is participatory breeding and variety selection. This is very important, involving farmers. Because the farmers' fields or the environment over there, when we undertake breeding and selection at the farmer's level, at the farmer's field, then our breeding material or the material being selected and advanced is subjected to all the stresses which farmers' fields experience and helps us to select the best ones. And therefore, this is a very important area which is required to be given due consideration. And farmers' participation could be anywhere. It could be at the time of setting goals, breeding objectives, generating variability, selecting varieties, testing varieties, variety release, and diffusion. I think the varieties developed by participatory approach is going to be having a higher adaptation, and it can meet the objectives for which it was bred or it is being bred. And the another important area is that our breeding program to develop varieties for specific ecologies or for specific characters must involve innovations. It must not be a routine procedure. Now, new and emerging tools are coming up of genomics and others also, and we must make use of it. So our plant breeding has to be innovative. And the research people say that we must implement 5G breeding, genome assembly, germplasm characterization, gene function, identification, genomic breeding, gene editing approach for development of ecology-specific varieties. The capacity enhancement of the 21st century plant breeding is very important because plant breeding involves multidisciplinary team of the scientists. And the team has to have a very in-depth knowledge of new and emerging tools and improvement, and can decide which tool he has to use for a particular situation. He must have a very comprehensive knowledge of various acts relating to IPR, convention, treaties relating to biodiversity, PGR, protection of plant varieties, farmers and breeders' right, etc. This is becoming very important nowadays. And he must have a skills in information technology, data management, business management, law, etc. That is what is needed. The the public-private partnership in crop improvement is very important because crop improvement is undertaken by both public and private sectors in the country, and this is sort of a partnership. It provides complementary and supplementary roles in PGR management, plant breeding, and the seed systems. And ultimately, it provides a win-win situation to the partners. As I said, that plant genetic resources, plant breeding, and seed system, these are three very important components and must not be seen in isolation or must not be kept in silos. They are required to be integrated. If one of them is weak, the others too are going to be weak. And therefore, these three important components are to be integrated and are to be strengthened. Because if one of them is weak, the whole purpose of developing varieties which can withstand the climate change or varieties for specific ecologies, it will not be possible to develop varieties. And therefore, I would say that climate change will impact biodiversity, and that is a fact. But biodiversity will also help to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So this is a relationship between the biodiversity and the climate change. And the take-home message is that climate change is impacting plant genetic resources. Plant genetic resources sourced to mitigate the effect of climate change and adaptation. And our country has a very diverse agroecologies very rich biodiversity and the plant genetic resources, and therefore has a potential to mitigate the changes in climate change. And we should make good use of the plant genetic resources as does the genomic resources for varietal development to the specific needs of a region or a particular ecology. I must thank Dr. Rana as well as Neil Archik. They provided some support input in forms of slides for this presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I will. Yeah, then we can proceed further.
Yes,
we can go to the last presentation now. It's the presentation by Dr. Anand Pandey.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I missed earlier my presentation. I was couldn't.
Okay, Dr. Mahesh Chandra, are you around?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Dr. Mahesh Chandra is the Joint Director of Extension Education at IVRI Bareilly, and he will give a talk in the area of livestock sector in hills, and the time allotted is 15 minutes. Dr. Mahesh Chandra, please.
Honorable Chairman, sir, fellow speakers, all the participants. At the outset, I thank VPKS Almora for giving me opportunity to share my ideas on this. The topic has been related to livestock. There is very few presentations. I think this is the only presentation on livestock, so I'll be talking about. So problems are numerous and they are well documented in livestock sector. Time and again in many conferences, we are talking about the problems. They are low livestock productivity, hill cattle productivity is very low, feed and fodder scarcity is there, lack of connectivity is there, and fragmented land holdings are there up in hills, lack of processing infrastructure, male out migration. These are the problems traditionally for many years we have been hearing. To tackle these problems, there are departments are working like State Department of Animal Husbandry, there Uttarakhand Livestock Development Board, for example, in case of Uttarakhand. Likewise, livestock development boards are in all hill states. Uttarakhand Organic Commodity Board, IFAD is also having some projects related to livestock. NGOs are also working. So what I mean to say, these different agencies, they work mostly in isolation. They work in isolation and there is not interaction between these agencies, and they work in silos, and the convergence is missing. But what kind of convergence is again happening? Recently, I saw one photograph in social media. Almost some maybe 10 or 15 farm women, they were being trained on goat farming. There were 15 only, but the 5 agencies of national level, they were the partners in that development program. It looks very great that 5 national level agencies are working for goat improvement in hills. So that was, I don't know how much and practically it will be helpful, that it need to be seen. So now in extension ecosystem, if you look at many agencies are there. So how successful these agencies will be there. Recently, corporate social responsibility, we are also talking about input dealer, farmer produce organizations we are talking, cooperatives are also working. So thing is that unless we take livestock production as a business, we cannot think of much development. So that business orientation to livestock production has to be there. I will give you this example, because if this is a madua crop, in Uttarakhand we call madua ragi. So in our childhood, we were forced to eat this madua crop because it was a compulsion, because wheat is wheat roti, wheat will be sold to market, and the madua poor man's staple kind of food. But you see the marketeers, what they have done it to it. Now the variety of products have come out of this madua crop, which is almost negligible. It is a entrepreneurship and marketing orientation which they have given to this crop, and multiple products have come in. So madua crop is almost dying crop in Uttarakhand also. I heard that it is now being revived because of these reasons. So variety of product, and these marketers are making big business out of it, a neglected crop. Likewise, this is what is the beauty of entrepreneurship. If you can bring an element of business into livestock production also, it will be good. So now are we ready for this kind of a packaging and production, processing, all this? Otherwise, we will not be able to compete in the market. Our farmers will not be able to compete in the market. Say, for example, this bio ghee. You see, the ghee is the same thing. But I saw this kind of a packing, they say bio ghee. And that I saw in German market, it was kept, Indian ghee was kept in a German market, in a shopping mall. So likewise in Uttarakhand, I heard that some Badri kettle's ghee is being sold by some people at 4,000 rupees per kg. So that is something very unique. If that can be, that model can be scaled up so that the farmers will be benefited. So one is farmer and another is agripreneur. So we have to turn farmers into business like, how they can reap benefit. Youth especially can come forward for that. I'll give this another example. Last year we had a competition at Bareilly about these startups. One BBSc final year student came up with this idea, and the cow dung, they dried up the cow dung and then they packaged it nicely and they brand named it Gobar Gold. You see everything which they have done to attract the consumers. If we are packing cow dung like that and keeping in a shopping mall, anybody will readily pay 50 rupees per kg for cow dung. Whereas we are not able to sell even milk for 25 rupees a kg. This is what is the fanciful market. And then you see Gobar Gold name and everything matters. If you are going to sell it, not if you are reluctantly selling just like a conventional way that the milk we are selling. But why only milk we should think of livestock product? We can have other things also. Horns also, you know, for biodynamic farming, they are basic cattle's horns, they are making some fertilizer out of it. That can be used. Cow dung can be sold in a variety of different ways. So likewise, this you see jaggery kept like this and this and this. Ultimately, they are saying jaggery candy. Same coming product from sugarcane. If you are selling it like that, it won't sell. But if you are selling like a smaller quantity of jaggery, same good in the jaggery barcoding and Amazon distributors, you see the marketing is the key. So what our farmers in hill areas are lacking in the marketing skills, how to market. When there is adversity, how to benefit from adversity, how we can benefit from this. So we have to learn. So likewise, home delivery of product. This is an entrepreneur, young entrepreneur in our area. So he delivers at home X. So he can earn a little bit extra about this. So we need to train youth especially, and those successful youth, those who are doing well, they can be trainers for others also. This we have been trying this youth, and these new breeds of farmers are coming in other parts of India also. They are branding their dairy also, Saru Organic Fresh. This I visited a dairy in Hyderabad along with Dr. Srinivas. He is another speaker in somewhere in this program. And you see, then he is having a dedicated customer base to fresh farm, fresh milk is those who buy from him. He assures the quality and the buyers are there. And that process is being held by the this NARM agribusiness incubator. So new breed of farmers are coming up. They are well educated, well trained thanks to internet. They are well aware about this one, how to do it. And they value quality. You see, you look at the biosecurity measures being followed at the farmers level. Sometime in organized farm, even we don't see this kind of a facility. It means that this new variety, new breed of farmers, they are so well prepared to be to make it very secure and safe milk. For that, they may charge more. So this is organic livestock production, as we know, Sikkim has already converted to organic. Many other northeastern states, all because of the mountainous terrain, they are mostly by default organic. So they have very good opportunity to switch over to organic and can reap benefit out of it by following the standards of organic livestock production. So, but we have to take care of housing designs and how to, these are the standards. There were the books for the Sikkim. I wrote this document, Organic Animal Husbandry Development in Sikkim Roadmap. I wrote for Sikkim Organic Mission. So likewise for Uttarakhand or other states and mountainous states, they can develop the roadmap for how to switch over to organic livestock production. Animal welfare is very important consideration into this. So then Sikkim field veterinarians were trained at IVRI. We trained them, and then after that training, because now they are helping farmers to convert to organic systems. So these are and the biotourism is also associated with organic livestock production. The farms can be site for the visit by the students, school children. They can visit how animal welfare oriented animal husbandry can be practiced. So this I saw that cheese, a specialty item is for export. Likewise, we can help a group of farmers to produce a specialty item which they can earn rather than routine selling raw milk. They can make a specialty item into this one. So final part of this presentation, I want to say that whatever we have been doing in a routine way, in a traditional way, whereas we need some disruptions in a sense that we have to think altogether in a different way. Say, for example, if you look at almost, it says that 700 villages in Uttarakhand, for example, are totally abandoned. There is no one there. So can't we develop these villages as livestock production hub? Maybe for dairying, goat, poultry, or maybe piggery also. So then some youth can be trained, farm women can be trained, and then that particular village can be given to this particular group of youths or farm women where they can practice animal husbandry or different species they can take up, and they can entire value chain they can be trained up, how they can market their product. So that arrangement can be made for that. Different departments will have to come together. It's not that the state animal husbandry department will have the sole responsibility. No, other department, livestock development board, maybe kind of NGOs, and also they can come together, they can contribute their expertise so that these abundant villages can be made livestock production hubs for different species of livestock, and let these be developed as a model, as a training center also, where other farmers can learn what is the modern kind of livestock production system. What is this? That will be very good use of the villages which are abundant, and then we have to make a broader arrangement so that those who own these land, they don't lose their ownership into. It can be negotiated. So by negotiating with the owners of the land, and that arrangement can be made. So after this successful arrangement, and many other farmers will be helped and they will benefit from this. So what I want to, the final say this one, that the abundant villages need to be developed as a livestock production hubs, so that, and as a training centers, and all the other departments have to converge and they have to come together to see that they become vibrant livestock development centers. Thank you very much. I wanted to make a very small presentation because I was also not feeling well. I'm very thankful to Dr. Lakshmi Kantji that he just pressed me to speak on something. Somehow I could manage to speak a few words. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahesh Chandar, for giving a very good lecture on the livestock sector in the hills. And now I call upon Dr. N.N. Pandey. He's the principal scientist in Directorate of Cold Water Fishery and Bhimtal. Dr. Pandey, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. This is N.N. Pandey from screen.
Share the screen.
Full screen. Yeah, just I am sharing my slides, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I am thankful to organizer for providing this opportunity to me. I'm in the last of this session, but I think my this talk is just like a sweet dish for this session, and I would like to talk on the topic, the fisheries for livelihood security in Himalayas, the challenges, opportunities, and way forward. So just what is the potential of fisheries to support the livelihood, and what is the status at this time, and how we can just develop this activity to support the livelihood security in the Himalayas. No, the mountains are the indicators of climate change. And this also affects the fisheries or the aquaculture activities in the Himalayan region. So the major issue for the fisheries development in the mountains is the development of the climate resilient practice for the cold water aquaculture. And here we have very means less land holding, and in hills we have the integrated type of farming system, and fisheries is also a component in this integrated farming system. So fisheries is recognized as potential enterprises in the in Himalayan region. So if we see the what bioresources, the aquatic resources we have, if we see this entire Himalayan region is about 16.2% of the total geographical area of our country. This is the area. And if we see the inhabitants, the population, here we have the 3.86% population in Himalayan region of our country. But if we compare this with the biodiversity, ichthyofaunal biodiversity, then here we have the 17% ichthyofaunal diversity of our country in Indian Himalayan region. So the northeast region is the hot spot of fish diversity. And among here we have about 203 indigenous species in Indian Himalayan region. And among these biodiversity, we have about 36 species of the food value, 58 species of the food value, and 43 species of the ornamental value. And we have also so many species of the food and ornamental both value. And some species are wide known sport fish species. So here there is immense potential for the cold water aquaculture in Indian Himalayan region. If we see the status at present, we are producing about 50,000 metric ton fish in different hill states. But our target is just to double this production in next 4 to 5 years. And if we see the trout production, at present we have 1,500 metric ton trout production. And our target is just to increase 6 or 7-fold increase in trout production. And we have the potential. Now the question is, we have the good asset in the form of this aquatic bioresources. Now the question is how we can translate this asset for the socio-economic benefit for the people inhabiting in the hills. So here, if we see the aquaculture practice, we have the composite farming system with exotic crops and the integrated farming system. Here we have the 3-pronged culture system. If we just, we can divide the whole Indian Himalayan region in 3 zones according to the altitudes: the foothill region, the mid-altitudinal region, and the higher altitudinal region. And for each region, we have a specific cold water aquaculture practice. Here we have also the reservoir resources, and these are also the source of fish production. But here in streams and river, we have fragmented and declining population of our indigenous species. And this is due to the anthropogenic activities and due to the construction of hydroelectric projects. So the issues now for the fisheries development, we have the several issues. The first is the low level of productivity and the slow growth of cold water fish species due to the low thermal regime. we have very limited candidate species for the culture purpose. And mostly our aquaculture is based on the exotic species, not on indigenous species. And here we have the prolonged crop duration, and the seed and other inputs availability is very limited. And here the specific aquaculture system for microclimatic condition is a issue for the R&D development. So remedial measurement for the depleting population in natural resources is also the challenging R&D issue for the fisheries development. So in this context, what we have, here we have, number one, the Mahashir fisheries. Second, the snow trout fishery. And third, in aquaculture system, we have the composite carp culture and the polyculture of exotic carp. And for at higher altitudes, we have the trout farming. So these are our existing practices. Now, what is the scope? With the collaboration of BPK's Almora, we have developed so many climate resilient aquaculture model. And here we have developed a smart fish farming practice for the mid-altitudinal region. And we have also the scope of upscaling of rainbow trout farming in Himalayan region. And we can do the carp farming with stunt seed for the better production and for better income. Species diversification is needed, and entrepreneurship with ornamental fisheries has the scope. And we can also do the stock enhancement in natural water bodies, such as the reservoirs and the lakes. And mitigation of post-harvest loss and value addition is also needed for the better income. And branding of the fish would be helpful for the better price or market price. So the first model, this model we have developed for the mid altitudes, and this is a result of the collaborative work of this Directorate DCFR and the BPK's Almora. At the farmer sites, we have done this experimentation, and finally we have developed a multi-tier model for the fish culture. Here we have a small pond having the area of 80 to 100 meter. Just we lined with polythene, the silpoline, we stock the water, and that water is used for irrigation of the horticulture crops and also used for the production of the fish. So in existing or indigenous traditional method, our productivity was only 30 kilogram from 100 meter square pond. But with this model, we can easily achieve the 70 kg fish from a single poly tank having the size of 100 square meter. So this model is disseminated and validated at the farmers field. And at present in Uttarakhand, there are more than 200 farmers, they have adopted this practice, and also in Northeast, they have adopted this practice and getting the good or means better fish production. So this is the economics, this experiment we have done in the collaboration of BPK's Almora in Dunagiri area in two places, the Dudholi and Todra. And here we can see we can get the double income from with the help of by adopting this improved model of fish farming. Now, also in the collaboration of BPK's Almora, we have developed the climate resilient carp farming system for the mid altitudes. And here we have introduced some potent indigenous carp species in the culture system. And these indigenous minor carps, such as this Labiodactylus and Labiodero, these are climate resilient. So these climate resilient species we have introduced in the culture system, and this model is a just climate resilient smart fish farming system for the mid altitudes. And the other story is about the ornamental fisheries. Here we have the number of species, indigenous species of ornamental value. And this directorate has developed the breeding protocol or the seed production technique for these indigenous species of ornamental value. And here we have just developed a aqua gardening ornamental fishery for the means entrepreneurship, and this has been disseminated to the people of mid-altitudinal area. The next, the rainbow trout. This is low volume, high priced fish. And here just we culture this species in a cemented tank, and that is called the raceway. A raceway having the area of only 30 square meter, and in this fish pond we can produce up to the bunton trout from a single unit, and the means income from this small pond is up to 1.2 lakhs in 12 months. So this is a potential aquaculture practice for the better socio-economic development of our people residing in the hills. So this is the success story of this rainbow trout, and this farmer just achieved the income of 1.4 lakhs in 12 months with this rainbow trout farming. So here further we can improve the profitability and the productivity of this rainbow trout farming. At present, our existing practice, just we are getting the 15 to 20 kg trout from 1 cubic meter water volume. But with the best management practice, this directorate has developed for this rainbow trout farming, and we can achieve up to 30 to 40 kg rainbow trout from 1 cubic meter water volume. And also we have developed the high-tech system for this rainbow trout farming, and this is the RAS system, circulatory aquaculture system. And at headquarters of this directorate at Bhimtal, we have a successful model of this RAS, and just we can achieve up to 100 kg rainbow trout from 1 cubic meter water volume. So these technologies are available for our fish farmers. So this is about this RAS, and just we can get the 2 crops in a year with the with this system, the RAS system, and just we can achieve the 4 or 5-fold increase in our productivity with this high-tech system for the rainbow trout farming. The another is the Mahasir. The Mahasir is the world-famed sport fish, and this directorate has developed the seed production technology and the breeding technology. And recently, the directorate has developed the breeding and seed production technology for this important indigenous species in captive condition. So now seed production is not the issue. Easily we can produce the seed, and this seed can be raised in natural water bodies for the enhancement of wild population, and just this will support the angling or the sport fishery of this Mahasir, the golden Mahasir. So this is also a good opportunity to the heading in the hills for the income generation. Next is here we have the number of species of this important indigenous fish group, and the seed production and this breeding technology we have developed, and now seed is available for the enhancement of wild population, and this will support the capture fisheries to get the income to the local fishermen. Next is the case farming. This is the example of system diversification. Not in pond, just we can rear or culture the fish in cases in open water bodies such as the reservoirs and the lakes. So this technology is available, and presently we are producing this stockable material or the fingerlings in these cases. So, just I am concluding my talk. There is immense potential to draw the economic benefit for the prosperity of the people residing in the hills with the help of improved or scientific practice of fish farming. And there is a scope of multi-fold increase in the fish production by adopting these scientific means practices or the technologies. But here, this is very clear that this is the time for the species diversification and the system diversification to achieve the better production or to increase the fish production in Indian Himalayan region. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey, for giving a talk on the status of this fisheries for livelihood security. And you rightly said that region is very rich as far as the Himalayan region, Indian Himalayan region is very rich in aquatic bioresources. And there are a large number of species which are endemic. And your institute has developed climate resilient aquaculture models. There is a scope of ornamental fish and so on. So thank you very much for the lecture. And now we come back to the last lecture by Dr. Raval. Raval was to join a meeting elsewhere, so now he is available. So I would request Dr. Raval to make his presentation. And Dr. Raval is the director of the Institute Govind Ballabh Pant National Institute for Himalaya Environment at Kosi Almora, and he is going to talk on Himalayan ecology and climate change, current scenario and future prospects. Dr. Raval, please. And the time allotted is around 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me at the outset thank the organizers of this very important event for inviting me and also accepting my request to change in the slot of my presentation. And I don't know whether the presentation which I have prepared that would be fitting into the scheme of this webinar. I had tried to prepare the
your presentation, Raval, is very important, and it very much fits into the title of the national webinar.
Thank you very much. So let me begin with the presentation, and I think the presentation is visible to all of you. The title I have changed a little bit, that by including the Himalaya into it, climate change and the Himalaya, and it is very journal type of presentation, wherein I had tried to give some scenarios what is happening in the Himalaya, and it is not based on my own study, rather it is more of a review of study. Most of the presentation, I believe they might have indicated about the importance of the mountains as such under the changing climate scenario. But the most important thing which we need to understand is while this global change is happening or global climate change is happening, the all the regions are not equally affected. Rather, the vulnerability towards climate change is uh, uh, more of it may be very high to a particular uh, region or particular ecosystem, whereas the other ecosystem might not be that much affected. In that context, the mountain ecosystems have emerged one amongst the most vulnerable ecosystems on the planet Earth. This is a well accepted norm now. And if we see these ecosystems, they are the most sensitive towards climate change. This is again well understood, and this sensitivity is not only in one sphere, rather biological sphere, but it is the sensitivity which is reflected across physical, biological, and social spheres. If we see the mountains, then only 24% of the globe is under mountains. This is almost one-fourth. But if you see the contribution of these mountains, you can see that 50% of human population directly or indirectly depends on the ecosystem services of mountains. And if we just consider the biological diversity or life, then 50% of global biodiversity hotspots are located in the mountain system. So that way, these mountains are very important both for life as well as for sustaining the humanity. Let us now come to the Himalaya. When we speak of mountains, then Himalaya, they assume the most significant priority amongst the global mountains. And this is because of their massiveness. And when I speak of massiveness, it is basically in three dimensions concurrently, three transitions rather. One, that is, it is uh, having more than nearly 3,000 meter chain, 3,000 kilometer chain from east to west. And along this chain, whole system of climate changes. While in east, we all know it is the warm, humid climate. And when we reach the Trans-West Himalaya, then it is all deserted climate. So that way, this huge chain determines the diversity and complexity of the region. Similarly, we have the transition of south to north, nearly more than 2,050 kilometer distance. And the most important aspect which is related with the Himalaya is the verticality. In verticality, none of the global mountain is comparable to Himalaya. And this is, we are right from 300 meter to more than 8,000 meter. So all these three transitions and these three dimensions make the Himalaya most diverse and complex. And the richness of biophysical and life support values are enshrined in these three transitions of Himalaya. But as we all know, the Himalayas are the young mountain chains. And when it is young, then the dynamism is associated with that youngness. And we all know that these are massive, and that means they are diverse. So these two factors, the dynamism and diversity, makes the Himalaya complex and also sensitive or vulnerable to various factors. So that way, the Himalaya has been identified as one amongst the most vulnerable mountains. And when we speak of the evidences, let me take the evidences from physical spheres. Then the evidences which have come from different researches, they have clearly indicated that the warming in the Himalaya is several times more than the global average. This is one major fact about the Himalaya. Then the temperature increase in the regions are greater during the winter. This has also been established. A warming trend of about 0.5 degrees centigrade between 1985 to 2002. It has been established in Bhutan. Decrease in precipitation over 68% of India's area over the last century. This has also been established through the studies. And study from Uttarakhand, if we come to western part of Himalaya, the study from Uttarakhand indicates that the annual rainfall in Alaknanda Valley has decreased by 3.91 millimeter between 1991 to 2001 study. So this way, the evidences of research are available, which clearly indicate what is happening due to these climate change. Then, as we all know that the Himalaya is well known for its glacier systems, and these glacier systems are not just a physical system, rather they are basically the life support systems for entire the landscape of India. So that way, the Himalayan in the researches on glaciers in the Himalaya, that has indicated that most glaciers in the Himalaya have retreated since the Little Ice Age. This has been established. The rate of glacier retreat in the Himalaya varies from 12 meter to 60 meter per year. It differs from glacier to glacier, but it is well established that the glaciers are retreating. Glaciers in Indian Himalayan regions have shown cumulative negative mass ice balance. So these are all these are all evidences available through deep researches, and they indicate as to how the climate change is impacting upon our physical systems. And these physical systems, as we know regarding the glaciers, they influence our whole life system, be it related to agriculture or the forest systems or the meadow systems. I have collected some of the information, more deeper information on biological responses to climate change. Then the global studies have clearly indicated that the timing of biological events or the phenology has changed. Morphology, physiology, and behavior of species is changing, and species distribution ranges are changing. So these are the outcomes which have come from the global researches. And when we say that the timings of biological events or phenology is changing, then we all know that it would be influencing many things. For example, if an insect, a pollinator, which is dependent on a specific flower, then if the timing of that flower changes, but that is not impacting upon the phenology of that insect or the life of that insect, then the mismatch will be there, and that will be very disastrous, that we all know. So all these impacts or all these influences of climate change need to be understood and need to be taken note of while we think of any type of interventions or any type of planning. I would just give some examples which have come from our own research or our team's research in the Himalaya. One of the study which we are conducting in timberline zone of Himalaya, wherein Sikkim, Uttarakhand, and Kashmir has been taken into consideration, that clearly indicates that the surface temperature lapse rate which we have recorded, it clearly indicates that the temperature lapse rate is less in higher Himalaya than the expected one. That means the warming in those areas is higher than the expected one. So this is a very important aspect of, this is very important finding, in my opinion, which need to be considered or which need to be taken into consideration. These are some other facts about the temperature lapse rate which have come from our research. You can see that the temperature lapse rate in winter months, December, January, and February, in all three transects is less. That means the winters are warming more faster, or the rate of warming is higher in winters. So all these facts or this temperature increase has implication for the higher Himalaya and subsequently the services which emanate from higher Himalaya. This is the flow chart which I have borrowed from my professor, Professor S.P. Singh. This clearly indicates as to how that the climate change is impacting upon various factors. It is due to this warming, depletion of treeless vegetation from lower mountain summits is expected. Increase in the fraction of elevation range under trees, higher upper elevation range of vegetation under the woody vegetation and reduced snow cover and reduced albedo is expected. And all these have implication. Let me give this example. You see on the left hand side, this is the photograph wherein these goats and sheep, they are basically dependent on these alpines. Similarly, on the right side, you can see that this is the natural system of the timberline zone. And here, if the warming goes up, the expectation is that this woody vegetation will slowly occupy these meadows, and that means the meadows will shrink. And these meadows are not just the feeding ground for these goats and sheep. Rather, these meadows are the homeland for the endemics, native species, for which Himalaya is known for. So once these meadows are occupied by the woody vegetation, that means we would be facing problem in multiple spheres, right from the livelihood aspects, wherein our dependence or the dependence of the pastoral communities is there, and but more importantly, the sensitivity or the sensitive elements of biodiversity, they would be facing problem. On the right hand side, you can see that the abyss pindro is giving way to the chromoles of rhododendron campanulatum, and the study by our group clearly indicates that these chromoles or this rhododendron campanulatum is going up with a rate of 1.4 meter per year. So these are some initial outcomes of our study, which clearly indicate that the impacts of global warming or climate change are now impacting upon the systems in the Himalaya. And when I say system, they may range from the agricultural system to the forest system to the alpine ecosystems. Here, the another study which I wanted to quote here is again from our group. It is the study which we conducted on 5 Berberis species. These Berberis species are well known or recognized for their medicinal value. And this medicinal value is basically due to the berberine content which these species contain. And this study clearly indicates that there is a significant decline in berberine content with the increasing altitude. And this means that if the changes are there and the temperature would be changing along the altitude, then the properties of medicinal plants and such important plants would be changing. So all this is very important to be understood and to be taken note of. Then when this is the scenario, what is the future as to how we should go about? If you consider Indian Himalayan region, then we can clearly see four major resources. The land resource, we are 16.2% of country, 33.5% is wasteland in Himalaya, 22.4% under snow and barren cover. So this is nearly more than 55% is basically unutilized or not under any type of use. So how this can be brought into different uses, that is one part. Water, this is very important. As I indicated, the glacier systems, if you consider India, the whole 100% of glacier system is basically from the Himalaya. So any impact on these glacier system would be impacting upon entire India's ecological system. So we need to manage this water. The biodiversity, we are a biodiversity hotspot, global biodiversity hotspots. So that way, the management or sustainable use of this biodiversity becomes very important. More importantly, the human resource and particularly the ethnicity. We represent nearly 25% of India's ethnic groups, and these ethnic groups are treasure of traditional knowledge system. So as to how this knowledge system is brought into the fold, that is very important. So with these possibilities, let me just figure on what is the future prospect or future possibilities. I would start with a need for strong Himalayan climate change knowledge network. There is a very important, this is the urgency. We need to have this network wherein different agencies or people, for example, the ICR people, they are basically having information knowledge on agricultural system as to how agricultural systems are being affected by climate change. So, but the forest people, they have that knowledge of forest systems. So as to how we bring that knowledge system into a network and benefit each other, that is very important. Understand response patterns of biodiversity, especially the sensitive elements, as I indicated, the endemics, the native. For this, we need to strengthen R&D support, draw from diverse sets of best practices performed by indigenous communities. As I indicated, we are rich in indigenous community groups, so their knowledge base need to be used as to how they have survived over the centuries based on their knowledge and practices. Establish linkages between conservation and economic growth based by way of recognizing bioresources as source for sustainable income. This is yet another aspect, and I feel besides the agricultural system, the non-agricultural system, we will have to identify or we will have to consider the basically such groups which are not that much taken note of. For example, the medicinal plants, wild edible plants, they have huge potential, and under changing climate scenario, we will have to think over these groups also. Understand and manage climate hazards and climate change impacts in agricultural sector. This I believe already might have been covered by various speakers. there is a need to give due consideration to payment of ecosystem services and proper attention for harnessing these benefits. Payment of ecosystem services, as I indicated, that Himalaya provides so much of ecosystem services for downhill people or for plain people, but that appreciation is not there. So that way, there is a need to have that appreciation through payment of ecosystem services. Design and implement programs for mass awareness and capacity building. This is one foremost need. Place adequate emphasis on governance by way of promoting the best practices across the region. This becomes very important because both through the indigenous system of knowledge, as well as from the R&D based organizations and R&D based systems, we have success stories with us, which have worked very well in under changing scenario. So we need to take those examples and promote those best practices. Promote strategies and mechanisms for climate change adaptation. This is well known, but we will have to give equal emphasis to the traditional knowledge system as well as the current R&D based knowledge system. And we need to blend both the systems or both the knowledge systems to make climate smart communities in the Himalayas. So this is what we need to focus upon. And the most and foremost need is to bring agencies, people, experts together to work or to basically address the various implications or various impacts of changing climates. So with this, I thank you for this patience hearing, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rawal, for addressing the issues of Himalayas and the mountains. You rightly said that is mountains, one of the most sensitive ecosystem. Himalayas is young, dynamic, and the glaciers in Himalayas are retreating, and some of the future line of thinking that you suggested, that there must be a strong Himalayan climate change nodal network. That's very important, and you rightly said that there are many stakeholders: the agriculture people, the forestry people, the environment, the state governments. I think this sort of a activity network is extremely important, and it is all interlinked. And secondly, the payment of ecosystem services is actually very important. That has been neglected. Because many of the ecosystem services are being used by states down in the plains at the cost of hilly states, and there is hardly any provision for payment of ecosystem services, which is required. And this payment of ecosystem services in some of the meetings abroad I have seen is a very active issue. Then blending TKS with the current R&D knowledge, that is very important because the TKS has been developed by communities, local people over decades together, and therefore that knowledge has to be integrated with our current R&D knowledge and technologies. So thank you, Dr. Rawal. We come to the presentations of we come to the end of the presentations of session 1, and I was told that we won't have discussion, which was slated for 20 minutes because of the paucity of the time. And I would request the scientists who have some queries. I think they can talk or they can get in touch with all the speakers. They are accessible for their queries through WhatsApp, through phone, or through email. And I must conclude, I do not know whether the chairman, honorable chairman, is around. Dr. T.R. Sharma is around. Dr. Lakshmikant, is chairman around?
Let me see, sir. I think he's not there.
No, sir. He is in some other meeting, I think.
Okay. Dr. Yadav, is he around?
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
He is in some other meeting, sir.
Okay. So I take the privilege of concluding it. I see there were very good lectures representing crops, agriculture, crop diversification, Himalayan ecology, livestock sector, plant genetic resources, and the fishery sector. I think they were excellent lectures by various speakers, and some very good input was given by the speakers. And in spite of challenges in the hills like inaccessibility, fragility, marginality, diversity, heterogeneity, and human adaptation due to diverse habitats, and many other issues which were raised by the speakers, like small marginal farmers in the region having small holdings, and most important, that the Himalayas or the region is very vulnerable to climate change and hence to the disasters. But there are opportunities also. A lot of opportunities exist in the forms of the region is very rich. I said that it's very rich in biodiversity, agrobiodiversity. There's a lot of scope on bioprospecting, value addition, utilization of agrobiodiversity in IPR, and exploitation of off-season advantage in growing vegetables, exotic European flowers, seed production, growing high value and low volume cash crops, saffron, black cumin, etc. And then, the organic agriculture or organic culture in growing fruits, vegetables, honey, mushrooms, medicinal and aromatic plants. So though we have challenges, but we have opportunities also. And all these speakers really have given very good strategies in different sectors. I must thank all these speakers sincerely, Dr. H.S. Gupta, Dr. D.V. Singh, Dr. Patnaik, Dr. Raval, Dr. Mahesh Chandar, and Dr. N.N. Pandey for making very good, excellent presentations and really exposing us to some new views, ideas. And I'm sure these new ideas in dealing with in bringing, sustainable livelihood and nutritional security under changing climate in the northwestern Himalayan region would be very helpful. So I won't take much time because we have been delayed considerably, and another session has to start soon. So with these words, I thank the Honorable Chairman, who is not here, and all the speakers, and above all, the organizers, the Director, Dr. Lakshmikant, for giving opportunity to all of us so that we could share our views. Thank you so much, and over to Dr. Lakshmikant.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm extremely grateful and thank profusely the chairman, Honorable Dr. T.R. Sharma, sir, the co-chairman, Dr. S.K. Sharma, sir, the esteemed keynote speakers, and the invited speakers of this session for indulging us and opening new dimensions of inquiry and thoughts for hill agriculture development and sustenance. The session had been so worthwhile by suggesting the models and strategies to strengthen livelihood security in hills in the present climate change era. I thank you all. Now we will break for lunch. The next session will start at 2 p.m. Kindly join us at 2 for the next session. Thank you.
कि 15 मिनट में क्या कहेगी
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
What time we have to join, Dr. Lakshmikant?
We'll meet at 2 now.
It is already, I think, 1:50 or so.
There's hardly time for the lunch.
It should be at least some time.
Actually, sir, वो कई speaker का time बड़ा tight है. Otherwise, they will.
Time तो tight है जो लोग
स्टार्ट कर लें 2-1 हो गया। Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. I welcome you all to the second session for the day, which is Technologies for Productivity Enhancement, Resource Conservation and Income Generation. I welcome the chairman of the session, Dr. Arnav Patnaik, sir, Director ICAR IIAB Ranchi. It gives me immense pleasure that I am having the opportunity to introduce our respected chairman, sir. Dr. Arunav Patnaik, Director, ICAR, Indian Institute of Agricultural Biotechnology, Ranchi, started his career as a scientist in 1986 at ICAR Research Complex for Northeastern Himalayan region, Shillong, Meghalaya, and initially worked on plant protoplasts, haploids, and then on both crop breeding and biotechnology. He developed plant regeneration protocol from rice protoplasts, CMS transfer through protoplast fusion, transgenic plant, and doubled haploid in rice. As the principal breeder, he has developed 11 rice varieties, 6 of which at present cover about 90,000 hectares in northeastern Himalayas, played a prominent role in seed village and ride landscape development in Meghalaya and Assam. As a group leader, he has contributed more than 3,000 crop germplasm to the National Repository and to 2 core collections. Dr. Patnaik took over as director of ICAR Vivekanand Parvati Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan Almora in March 2015. Under his guidance, the institute released 27 varieties, contributed 12 biofortified lines to ACRIP, and supplied technologies to 24 state and union territories of India, and also obtained 2 patents. The institute also figured among the 53 organizations, companies selected by FICCI for technology export to Ethiopia. For his research contributions and leadership in science and technology, Dr. Patnaik has been conferred with prestigious awards like ICAR Award for Team Research in 1997, ICAR Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed Award in 2009 and 2018, to name a few. With these words, I welcome you, sir. Also, it is a matter of great privilege that Dr. D.K. Yadav, ADG Seed ICAR, will be co-chairing the session. I would present a brief biodata of our co-chair of this session to our participants. Dr. D.K. Yadav, presently Assistant Director, Journal Seed, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi, since 2017. He is basically a brassica breeder, served for 6 years as Head Division of Seed Science and Technology at IARI, New Delhi. He has contributed in the development and release of 17 varieties of mustard and 3 varieties of pulses. Early maturing mustard varieties, namely Pusa mustard 25, PM27, PM28, PM26, and RGN 145, have provided greater choice to farmers under changing climate scenario. He has bred 5 low erucic acid varieties, namely Pusa mustard 21, 22, 24, 29, 30, 32, and country's first 00 canola quality variety, Pusa 00 mustard 31. Dr. Yadav contributed significantly in the development of state seed rolling plans with latest released varieties of field crops and bringing down the varietal mismatches from 34.7 in 2015-16 to 17.4% during 2019-20. He has been conferred with many prestigious awards and recognitions like Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award 2017, Dr. B.P. Pal Memorial Award 2012, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences Recognition Award in 2018, a few to mention. He has been elected as Fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences for his path-breaking research. Sir, we accord you a hearty welcome. For this session, we have Dr. P.K. Mishra and Dr. R.P. Yadav as rapporteurs. Now, I request respected Chairman and Co-Chairman, Sir, to take over the session for further proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kusagra, and all my colleagues at VPKs, all my seniors who are in this session and who are there as attendees in this. In this session, we have Padma Bhushan Dr. Anil Joshi ji, who is a very well-known proponent of the development of hills. And many people say, many activists, I would say he's a human activist for the humanity. He works for the humanity. No further introduction, I'll give it for him because his lecture itself will introduce what he is. So very welcome you, sir. And after a long time, we are seeing each other. I expect that with your leadership, the hill farmers are growing well. We have Dr. R.C. Srivastava. The only thing I'll say that one of the pioneers of water harvesting technology in this country is with us. And the kind of rainwater harvesting structure that we are proposing today and the polyline tanks that we are proposing today, he is one of the first scientists who actually developed a design for it. And the tank he developed at Almora still survives. I think, sir, it was developed in 1978, if I'm not wrong, and it's still surviving. And there are now many new modifications. So we cannot have someone other than him to talk about the soil and water conservation in the hills. And he has spent almost 16 years, as he said, and has a lot of experience. And that was later on taken over by Dr. Anil Srivastava ji, who is also the ex-director of BPKs and attending this section. So, and then we have Dr. J.C. Rana as one of the speakers. I think one of the most experienced and knowledgeable person as far as the underutilized crops in this country goes, and a very knowledgeable person and a very knowledgeable speaker about the value of millets and the underutilized crops and their improving their potential as well as marketing in this country. Welcome you, sir, and I don't think at this point of time we have someone better than you in this area to speak on this subject. We have Dr. Sovana, although I have not met her personally, but what I have read about her work in developing healthy food choices in millets is excellent. And I think this entire group, as well as those who are in the YouTube, will be benefited from what he speaks. And I think we'll get new ideas about the better utilization of the hill crops. Welcome, Dr. Jesse Bhatt, sir. I'm sorry I could not see you earlier. Then we have Dr. Alok Kalra. I think he has been working for the medicinal and aromatic plants in the hills for a very long time and has an immense contribution in this area. And the new dimension that he will give it to him, I think will bring in new ideas and new source of income for the farming system of the hill farmers. And then finally we have Dr. Lakshmikant, who, although a wheat breeder, is a very knowledgeable person on the technological interventions that are required for the hill agriculture, and has been a technology promoter for the ICAR BPK's technologies. And I think I do not have enough time to list the kind of technologies that he has promoted and commercialized, which are developed by ICAR BPKs. And finally, I welcome Dr. D.K. Yadav, who is very well-known master breeder. And under his leadership, both BPKS as well as the entire seed industry and the seed group in ICAR has grown like anything. Although he is ADG seed, I think anyone can really approach him and ask for help, whether he belongs to his institute or he does not belong to his group of institutes. I welcome you, sir, the wonderful person, Dr. D.K. Yadav. With this, I also thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to be the chairman of this session. But I think we have very big stalwarts in this group. And now I will request Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Anil Joshi ji to start his presentation. And if there is a brief biodata to be presented by Dr. Kusagra, you can go ahead. Otherwise, I think
I don't think, Dr. Patnaik, I don't think that's a part of formality. We have been repeatedly doing. See, I know everyone, everybody knows me. I don't think we should do that. Let me, because I have another important things to do after. So
okay, sir, please go ahead. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, please. I don't think. Thank you very much for this invite, and I'm very delighted to see again the great scientist and the currently the director Patnaik Sahab. I'm very I was very was wondering that whether I will be able to meet you next time, where I did not know that this will be the time we'll be meeting again. So this is a very important intervention and a topic which we are currently discussing, and I always find VPK has been doing very discussing and doing wonderful work, and the discussion always on lines where the community somewhere is benefited with it. I will not shy away from some of the other important areas and the points which I think I have an opportunity to speak here with for. These technological intervention, sustainable livelihood in the Northwest Himalayas, I would like to say we really need to understand what the technology, how we define a technology. Technology is based on a knowledge that help make use of resources, and that knowledge transfer is a technology, which is a practice that we do out of a knowledge available with us. In rural context, and especially when we are talking in Himalayas, there are various limiting factors too, which really need to acknowledge. While doing that, we currently in the mountains are, we are in a two-pronged needs we always have been. That is the practical needs, and then the strategic needs, where the strategic needs we can categorize them as a part of the livelihood, how best we can do. But sometime when the sustainability word have been frequently being used, and that became famous when Stockholm meeting in 1972 described that the future has to be made sustainable, and it happened because many things which were degenerating. So Stockholm environmental list meet thought that let us be very serious about on our development programs, where the technology and knowledge and the development that we have been doing should not harm the environment ultimately beyond a point. And that was the reason why sustainability came ever since. And I always have been finding ever since that no program, no project, no initiative are taken where the word sustainability had not been being used. And at the same time, MDG goals, SDG goals, around all these things, we have been talking sustainability, 1972, and it is 2021. Now, let us also review what is sustainable ever since. Whether the economy we were all after is sustainable, or the different initiative that we have been taking, are they really sustainable? Our population is sustainable? What the resources that support a farming to the horticulture, to the human life, are they sustainable? What is sustainable? Sometimes it surprises me. I don't think anything is sustainable till date. Our approach somewhere is basically at root level is not the one which we should have been taught since the beginning. Ecology and economy should go together. And if any talk we are thinking, any program we have been talking, it has to be ecology inclusive economy, and that we have not been able to do. And that is the reason I don't think anything today in the Himalayan farming system we look into, because of many a reason, we have not been very productive. Maybe that an experiment that we taken and a very protective kind of a farming, we can take a better produce, but by and large, we had lost hundreds of things ever since for the last 5-6 decades. You will agree with me, because if the water is to come, it is the forests have been lost and the water have stooped down, that they discharge the water, different bodies that had not been able to, quality of soil have also gone down. The forest which used to serve the society and rearing the animals we had been dependent upon, they're all time either in a fire, or the quality of species have also disappeared. So I think we'll have to be very corrective in our approach of so-called sustainability. So I believe that how the sustainability can come, can be thought. We believe that let us define a sustainability in a different fashion. If we are on a time in the mountain, subsistence, we used to grow for our consumption, and that was a kind of a subsistence, and where there was a slight sustainability, because everything was around. The villages where the farming, the animals, the forest, the water, they were all in one level. They were sustainable, and there was a kind of a sustainability. And at the same time, we have been, we know that in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 decades, we have not been even sustainable in our approach. Because if you look into the farming, I can see that some of the initiative, for example, Pattayak Sahab had just mentioned that you have also been working on the water harvesting, because it is a support to the farm land. Then you have been for the economy of the farmer, if it is not very productive land, something which can further support their farming as a part of So whole thing now have to be looked, unless you are surplus, you cannot be subsist. You cannot call it as a sustainability. We have been working on and thinking that how best we can do. In particularly, I have always been thinking that you cannot deny in the mountain system, most safer, which has not been earlier said. It was earlier we used to say that the farming in the mountain is not very productive. Of course not. But at the same time, we had been saying it is against the ecosystem, because aggressive farming causes the loss of the soil and many other things we had been adding in the past. But I believe that even today, if we really are serious about in the mountain ecosystem, we'll have to go for a system where we can take and address both economy and ecology. And I can say that we currently have a very good example. We have been quoting all time. The Himachal Pradesh is doing wonderful, where we have the farming, the orchard development, and so on, collectively rank Himachal Pradesh one of the very a state in the country which is producing huge amount of horticulture and produce, and they are said to be their turnover. And I think that's a very important input that the state had been doing. Y.S. Parmar ever since came thought two things only: how best they can create an infrastructure which can transport the produce from the remote rural areas to the close, and then they created Y.S. Parmar Agriculture University, which did the wonder, and that changed the whole economic scenario of the Himachal Pradesh. It is sometimes politically statement given that we are not kind of a Himachal Pradesh. Our model should have maybe the different, but by and large, I believe that the Himachal Pradesh or the orchard that they had been all after, see, it gives you both ecology and economy, because the tree you grow up on the mountain, which is a very fragile, which is for the marginal farmer, where an inaccessibility, another factor, we can only do best while we raise an orchard, and along with the orchard, whatever supplementary things we can do, the bee farming and the goat farming and so on, that can only be model which can be placed as a sustainable, in my opinion. And I know up to very extent, VPKs and many other institute are working, but I have some other points to add here which are very important. You see, how can we identify ourselves? We are identified in the country as an Himalayan states, but whether our resources are equally identified, addressed in that standard, so that if I am a farmer, I produce something which the Punjab farmer cannot produce, and I have been tagged with the produce which in my domain, and I go to the market for value addition or as such, I get a better prices for that. That's the one advantage to become an Himalayan resident. I believe if we grow wheat, paddy, but exactly on the line with the other farmers are doing in the flat land, I don't think I'm going to add any values of my being an Himalayan states. So to me, it has always been, when I was in childhood, we used to grow many millets. Well, in 2.5 decades ago, when we had been shouting that why not to have ecological farming only possible when we do not go for an aggressive kind of farming, we better go for a millets. And for that, we raise the millet issues, not only because it is an ecological crop, but also because we were different from other states. And also, if we value add it, we can go in the market with making a product which the others cannot grow and do the market. But therefore, I personally feel that we really need to understand the Himalaya first, its ecology, its variations, variability, and the produce that we can grow, other cannot, maybe the one of the very important input we can think we can do the better. And regional specificity, you know, the whole mountain, right from the subtropical to temperate to the alpine, have a different climatic zone. Can we specifically define? We at HESCO had been trying that each valley should be tagged with either it is a pulses valley, it is an apple valley, it is and the valley that produce something which is more suitable to that ecosystem. We have been thinking and we are working on that line too, and we motivated the state government also, and have been talking to the various front that a particular valley has a very agroclimatic different specific zone. We should concentrate to that, and this is a fact that since ages community had been doing different kind of farming, crop, spices, and so on, so on, so on. Let us do a tagging procedure. I'll request to the PVKs also, if we can make a study, whole Uttarakhand we can divide, or the whole Himalayan, what is that valley important for, and not only important for the community had been doing, and at the same time, whether the whole ecosystem of that valley suit to that particular crop, that valley should be tagged that this valley is known for that, and it is happening worldwide in many places. But I think marketing is the ultimate thing which we believe is important. I believe that if we can work on those lines, we have very important institute with us, like VPK, GB Pant Agriculture University, and so on. But at the same time, we really need to understand the support supplementary resources for the farming, that is the forest, water, soil, and so on. Even if the soil, but I would like to say we are losing soil very fast. If we can do something, which earlier we used to have the litter that used to fall from the forest collected and put as a cattle bed, it used to become a soil for the, and it was ultimately by nature organic kind of a produce. We can do an organic farming for anything that we grow, because the limiting factor we should consider both. We should not use much of the chemical in the Himalayan mountain ecosystem. It's a very fragile, but at the same time we can take advantage of something which can make our soil organic. So these are the, in my opinion, and the last thing I would like to say, the challenge is, I think we still have a knowledge gaps, and both knowledge gaps I would place not if the VPK has been doing wonderful work, there has to be a mechanism which they're tying to, but whether we have been able to reach everywhere, we have so used Govind Ballabh Pant Agriculture University, but have we been able to reach each and every mountain in inaccessible areas? That I place as a knowledge gap. And at the same time, there is a gap within the research also. Should we not think seriously that some of the areas which community feel are priorities, which we have not in many cases able to identify what the gap, what the gaps are in the villages and remote villages, particularly their different resources. If we can do that kind of a gap and make it as an ecological and economic kind of a initiative, because it is a high time, not only the mountain, whole country and globally. Ecology and economy must go together, and it is the agriculturist only, the farmers only can only do this great job by thinking online ecology inclusive economy, because it is the farms which take most of the water. It is the farm which is the most time remain green. It is the farmer only who can raise a forest on one hand, raise in the burns. So I think they are the best ambassador of ecosystem. If they can be trained also, well, they are all, of course, already, but I think if that provision can also be kept in mind while we are supporting Himalayas need a different attention. We'll have to all agree. And for that, I think VPKs and other who are working different institute should also think interlinkages also collectively, how Himalayas should be taken care of. And the state government is there as a user of the knowledge that we generate in the different places. I again thank you for this invite. I'm here, but I seriously would say Himalayan needs a right kind of farming system, and it is the only livelihood. It is the only livelihood that can generate employment to hundreds and thousands of people of the Himalayan. No other option, in I believe, is possible other than the farming and agriculture and horticulture. I don't think there is anything other than we can think reaching the large number of people in the mountain system. Thank you very much. That's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi ji. It was wonderful and something that touched our heart, to be very, very honest. I think you made very, I could at least pick up 3 very key points from your lecture. Is that it's very, very important that how do, as Pahadi, we develop our own identity with our produce and the resources that we have. So therefore, I think it's very important that all the hill states need to pay attention to develop an identity for their produce and resources, like we have for Munsiari Rajma or the Badrinath or Amarnath Laddu kind of thing. The others also, I think, need to pay attention to this. And another important point that made is the location specificity of crops and the cropping systems, which are actually beneficial to that area. That is very, very important. And I think if Dr. H.S. Gupta sir also is around, he has been describing and talking about this in the Northeast for maybe 15, 16 years. And it was being practiced. Slowly, it became a part of the system in that area. And another very, very important point that you made is that instead of changing the entire farming system, what are the supplementary resources that actually we can put into the system so that the entire system productivity increases? These are very, very important, and I think will go a long way in developing the agriculture in the entire hills. I thank you very much, sir, for this thought-provoking lecture. And now I invite Dr. R.C. Srivastava, sir. Dr. R.C. Srivastava, sir, I think he does not need an introduction for most of the people who is there in this group. But still, I would say that he started his career as a water technology scientist in VPK's Almora. And then he did some pioneering research in the water technology development and rainwater harvesting.
You don't take tea, I know that.
From there, he went to ICR, the ICR Institute at Andaman and was the director there for the entire term.
Do you have any question in your mind?
Sir, questions I think we will take at the end maybe. And then from there he joined at the as the vice chancellor of the Central Agriculture University at Pusa. Currently, he is the vice chancellor of the Central Agriculture University at Pusa. So I'm not giving a very big introduction because your introduction is pretty big, and since everyone knows about you, we would better save time in giving an introduction and listening to you from water harvesting for the hills, which is very, very important area. And now I request you, sir, to take over and give your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for nice words. Yes, I started my scientific career from VPK Almora, and I have a very fond memory of that institute. The work which I did is nothing can be more satisfying to a scientist that even after 40 years, that work is remembered and that work is still continuing there. So I thank you all. Thank to all my friends there who are still working. Jadip is, I'm seeing Jadip there, and Dr. Anil Srivastava was there after a few years. Then Jesse Bhatji nahi dekh. Anyway, the question when this topic came to me, Namaskar, what's up? So when this topic came to me about the sustainability of the Himalaya agriculture, hill agriculture we talk about, I was just trying to recollect back what I wrote and was trying to get a hand on my few papers, but somehow I couldn't get that. So whatever I will be speaking from my own memory only, whatever memories I have for Almora and what I think of now of Almora. For hills, the situation will change. But when we were working 25, 30 years back, that time we were talking about the food security because we were still shortfall of the hills. Even today also hills are dependent upon the food supply from the plains. Not at the, I don't think they have become the food sufficient. The villages have become food sufficient in the morning. We are talking about the transport bottlenecks, but now the time has come with the more transport. There's no more problem that there will be a landslide and the people will be not getting the food gains for 15 days to 20 days like that. Now we need to make our priorities very clear. Three things we have to see. First is the food production. What are the cereals, pulses we can grow. Then horticulture production. Should we shift, how much we should shift to the horticulture crops, and then livestock, how much we need to invest on our fodders and the fodder crops. So, among the food production, only 20% area is cultivable. Let us talk about the land resources. If I remember correctly, most of the area which is under cultivation is the bit of the valley, a part of a valley. Otherwise, it is type 4 class 4 lands, or class 6 or class 7 lands. So the agricultural lands are prone to erosion. We are facing the problem of the erosion at all, and there has been a drastic reduction in the carrying capacity of those lands. So that's one thing, that how we are going to make a crop planning, whether it be the food producer, whether it be the horticulture producer or the for the livestock, to be matching or sustainable as far the land resources are concerned. Our land resources have been reducing. We already had only 20% land. I don't think there has been any increase. No, nobody will allow any increase in the cultivated area there. We don't need also. But at the same time, the population has increased significantly. So we need the people so that these lands can create jobs. So how we are going to create the jobs? The jobs has to come from the horticulture and the animal sciences, for which we have got plenty of potential. And even among the food crops, those food crops, what Dr. Joshi was talking, Anil Joshi was talking, millets, madua, madira, we had got gahak, we had got kulthi. These are the food now today, when we are talking about smart food, when we are talking of the food which are being, people are willing, these have got now developed the market. So that when we are doing what Mr. Anil Joshi was talking, that we can have a value, this value and that, we have to not only think of the valleys, we have to think of the hills also, uplands, where we can have now we can sit from the rice, we can sit from the wheat, we can go for the malwa, we can go for the madira, we have got a lot of potential, then gahar, then kulthi, which has now we can say they have become a part of the smart food. We can categorize them as smart food and according to the land resources. And at the same time, now the water resources also, the springs have dried up. I remember when we were talking about when we joined that time, Almora was being taught that why Almora became the capital of Kumaon. Almora was declared the capital of Kumaon because it has got 300 plus springs. By the time in 1978, when we joined, there were hardly 10 to 15 springs in the city. And later on, those springs, I don't know that you will be able to tell it, that how many springs are surviving. I don't think not more than last 2 years back I was there. I had gone for a holiday and I found not more than 2-3 springs are still functioning, even not 2-3. So those springs who are drying up, how we are going to manage the water resources, not only because I saw the Kosi River, the Kosi flow in the Kosi River, it has reduced to a trickle. I remember in 78, 79, when we joined, there was sufficient flow in the Kosi River. And to be honest, I almost, it was like crime that seeing the face of the Kosi when it has got almost trickle in this. I don't know from where the Almora is getting their water in now. One of the rivulets, it was confluencing in Kosi. I was working on the hydrology of that rivulet, and what I found that rivulet has dried totally. So this reduction in the water resources, the reduction in the land resources, carrying capacity of the land resources we need a totally different approach to the crop planning in the hills. Then comes the fertility. I hope Dr. Lakshmikant will be able to, we should celebrate that 50 years of that long-term fertility trial. I think after a year or two, I think that will complete 50 years of that. I hope Dr. Lakshmikant will be able to say whether it is still, I hope they are continuing with that. Because VPKs has been during those periods, we started many path-breaking experiments. That was one fertility trial. VPKs has been home to the first, your maize hybrid, BL54. Now, even the spices, when we talk of the spices, why those spices, I'm forgetting the name of that spices, which was being grown in the Miami Glacier area. Because before I left, I was almost to go there to install a drip irrigation system there. Probably if I would have got that, I couldn't do that. That is one of the thing I miss still, that no, I couldn't do that. Installing a drip irrigation system at a height of 12,000 feet. But those spices have got a huge market today. So need not that we go for the crops which require more water, which require more productive land. Our land at the hills are not able to have the carrying capacity. So what I will request VPKs now to go for crop planning. Crop planning so that our crops are compatible to our land resources, our water resources, our carrying capacity, or the money which that can go. They can get the money, the farmers can get the income from that. I think that's the way when you are going to, for discussing your EFC, you are going to discuss your 5-year program. We have to do it in such a way that the hill ecosystem remains sustainable. Climate change, because the hills has got like a very typical climate again, weather. You get 2 seasons, you have got a bimodal rainfall pattern. You get the rainfall during the monsoon, you get the rainfall in the winters. So utilizing that winter rainfall, you need to and then prepare a crop plan accordingly. So what I will request to Dr. Lakshmikant and his team, please go for the crop planning in such a way, make a crop planning. Maybe you may have to shift your breeding program to put up more stress on the crops which are now going to be smart food, going to serve the people more. Like when we were there, we were talking about the summer vegetables. Those vegetables were not being grown in the plains, and they had got a very huge market: cauliflower, capsicum, and tomato. But now, with the protected cultivation, you are able to grow those crops even in the plains, so that market is lost. I don't think there is anything big market in that. So you have to shift your research strategy, which has got a market. Now, Madhua Madhya, that time you are thinking, but now that has got a market. I remember Dr. Devan Mohan was the breeder of millets, and he used to say, when I was talking about the water, he used to say, if you can give me water, I can produce even 3.5 tons of the Madhua here. But that time, 3.5 tons of Madhua was not going to be returns. Today, when Madhua is going to give you 50 rupees, costing 50 rupees in the malls per kg, even one of my colleagues, because we have started a program, we are starting in this area, summer millets, which we can plant sometime in the February, March, and harvest it before the onset of the monsoon. We are talking about the Madhua like that. So can we think of food, because it has become profit? So we have to identify these smart food crops which we can grow with limited amount of the water, limited amount of the soil fertility, because our soils are poor. They have to take care. This much I remember today. Whatever I have spoken, just based on my memory during those days, I hope I have done justice to the topic. But I have spoken from my heart, and this is the place where, since I started my career, so I still love that place, and wish you all the best. Wish you all the best, PPKs, and all my colleagues who work with me, who are still working. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you, sir. I think it was wonderful, although you did not have a presentation, but I think all the basic points that are required for the hills have been included in this, and a very beautiful and memorable bridge between the olden days and the current days have been made, and everything was remembered and refreshed. Thank you very much for this, and I think you have made a very important point, which is not only important for the agronomist or the engineers, but also important for the breeders, that they need to work together to plan a crop and develop the genotype, the agronomy, and the machines and the water technology for the entire this thing. I thank you very much, sir, for your time and your valuable inputs in this session. Now it's time to invite Sir Dr. Srivastava.
I will be joining it later on if possible.
Sir, if you can continue, we'll be very, very delighted. Now I invite Dr. J.C. Rana, sir, to present his lecture. I'll just give a brief biodata of Dr. J.C. Rana. I think if I do not do this, I'll feel bad. So kindly allow me just 1 minute.
Okay.
Please allow me 1 minute. I'm taking out your time. Dr. J.C. Rana is a PhD in genetics from HPKVB Palampur, Himachal Pradesh, and is a postdoctorate from in molecular breeding from South China Agriculture University. सर मैंने ढूंढ के निकाला है ये बनाया इसलिए टाइम दीजिए. He is currently the country coordinator for the JIP project of Biodiversity International, and as I said, also he is the head of the germplasm evolution division at NBPGR. As I said in the beginning, he is one of the biggest experts that we have now in the country on the underutilized crops. So his main interest area of research was plant genetic resource management and on farm conservation. With respect to underutilized and neglected crops, which are more climate resilient and are finding new ways in the market as well as in the sustainable agricultural system. He has 20 genetic stocks registered in his name, and he worked in collaboration with ISBT Palampur and has a huge volume of publications. I had maybe 10 years back, I had a chance to have a look at his publications. That time it was this big, and I hope it has still increased a bit. Maybe now it's nearing around 200, sir, if I'm not wrong. At that time, it was more than 180. So I expect in 10 years, at least 20 have been added. So maybe 200 plus publications he has. And then he has many awards and honors to his credit. The Golden Peacock Award, International Buckwheat from International Buckwheat Association in 2019. Dr. B.R. Barwale Award of ISPGR in 2018. ICR MS Swaminathan Award for Outstanding Research in Hill Agriculture 2015. Dr. R.B. Igbote Prize for Outstanding Research in Plant Breeding in 2013. The Best Citizen Award in 2013. SAGES Recognition Award 2012. Various PDF fellowships. Then ICR NARC Visiting Scientist in 2000. And ICR UNDP Fellowship in 1984. It's a big list. I have just summed up with a few. He's a fellow of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Indian Society of Genetics and Plant Breeding, and the Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources. As I said, he is an expert on neglected and underutilized crops and millets. So I invite you, sir, to give a lecture on neglected and underutilized species, enhancing climate resilience and nutritional security. Dr. J.C. Rana, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for nice words. And I thank Dr. Lakshmikant and whole team of BPK Sarmoda. I was there for 3 days. Just yesterday we came along with Dr. H.S. Gupta, and they're doing wonderful work over there. Thank you very much for inviting, for giving a lecture. So I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Just put it on slide mode. Now it's fine, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll be speaking on neglected and underutilized, which is primarily called NUS, and how they are being used for enhancing climate resilience and nutritional security. The structure of my lecture would be that why we need this kind of crops, and how they provide solution, better solution, and what should be the way forward. These are the few. As you know, the challenges that globe is suffering with a lot of malnutrition, overweight, obesity, and there are a lot of figures that you can see how many people are suffering with so many non-communicable diseases. Climate change, since morning we are talking about, and it is a reality now that we are facing, and hills is one of the example. And we were discussing 2 days back in Almora that they have not received rainfall for the last 4 or 5 years, the 4 or 5 months. The whole Rabi season this time is going under tremendous stress of water. We could witness some of the wheat fields that are totally dry now. So those are the kind of changes that we are witnessing. Land degradation is one of the main major challenge. It's not only due to that we are not cultivating, but a lot of pressure is there on agriculture land, that is climate change and wildlife. A lot of Shivalik hills, you see, a lot of mid-Himalaya region where land is degraded now. The wasteland, the cultivated land has been changed to a wasteland and just growing weeds and all this. So that is also a challenge for us. The biodiversity is shrinking, and the number of crops that are providing food for us are very few, whereas most of them are neglected. So if you look at the current scenario that we are looking at, the food basket has become narrow, the crop diversity of the field, it has gone out of the cultivated field. So as a result, if you look at the India stand at various index that have been calculated worldwide, and probably we are not comfortable in any of the index that relates to either nutritional security or poverty or hunger. So that is really a challenge for us. These are another index that is health or human index or India. Wherever you see in all the rank, we are not comfortable in any of the index. So that is really, we need that how we can implement our policies, because policy paralysis is there. Recently, I just want to share you that we are calculating agrobiodiversity index for the country. So when you look at the status of agrobiodiversity in the country and the action plan that we have made, and we are very much comfortable, and we stand somewhere in the number 1 in some cases and 8th in some cases. So when we are so rich with agrobiodiversity and our action plans, and probably their implementation part is lacking, and that's why the policies that we are planning for the use of agrobiodiversity are not being implemented the way they should have been implemented, and that's why we are standing somewhere in the very low in this index. If you look at the kind of obesity, it has also hit all classes of not only the poor but the rich as well. The country of micronutrient deficiency, if you look at the index from 1986 to 2011, some of the countries they are doing very well now. They have improved. If you look at the 61, 86, and then 2011. But if you look at the color of the India graph, that's not very much comfortable. Still, it's a little bit improvement is there. Similarly, if you look at the different states, that how this fasting has increased, and states like Punjab, Haryana, which are very big, are even suffering with that. Again, the anemia prevalence in the India and the world. So these are really a challenging figure, and how we can meet those risks that we have. Probably nuts crops has a lot of potential in these, and this is one of the very interesting slide. Health effects of dietary risk. We say sometimes milk, red meat, all this, but maximum death, the highest death in the world is due to diet high in sodium, diet low in whole grains, diet low in fruits. Probably these are the causes which are most responsible for the number of deaths that are occurring globally. Dietary gaps are globally, if you look at the North America, Europe, or globe, there are a lot of some of the things like they're projecting beyond the boundaries, and some of the things which are shrinking within the boundaries. So I think we need to have a kind of balanced within the planetary boundaries. There are somewhere they are extreme, somewhere they are very much within the boundaries. So I think we need a kind of the figure that you can look at the down figure to be. Only we need that kind of distribution of various commodities. These are the projected changes in the world crop supply by 2050. And here we need to debate where to invest for nutrition enhancement. Not only this, we have been found that when we go with the crop improvement or by improving the crops, probably there is a lot of literature is available there. We have the quality of farm produce has declined over the years, and a lot of data is there now available. So really we need to think that why this decline in the farm produce has gone down. Like people used to say that the old varieties or the old crop, they have a good taste, they were very tasty, they were good in cooking and all this. So those attributes probably have gone out of the varieties and crops with the level of improvement that we have made. So this really need to think on this, that while making such kind of improvement, we really need to analyze that whether the quality and taste they are main there in the crops. A lot of example that I showed you that older varieties and fruits were much healthier than what we have now. So coming to nuts, that the species that are not among the major staple crops often come under the heading that is neglected and underutilized crops, are sometimes called as orphan crops. And they have a lot of attributes. They have certain inherent weakness as well. So why they are different from the staple in the fundamental way that they tend to be managed with a dashed system, and most of the crops are under informal seed system. And the processing sometimes is laborious. A lot of efforts have gone into now that how we can improve this processing, grading, packaging, and some of the millets we have done tremendously well, but in some of the crops still we are struggling with kind of processing equipments that we need to develop. Then having long been neglected by mainstream agriculture for a variety of agronomic, genetic, economic, social, and cultural reasons, these crops are receiving increasing recognition. So probably they have that potential in mitigating risk and the production system. And the features are well known. I think we need not to explain much of this, but they are really helpful in diversification, consumption and production system. They are very well responsible to low input, and they have immense nutritional and medicinal value, storability, and able to tolerate even wildlife menace in some cases. And most of them are short duration, thus good catch or intercrop can be taken from that, like barnyard millet, buckwheat, few varieties. They are very short duration. So those can be used as a catch crop. And of course, very high tolerance to biotic, abiotic stresses, very long viability, resilience to climate change. They can respond to various stresses very well, where the staple food crop sometimes doesn't respond. And they are very adapted with this indigenous knowledge. These are just a few data that has been shown, and it shows that how this nuts crops are better than if you look at the wheat and rice in some cases. So they are really nutri-cereal, sometimes we call them. I will give an example of one crop that is buckwheat. Probably I consider, rather globally, it is considered as one of the number one nutraceutical food crop, which probably not cure your communicable disease sometime, but the non-communicable diseases like your heart attack, blood sugar, and I think you name that kind of a non-communicable disease, and it has the ability to overcome that. And there is well-known, well-published literatures are available. For example, the routine it contains has a lot of medicinal ability to cure these things. Similarly, they have very rich in vitamins. Another crop that is quinoa has come a big way from right from Peru to Europe and Asia. And I think that globally now it is a very important crop and very rich in, you name the amino acids and it contains almost all the amino acids, essential amino acids. They are available in the quinoa. Similarly, there's a lot of talk of the finger millets, and there's a lot of literature available that shows that probably the book, one book, very interesting mention is there that the Lost Crops of Africa mentioned that outsiders have long marveled and how people in Rwanda and southern Sudan would develop such strapping physique and work as hard as they do on just one day, one meal a day. Probably the crops which really are contributing towards this. Similarly, there's a lot of minor foods are available in the hills which are neglected and what they have a lot of potential. And I sometimes say that if you're really interested in addressing our nutritional problem, I think the leafy vegetable and then these minor foods, they have a lot of tremendous potential. And if you look at go back to a few years, people were consuming these seasonal fruits in a particular season, but probably if I can see now in the forest, they are not available or the population has down drastically because of sort of invasive, like in mid hills, if you can see the carissa and many this gingivus and many fruits were available, but now because of the one species that is lantana has overcome almost all the minor fruits, the shrubs that are there. Similarly, a lot of leafy vegetable I showed in the northeast, particularly in the hill region, there are a large number of vegetables which are consumed as a seasonal vegetable, and there are a lot of nutritional value they carry with them. There's one case study that we did in this zucchini, and it adds that the wild food that we collect from the wild has a lot of potential in addressing the nutritional security, and some data is given here. And I know that there are 50 foods that have been identified now as a smart food, and probably a lot of work is going on these. Unfortunately, the people are aware of these, and there's a lot of demand also for this kind of food, but we are not able to how to meet all those demand and how to add some value on that so that they can find a good market. Having said nutritional this food, we are certainly losing ground, as I telling my previous slides, but the changing cropping pattern and the shift, lot of shift is there from the traditional to off-season vegetable, and all this, the hill, particularly the hill region, there's a major shift to off-season vegetable, and the food habits, lifestyle of people are changing. So how we can fit these crops in the new food habits or new lifestyles so that the young generation can also adapt to these, and the lack of alternative, we cannot have more product out of that. And particularly when we say that the food pharmaceutical industry and food industry, they have not exploited, and particularly the Y-active compound, and it is primarily, I think, due to lack of published research data. Like we say in buckwheat, it contains, or it is able to cure so many non-communicable diseases or communicable, but we do not have such clinical trial-based data which really support these. And there's a lot of awareness also in particular the young people that about their food value. And also there are a lot of challenges that while working with these crops and the varieties, we try to mainstream this, but using NAS is not a one size fit for all solution. It is a complex, so therefore it requires a system approach that recognizes the connectivity among elements, multiple viewpoints, and multifunctionality. And second, there is a clear tension between the specialization for increasing productivity, intensified production versus sustainability. So when you talk of the sustainability, and there's a lot of conflict between these two. When we talk about sustainability, we have a different approach. When we talk about the increasing productivity, then we have a different approach. And third is the cross-sector working is difficult. The sector accountability and reward lines may not favor working together, and there may be competition among different sectors. And additionally, for example, nutritionists housed with the Ministry of Health, and the lack of role of food and diversity and agriculture bias, the malnutrition. Similar different ministry like HMOF and CC and agriculture see plant diversity, for example, the crop wildlife in different ways, leading to different expectations from the policy and management regime, and social political issues like, as I explained earlier. So I think the way forward that while working with these NAS crops, we have identified certain 8 different steps that probably can address, that is changing the perception of NAS as an unimportant food, NAS food, as how things are being changed. So it is required that we should come out of this poor man's foods stigma that we have with these crops. And we need to develop a capacity in researching, teaching, policy making, trading from NAS as a role that multi-stakeholder system should be there. Undertaking more research on NAS, particularly with regard to the adaptive quality and NAS nutrition, with a lot of clinical trial data and with published data, so that we can the farm industry or the food industry come forward to use these crops, and we can have a global on-farm NAS conservation programs. As such, there is no on-farm conservation programs going on these crops, and involve food range stakeholders, as I already told you. And we need to find out an innovative way to upgrade NAS market chains and to develop marketed value-added product, and policy levels involvement is very much required, so that people work, they know that there is a policy. Otherwise, if we work in let it and bits, then probably we will not be able to get what we required. And we need to encourage collaboration in searching, promoting, conserving, and sustainable using NAS and coordinate activities with multi-stakeholder sectors. And that's why sometimes when we talk about and I say that the Western world, they say that what we grow, we don't eat. And it is true for the commercial agriculture. So probably, but it is not true for India. So therefore, we need to have a different strategy for sustainable Indian agriculture, because here what we grow, we eat. So the difference lies here. So let's together we can, and we'll make a big impact on the health of people of the planet. So NAS is a tangible way and tasty way to do this. Thank you very much, Dr. Pranay. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Rana sir, for this wonderful presentation, and something that we always talk about and think about, and which is really very important today, and is an important component of hill agriculture, and in a way it's an important component of the traditional agriculture and traditional people. I think the views that you have presented here today is will enlighten everyone how to pay more attention to this kind of crops, and convert them to, take away the name underutilized and give them a name that is most important crops of this country or of the world. I thank you very much for this wonderful presentation and the various facets of these crops that you have exposed today. Now I thank you, sir, and I request you to remain connected. Now I would request Dr. Shobna Samugam to, am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Dr. Shobna Samugam to give a presentation. I'll just give a brief introduction of Dr. Shobna that I have with me. He's a PhD in biochemistry and has a postgraduate diploma in food technology as well as postgraduate diploma in diabetes education. Dr. Shobna obtained her PhD degree from the Department of Grain Sciences and Technology at Central CFTRI, Mysore. After her doctoral degree, she joined Madras Diabetic Research Foundation in 2019 and is currently a senior scientist in that foundation. She has received the grants from ICMR, Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences, in ICAR and DST. She's a certified diabetes educator and has been delivering awareness talks on the management of diabetes. Her core areas of research include grain science and technology, food chemistry, new product development. She has authored more than 30 publications, including original research articles, book chapters, and reviews. She's also providing research guidance for undergraduate, postgraduate interns and doctoral students. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Shobna to present her talk. Dr. Shobna.
Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. One second. I hope the slides are visible, sir. Hello.
Ma'am, slides. Yeah, ma'am, slides are visible as well as your voice also is very clear.
Thank you very much, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank Director VPK's Almora for this wonderful opportunity to present in this important national webinar. And I also feel very happy and excited to connect to the eminent scientists and agricultural researchers in the nation. And moving on to the topic, we would like to present on the value addition to millets and strategies to develop healthy food choices. And I'll be taking through some of the research works that we have been carrying out at Madras Diabetes Research Foundation. And moving on, Indian diets, as you know, are cereal staple based, and majority of dietary calories are being derived from refined cereals such as rice in many parts of the country. And of course, millets are nutri-cereals and are nutritious, rich in dietary fiber, and contains several health beneficial phytochemicals, and each millet is unique in terms of nutrition. Some contains higher level of calcium, some contain higher level of dietary fiber, and in fact frozen foxtail millets are rich in proteins, and these are not new and they have been consumed from ancient times, But however, it disappeared in between, and now it is regaining popularity due to the awareness on the nutritional properties of millets. And so, as we all know that Indians, we have higher propensity or susceptibility to diabetes as we are Asian Indian phenotypes. And in fact, consuming these kind of refined cereal based diets are going to be acting as triggers, and it will increase our susceptibility to diabetes. And definitely we need to think over this, and we need to bring in solutions, and we need to shift to healthier cereal staples in this regard. And we started working on millets recently, and this is our small market survey data which I am presenting now. And we withdrew samples from Chennai market, and these slides show the stereosome images of small millets, and the first line shows the millets that we have prepared at MDRF, while the bottom row shows the samples which were withdrawn from the market. And these clearly indicate that the millets were highly polished, and surprisingly we found a lot of health claims and nutrition claims that were declared on the pack. We found that there were claims that these millets are rich in dietary fiber and diabetic friendly, and whereas the image shows that these are fiber depleted, and definitely these are going to be similar to refined white rice that we are currently consuming, and these may have higher glycemic indices and may definitely increase the glycemic load of diets. But these millets were pricey, and we have published this information in the Indian Journal of Medical Research recently. And before moving on, let us get acquainted with two terminologies, that is the glycemic index and the glycemic load. Glycemic index is the carbohydrate property of the foods. It's actually a relative scale that ranks foods based on their ability to raise the blood sugar upon consumption as against a referent food, glucose. And it is very complex, and it is governed by a multitude of factors. It can be influenced by the nature of starch or the nature of grain which we consume. If the amylose content is higher, we can expect a lower glycemic response. And we need to have an understanding on the fiber quality as well as quantity. Quantity alone would not be helpful. Soluble fibers are more efficient in reducing the glycemic response of the foods rather than the insoluble fibers. And finer particle size flour-based preparations may give a higher glycemic response. And indeed, cooking methods are going to influence the glycemic property of the food. Higher the cooking, like more cooking you make, and higher the gelatinization of the starch, higher the glycemic response would be. And also the degree of processing. For example, if you are going to prepare any flake out of a grain, more finer the flakes or thinner the flakes, and higher the hydrothermal processing and more gelatinization of the starch, it is going to yield the flake with a higher glycemic index. And the glycemic index of the food also, or a meal, would depend on the context of a meal. For example, if you consume along with a low glycemic index accompaniments with higher amount of fiber-rich vegetables, and if the meal contains higher fat, it is going to reduce the post-meal glycemic response of the meal. And we have the glycemic load now. Glycemic index concentrate mainly on the quality of carbohydrates, while the glycemic load takes into account the quantity of the carbohydrate along with the quality. It is nothing but the glycemic index times the available carbohydrates or the glycemic carbohydrates in a given amount of food. And we have three different categories. We have the low GI, medium GI, and high GI. And any value lesser than 55 is lower, and any value between 56 and 69 is a medium GI food, while any value more than 70 and above is a high glycemic index food. And these are the results which we obtained from our GI testing studies, which we conducted recently at MDRF. Surprisingly, we observed that both even unpolished foxtail and little millet showed a very high GI. Even the finger millet balls, which is very common in South India, and also the rotis prepared from bajra, jowar, showed a very high GI, while the sorghum-based idli preparation showed a medium glycemic index. And the moral of the story was that whole grain foods not always guarantee a low GI, And we definitely have to understand the glycemic properties of foods that we consume, as we are Asian Indian phenotypes. And this would help us to effectively plan our meal with low GI accompaniments. So more research in these lines are required. And we have published part of this information in the Indian Journal of Medical Research. And having understood the glycemic properties of few of the millet preparations, we were interested on the glycemic response or the day-long glycemic response of the millet-based diets in comparison to white rice-based diets. And surprisingly, we found that finger millet-based diets did not show a significant difference as compared to the white rice-based diet, which I'll be showing in the subsequent slide. And this is a pilot study wherein normal volunteers who were normal BMI were recruited in the study. And this is a randomized crossover study wherein they become their own controls. They consume the rice-based diet, and after a washout period, they consume the finger millet-based diets. And the preparations were similar in both the arms, except for the difference in the cereal component, which is the finger millet and the white rice. And we attached a small sensor, which is called the continuous glucose monitoring sensor in the lower abdomen of the individuals. And this sensor gets into contact with the interstitial fluid and collects information on the interstitial glucose concentrations, which are directly proportional to the blood glucose concentrations. And the sensor records around 288 readings of the glucose values. Every 5th minute, it records the glucose concentration. And we provided the diets in our diet kitchen. And if you see the bottom in the table, which shows significantly higher dietary fiber in finger millet diets as compared to white rice-based diets. And surprisingly, we did not find any significant difference between these two diets. And so, when we went closer, when we sliced the post-meal glycemic response curves, meal-wise glycemic response curves, we observed a significantly different glycemic responses for different forms of millet-based foods, especially the finger millet-based foods. And to our surprise, we found that finger millet balls, which showed a very high GI in our GI studies, showed a very low glycemic response when it was consumed with the whole grain pulse-based accompaniment. And similarly, we also included minimally polished finger millet, which is similar to rice, in the diet. And it had shown a very high GI when it was prepared and consumed in the form of a upma. While this kind of a food, which is a very high GI, when consumed along with a whole grain pulse-based accompaniment, showed a very low glycemic response. However, the glycemic response shown by the decorticated finger millet along with sambar or different kind of accompaniments were different. While when it was consumed along with a whole grain pulse-based accompaniment, the glycemic response was very, very low. And these kind of studies are essential in millets in order to suggest and plan plan effective meal exchange list in order to achieve a favorable blood sugar control. And these are all the general approaches which we adopt to modify the glycemic properties of the food. First approach would be is to reduce the quantity of carbohydrate which we consume. And this would this can be achieved by inclusion of more dietary fiber or resistant starch or protein or fat in our diet, so that we can consume a lesser amount of carbohydrates. And another approach would be to reduce the rate of digestion, and which could be achieved by modification of the food composition. Like we can consume grains with higher amylose or low glycemic index varieties, or we can include slow digesting carbohydrates. For example, pulse carbohydrates are slow digesting as compared to cereal carbohydrates, as the starch granules are deeply embedded in the protein matrix and takes time to digest, and it is less amenable for amylolytic enzymes as compared to cereals. And also we could include more soluble fibers, as they can form barriers between the amylolytic enzymes and the starch granules. And in fact, we can include enzyme inhibitors. Certain phytochemicals have potential enzyme inhibitory activity. It may inhibit the amylase or brush border enzymes and can reduce the rate of digestion. And another approach would be to modify the food matrix. Like for example, we can impart minimal processing. We need not pulverize a grain to a fine flour, or we can preserve the grain matrix to the possible extent wherever applicable. And we can try utilizing a bigger particle size wherever possible. And we can try to create a complex food matrix in such a way that the starch is less amenable for digestion by the amylolytic enzymes. For example, pasta is a typical matrix which is a very complex and digest very slow, even though it is prepared out of refined grains. And another approach would be to reduce the rate of absorption. When we can reduce the rate of reduce the quantity of carbohydrate and reduce the rate of digestion, we would be able to reduce the rate of absorption as well. And these are all the products prepared out of project. This is an ICMR sponsored project wherein we tried to prepare 4 products. First was the minimally polished ragi, and the second one is the finger millet or ragi flakes. And these two are purely ragi based preparations wherein no functional ingredients or any other ingredients were included. And the third one is the finger millet vermicelli, and fourth one is a snack, low fat snack, which we prepared. While we had included functional ingredients in the vermicelli as well as the extruded snack, we included resistant maltodextrin in the vermicelli along with defatted soy flour to improve the protein. And this is again gluten-free vermicelli enriched with fiber and protein, while the snack is also, we had included fenugreek galactomannan, which is again a soluble fiber isolate from fenugreek, which we had used in the snack. To our surprise, even though the fiber content of the decorticated millet and flakes were higher, it showed a high GI, while the other products which included functional ingredients showed a medium GI. And it is highly possible to develop products with lower glycemic indices by incorporating functional ingredients. There are several variations of functional ingredients are currently available, which can be utilized to favorably modify the glycemic properties of food. And these are all the convenience food mixes which we prepared out of unpolished foxtail millet, and these can be definitely healthier choices for refined wheat or rice based preparations. And we tried including almost 30% pulses in these formulations, and these kind of convenience formulations allows us to include or modify the formulation according to our requirement. And we can try to improve the protein content of the diet or the product by including pulses, and in fact it will add fiber, improve the amylose content in the food, and also reduce the carbohydrate digestibility of the food preparations. And these are all the value added products that we have been preparing at MDRF. And the first one is the finger millet gluten free noodles, which have been not available currently in the market. Many finger millet vermicelli or noodles are blended with refined wheat, while we tried preparing these noodles by incorporating soluble fiber, and we tried to modify the process a bit to achieve this kind of a noodles. And the second one is the cracker, multigrain savory cracker, which contains wheat, finger millet, sorghum, and many other grains. And we try to blend with soy protein isolate, and we have blended with soluble fiber, which can act as which can enrich fiber apart from that, and replace gluten, and in fact act as fat replacers. And we are trying to reduce the fat content of these kind of products. And the third one is again a foxtail millet biscuit with a lower fat content. And the fourth one is the pancake mix, which is like we call it as adai in South India, which is a blend of whole grains, especially with the whole grain pulses, and it contains 45% pulse with no added functional ingredient. It gave a medium GI. And this we prepare a pancake, which is an unfermented pancake, which we prepare in South India, which is a filling breakfast or a tiffin preparation. And these are all the pasta products which we have been trying with different kinds of millets. First one is the foxtail, second is the finger millet, and third is the pearl millet. We tried to incorporate soluble fibers. And the fourth one is the bread, which we recently tried to prepare from wheat, finger millet, sorghum, and barley oats. We have improved the protein content by incorporating the soy protein isolate, and we have tried to improve the soluble fiber as well. And definitely this is going to be a healthier choice as compared to refined wheat based bread products. And
Dr. Shobna, if you can sum up fast, because we have 2 more speakers.
Yeah, sure. It's almost the end. And these are all the products. Apart from millets, we have been trying with other grains, and these kind of approaches can be extrapolated to millets. First one is the convenience idli mix, which we had prepared, and we have formulated this with brown rice and pulses and tried to improve the protein content. And this formulation almost contains 51% pulses. And second one is the pure like chickpea based pasta, and these are brown rice based vermicelli and the noodles. And this is again a multigrain porridge which exhibited a very low GI. Recently we tried formulating this porridges. Generally porridges give a very high glycemic index, as they are finely like they are prepared from fine flour and they are boiled to a porridge consistency, and generally the starch will be gelatinized to a higher extent, and we observed a very high glycemic indices for many kind of porridges which we tested. But this kind of a porridge which we tried to incorporate soluble fiber and protein showed a very low GI. And again, this is a multigrain breakfast cereal with a lower GI, and this is a low fat snack which we tried with brown rice flakes by coating with lesser amount of oil. And so these were the products which we have been trying at Madras Diabetes Research Foundation. And I would like to conclude saying that glycemic load of Indian diets are very high, and definitely we need to understand the glycemic properties of the foods which we consume, and awareness is required on the unpolished forms of small millets. And definitely whole grain millets are going to be superior as compared to refined white rice or wheat based preparations, and they can be they can definitely replace white rice based preparations, while our selection and screening and selection of appropriate grain variety and employing appropriate processing cooking methods and judicious selection of judicious ingredients to formulate healthy millet products are needed. And the quality of fiber is more important rather than quantity alone, and there is a need for change in the food environment, and collaboration of agricultural and food scientists and health professionals are needed to achieve this. And this can definitely help in developing more healthier millet food choices. And our sincere thanks for the opportunity provided. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shobna, for this wonderful talk on the kind of food and the glycemic load they have and how do we manage those loads. Now I invite Dr. Alok Kalra for his presentation. Dr. Alok Kalra is the former Chief Scientist and Head of Crop Protection Division and Acting Director of the Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants. Dr. Kalra is a plant pathologist by training and education. He headed the Crop Protection Division of CMAP, CSI at CMAP. Then he was the Scientist E2 and Head at Field Laboratories and Organic Farming Division at CMAP Lucknow, as well as Scientist F and Head of Microbial Technology Division at CMAP Lucknow. He has several orders and awards and honors to his credit. He got CSR Technology Award in 2000, EOAY Award in 2005, then FICCI Award in 2005, Golden Peacock Economic Innovation Award 2007, CSR Award for Rural Development 2009. He was the country representative of multi-country study mission on business potential for agricultural biotechnology products 2005, and many other awards. He's a fellow of National Academy of Science, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and Indian Pathological Society. His research areas were medicinal and aromatic plants, microbiology and plant pathology, organic farming, biofertilizers, and biopesticides. I invite Dr. Kalra to present his talk, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, and thank you for your kind words, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work. I would like to share it. I think there's some problem. I don't know if I'm able to share that. Do I have to get the permission for sharing?
No, no, it is already there, sir. You can share.
Just a second.
I have not restricted any sharing. So
I don't know. I'm not able to.
Sir, there is an option for screen sharing. Share screen.
Yeah, that is there.
Bottom.
Yeah, it is there. I'm not able to share that actually. I don't know how. Is it visible now?
No, sir.
Not yet.
First you have to put your presentation.
I've already put.
On your system,
It's
first you have to put your
it's already
presentation.
open. It's already open actually.
Sir, then in the bottom there is a green color tag. Share screen.
That is fine. That is fine. That I'm taking care. Or I think the next speaker can go.
Dr. Kusagra, can you check if it is restricted? Because I have not restricted anyone from my side.
Sir, it is not restricted. If sir can mail us, we can share the presentation from here, sir.
Okay, that I'll do. I think by that time you can have next speaker.
Okay.
Actually, stop video also is option. So if we have to double click on that, na, I guess.
CSIR का है और डायरेक्टर रहा होगा.
डायरेक्टर रहा नहीं है भी एक्टिव डायरेक्टर भी.
Unable to share it. I don't know why it is happening.
Once you click the share screen,
Yeah,
then you
that
have to minimize this and then open it. Open your PPT. Once you minimize the screen, then you open the PPT. And then you undo the screen.
Busy.
I think you can go with the next one. I'll share the slides with you. I think probably that will be better.
May I then request Dr. Lakshmikant to
Okay.
give his presentation?
Okay, sir, I will present. But ऐसा बोले तो. Chairman sir, can I present now?
Go ahead, please go ahead.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा. Chairman sir, can I go?
Yes, please, Dr. Lakshmikant, please go ahead.
Okay. Is the slides are visible?
Yeah. Slide and voice both are clear.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman sir and co-chairman sir. I will be presenting the technologies for hill agriculture under climate change. As you know, all of us know that there are several reasons for low agriculture productivity in the hills. I need not to read all those, but I would tell that the last three, non-availability of improved seeds and other inputs on right time, place, quality and quantity, poor extension, and to add these all, the climate change vagaries are there. The climate related disturbances are basically sometimes we are facing drought, sometimes flooding due to excess rains, then sometimes cold or heat waves, then erratic rainfall, long dry spells, and sudden outburst of some insect population. This warming rate is higher in the Himalayas, more than the global average rate of temperature increase, and that too, that increase in is higher in the higher altitude. This is almost 53 years climate data analysis of our farm, and it shows that there is a decreasing trend in rainfall in Kharif. Rabi, no trend can be seen. However, annually the rainfall is decreasing. As far as temperature is concerned, the annual, winter, and post-monsoon maximum temperature is on rise. It is increasing. Significantly higher temperature has been recorded, whereas in summers the rise in temperature is non-significant. This monsoon and post-monsoon monsoon season, there is a increase in maximum and minimum temperature. These rise in temperature can affect that winter and post-monsoon season, that can negatively affect the growth of wheat, particularly the grain filling. And this monsoon season temperature rise, particularly in the month of September and October, may induce spikelet fertility in rice. Then how this climate change may impact the agriculture scenario. It may affect the crop production, then soil health, irrigation, weed dynamics, and insect and pest scenario. However, there are opportunities. There may be increase in this atmospheric carbon dioxide may promote growth and production of C3 plants, and increase in soil temperature, increase nitrogen mineralization, but the availability may decrease due to gaseous losses through denitrification and volatilization. So to combat all these, what should be the approaches? I'll be concentrating on 3 approaches: efficient cropping systems or contingency crop planning, utilization of climate resilient varieties, and the water management strategies. The climate resilient cropping system in Himalayas is a need of hour, and we need to have climate smart practices for climate resilient cropping systems. This is a slide showing the prevalent cropping systems in rain-fed irrigated areas of mid-hills, and the major crops grown in mid-hills, and the major prevalent cropping system in higher hills, and the major crops grown in the higher hills. As far as existing and the futuristic cropping system, which may come due to the change in climate in Indian Himalayas, and we have taken all the 3 different 2 states and 2 union territories, and the extreme right is the change in cropping sequence which may come due to this climate change. Seeing this diversification and intensification of the existing cropping system is maybe a important strategy to combat the climate change effect. And this slide shows that intercropping with legumes give very good results in terms of yield, as well as soil physical and microbiological properties. And you see that if we intercrop the maize crop with 2 rows of groundnut or 2 rows of soybean, then groundnut gives the maximum maize equivalent yield in this one. Not only this affects the maize soil physical, chemical, and biological properties, and the soil organic carbon increases, as well as the soil microbial biomass carbon also increases. And not only this, it increases the soil moisture stack and water holding capacity of soil in when we include pulses in the cropping system. This is the study from our own farm, and it shows that under zero tillage, the carbon sequestration rate and carbon sequestration increases, and if we give the irrigation at the time of pre-sown irrigation, at tillering and flowering and grain filling, the 4 irrigation, that gives maximum carbon sequestration. This we have compared in different agri-horti, silvopasture and silvopasture and silvopasture treatments, and the oak-based silvihorticulture with the treatment of 1/3 portion undisturbed, that gives maximum carbon sequestration. We have done some work on finding out the suitable crops for contingency crop planning, because most of the time we are experiencing different kind of shocks. You can say that sometimes it is very high rainfall, sometimes very dry period of there is no rainfall. So we have tried different crops, and this shows that finger millet, buckwheat, and okra, even 28th July we can sow, and we can get a very good yield. Whereas these two crops, you can say amaranth and horse gram, they are very climate resilient crop, and you can go up to 30th July sowing when there is no rainfall. Sometimes there is no rainfall in June, and sometimes the rain is coming in the end of July. So even in those conditions, these crops can be taken. As far as Rabi is concerned, wheat is the most resilient crop in this one, and the date of sowing is after 5th December. There is a shortfall in total production. Having said this, we have been able to identify some of the varieties which we have experienced. They are climate resilient, and some of the varieties I have put here. This variety is a dual purpose variety where you can have a green fodder cut, and even if there is a drought afterwards, even that can be used as a fodder. This wheat variety VL907 is a very drought tolerant variety. Even at low moisture condition, it performs well. The third variety VL892 is a wonderful variety which is a having very good resilience, and even if someone want to sow in the month of February, even that can be sown, and you can have around 16 to 18 quintals of grain harvest in this one. This is again a barley variety, is a dual purpose variety, which is a short duration variety. This VL Dhan 802 is a long duration spring sown variety, having a very good drought tolerance. This VL Dhan 157 is a June sown rainfed variety, again having a good tolerance. And this 85 is a short duration variety which can escape the later drought. Coming to maize, these three varieties I have put here. They can be used for contingency crop planning. This Vivek maize 45 is having a stay green habit, and it matures early. In baby corn, you can harvest the baby corn, and then the field is can be vacated, and same is in sweet corn also. So these can be sown where there is a late onset of monsoon or there is a drought. This can be fit well. Finger millet is known as a drought tolerant crop, and I have put only two varieties, though we have a number of varieties. This 352 is very good and performs very well under low moisture condition, whereas 347 is a early duration variety and fits well under delayed rainfall. This VL Madira 207 is again a short duration variety and fits well when there is a moisture constraint. Coming to this amaranth, this is a new variety which is a short duration variety and performs very well, even 5 quintals better than the previous variety which we were having. And being a short duration, escapes the leaf fever infestation. And this is a buckwheat variety, which is a short duration variety. So both these crops, they are highly suitable for contingency crop planning. And even you can have a first crop, you can have amaranth, and then you can have this buckwheat in the same field, and if some there is a shortfall in rainfall, then only only one crop can be taken. In Rabi, lentil is one important crop at having good drought tolerance, and this variety is having short duration and performs well under low moisture condition. Again, in horse gram, this variety is a short duration variety, and which is very suitable for contingency crop planning. VL Arhar 1, this is a pigeon pea variety which performs very well under degraded lands and low moisture condition. And similarly, this Bhatt, VL Bhatt 202 is a short duration variety which is better than the earlier variety. So these are the varieties which can be used for contingency crop planning and having a drought resilience. The third component which is very important is rainwater harvesting and recycling. Earlier in the session, Dr. Srivastava sir was there, and he was talking about this LDP tank structure which he started, and like this you can have dig a tank, then put a polythene and harvest the water, and that water can be used for life-saving irrigation. We have done several modifications in this one. Actually, this was the design of Dr. Srivastava, and then we have tried different material to protect the polythene, and finally now we are here with the blocks which are made from the local sand, and the cost of water is only 0.57 in this one, and durability has increased. So these this rainwater harvesting has been used in these polyhouses to grow these kind of different vegetables which are off-season vegetables and fetch very high price in the market. This is one example which in the morning Dr. H.S. Gupta sir has mentioned. I'll be just touching. This is just a Google map that this was the situation of the village, and in 2004, and then we intervened, and we have made around 80 polyhouses and 40 this LDP tank in that village. And this is a view. You can see these polyhouses are there. They are linked with the LDP tank where water is harvested. And as mentioned by Dr. Gupta sir, their income not only doubled but almost tripled to, and some places it has 4 times increase. So this is a use of this water which is becoming very scarce in the hilly region particularly. Now when we started in Bhagartola, we have made, based on our observation and engineering expertise, but now latest techniques has come, and now we say that it is a smart water harvesting, where we have used the GIS. And the beauty of this is that this is another village in Dadim village in Nainital district, and these water tanks has been made based on this GIS information in such a way that no natural flow of water that has been disturbed. And you see that almost 97% within first 2 years, the farmers could gain 90%, 97% higher yield than the earlier situation.
Dr. Lakshmikant,
again, there are number of water sources in hills, as Dr. Srivastava sir was mentioning that these are particularly in Almora area. They are known as a Nolas, and this spring recharge that we have tried to increase the spring recharge, and in many places this is a Nola which I was telling that is spring water, and by putting this treatment here, you see from 2000 to 2018 this water discharge has been increased. To conserve this moisture and save time and density reduction, some small tools has been developed by the our institute, and this is a machine for mulch cum drip laying machine.
Please
Then
speed up, Dr. Lakshmikant.
polyhouse, which Dr. Patnaik sir was mentioning in the morning, and this is a vermicompost strainer. Then these others are for drudgery reduction. And this small tool set is there.
Please speed up. Please speed up.
Then this is a technology which is very suitable for wide crop management. It is a very menace insect for hills, and due to this climate change, new insects are coming in the hills, and we have been efficiently managing them. Finally, taking all these technologies to the farmer. This has been taken. This is in Uttarakhand. This is in Manipur. This is in Jammu and Kashmir. Again in Srinagar. Like this, these technologies has been taken to the farmers' field. And you see, this is a very good experience where farmers have adopted the line sowing. When we have demonstrated in 1 year, next year they have done it by themselves, and then they have called us. So it is a very good thing that that has been adopted. Communication of the information is very much important in present time, and particularly in hills where the reaching to the farmer is very difficult. These are the different modes which we have used, and this is a for the social media and apps we have made which farmer can use. Looking forward, there are some large yield gaps which can be utilized for meeting food demand, but suitable technological packages need to be developed. In short term, technology transfer and adoption can improve the adaptive capacity. And long term, we have to develop better adopted smart genotypes. Diversification and intensification of existing cropping system will be a key. Opportunities for growing different crops in the region and period not considered suitable earlier may be there due to climate change. Improvement in agriculture weather and forecasting awareness will help the farmers to mitigate the stress of climate change. Best practices for water conservation like sprinkler irrigation were required, and the motto should be the khet ki mitti khet mein, khet ka pani khet mein. An introduction of drought and pest tolerant resistant crops and capacity building will be very important, and improving particularly the life of women farmers in hills will be a key in future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmikant, for this wonderful overview. And
आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है.
हुआ है. Hello. Thank you for this wonderful overview, and I can see Dr. Nazir Ahmed. Welcome, sir. Now, I think in this session, the last speaker is Dr. Kalra, whom I introduced already. Sir, if you are ready, if you can go ahead with your presentation. I request Dr. Alok Kalra.
Yes, I think probably it will be shared from that side only.
It has been shared. You can, if you can start.
Yeah. So I'm very sorry for this delay. I am Alok Kalra, and I'll be talking on diversifying hill agriculture through medicinal and aromatic plants. Next slide, please. So I come from a lab of CSIR called as Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, which is completely dedicated to the research on medicinal aromatic plants. Next, please. Now I'll say something on diversification, and that diversification can be considered an option to widen the diversity of crops, to expand production-related activities, to enhance the benefits. It may be through crop rotation, or it may be through multi-cropping, intercropping, or through other means. Now, this diversification may reduce the impact on environmental resources, and it can also reduce the environmental risk which farmers are facing, and they can reduce the risk and they can enhance the profit, or they can ensure the profits. it is I mean well known that ecosystem with better diversity are generally more stable. They are more stable, and they can withstand ecological disturbances. It may be drought, it may be anything, any of the abiotic or biotic stresses. If the ecosystem are diverse, they can, I think, withstand that. Next slide. Now I'll come to the scenario of medicinal aromatic plants. They are not new, and they have a huge market actually. In 2018, essential oils itself had a market of $8,000 million, and which is expected to reach to $15,620 million in 2026. Next slide. In case of medicinal plant, we have number of medicinal plants which are known. Around 7,000 medicinal plants are known in Indian agriculture, and they are used in Ayurveda, Unani, or Siddha, and all. Now, if we take the hill agriculture, the main problems which are faced there and which needs immediate attention are the diversification, where diversification is essential. Why that diversification is essential? Because the hill agriculture generally face these problems. First one is the water scarcity, erosion. There is a lot of erosion, soil erosion. The farmers have small land holding, therefore they need crops which are of high value. There is always threat from the wildlife, and we have these plants, medicinal aromatic plants, which are not damaged or which are not destroyed by wildlife or any kind of wild animals. And the other is the market reach. Because they are not well connected, the villages are not well connected, there is every possibility that the produce which is produced in the fields may get destroyed if it has a shorter shelf life. But in case of medicinal aromatic plants, I think they can be stored for a long time. Next, please. Now I'll come to some of the things. If you look at the challenges of agriculture, the major is the shrinking land holding, and the other is the increased input costs. Now for the MAPs means medicinal and aromatic crops, they have the advantages that besides that they are the natural source of raw material for many industries, pharma, agri-chemical, food, perfumery, and so on. They give us a higher level of gains for the farmers with a significant progress in the rural economy. The other thing is, the other advantages of MAPs is that they require minimal agriculture inputs. Mostly they are perennial in nature. There is low incidence of pests and diseases. They can be grown in many kind of stresses. It may be the salt affected areas, the shade affected areas, or drought hit areas, or flood affected areas. They can be utilized there, and they protect the farmers from wild and domestic animals. And of course, they give us higher returns and more employment. Next, please. Now, some promising MAPs for hills. Taking into the consideration, we have to select those plants which have high demand and assured market. Of course, they are easy to grow and process, because most of these plants, they need primary processing, so they should be easy to grow as well as process. They should need low input cost, and they should be able to utilize marginal or wastelands, and they should fit well into the cropping system apart from giving higher returns. Next, please. Now I'll discuss some of the crops which are suitable for the hilly regions. I'll come to the mints. I think mints, the India always feel proud of it, because we are the largest producers of mints in the world. About 80% of mints are produced in India. But what I'm talking is the Mentha arvensis, which is mainly maybe suitable for foothills, but for mid hills, there is a crop called as peppermint, called as Mentha piperita, which is also called as American mint. There's a huge demand of this essential oil, which is used in many of the pharmaceutical as well as the food industries. And the hilly areas are the most suitable area for this crop. And one can easily obtain 100 kgs of oil. This crop in hills doesn't require much of irrigations also. Next slide, please. For higher hills, or to mid to higher hills, there's a crop called as rose. This is not an ordinary rose, or not the ornamental rose. It's a Rosa damascena, called as damask rose also. It grows very well at the higher altitude. The beauty of this crop is that no animals will destroy it. It will not require much of water, and the most of the agriculture operations are limited to only 1 or 1.5 months, because it only flowers for 3 to 4 weeks, when we have to pick the flowers and take the oil out of it, or rose water out of it. Next slide, please. This is how you can see the harvested flowers. The flowers are generally picked in the morning, because it is always advisable to pick it early in the morning before the sunrise, because after the sunrise they may lose some oil. So they are picked up early in the morning, and then they are distilled either for rose water or for rose oil. I must tell here that the rose oil is one of the most expensive oil which is available. It costs around 8 to 10 lakhs rupees a kg. So this crop can give us around 700 grams of oil from 1 acre, giving us a profit of more than 3 lakhs from 1 hectare in 1 year. Next slide. Yeah, this is another crop which may resemble rose, because it has an essential oil which is similar to rose, and it is generally used as imitation to rose, because wherever you can't use rose oil, I think probably this oil is used, because rose oil is very expensive. And this is called as scented geranium, or it is also called as rose scented geranium. It has a huge demand. The world demand is around 1500 tons, but India every year need around 150 tons, and we only produce around 10 to 15 tons per year. So there's a huge gap between the demand and the production. And this crop we introduced into the Uttarakhand. This is this is a picture of Champawat, where it is grown, where it grows luxuriously, and we can easily get around 25 to 30 kgs of oil, having a profit of more than 1.5 lakhs from 1 hectare. Next slide, please. This is a crop called as rosemary, which is generally known as spice. It's a Spanish crop, but its oil is also used for many of the pharmaceutical and flavor industries. Now, this leaves of rosemary can be used as such for spice, for food spice. This can be dried and can be made powdered like oregano or any other spice which is used for food. And on the other hand, it can be distilled. The oil from the herb can be distilled. It can produce around 10 to 15 tons of herb from 1 hectare, and can give us 60 to 80 kgs of oil, which is in great demand, and India still imports this oil from Spain and other countries. Next slide, please. This is the crop which grows wild. It's also called as wild marigold or Tagetes minuta. The beauty of this crop is that it is used in many industries, including pharma industry, perfumery, insecticidal, nematicidal. And the beauty of this crop is that this can be very well grown as an intercrop where you have a problem of nematodes, because its roots excrete some of the substances, some of the metabolites which are inhibitory to nematodes. So it's a very good intercrop even for traditional crops where nematodes are a problem. This crop, I'm giving an example that in Himachal Pradesh, where thousands of hectares of land or acres of land has been abandoned because of wild animals, because of the menace of wild animals, especially monkeys. This crop has been introduced, and the farmers are getting more than 1.5 lakhs rupees of profit from 1 hectare in Himachal Pradesh. So this can be a very good option for those areas where there is no water, where there is the soil is very bad, or fertility status of that soil is not good. This crop can be introduced there in mid to high hills. Next slide, please. I'll come to another crop, which is a known insecticidal crop called as pyrethrum. It's a Chrysanthemum cinerifolium, and this is the only commercial source of natural pyrethrins. I'm talking of natural pyrethrins, which is a natural insecticide with very low mammalian toxicity. So it's a most suitable pesticide for your household or for your kitchen. Even you can use it in kitchen, because it's highly degradable, and it's highly safe as far as human toxicity is concerned. But the area of cultivation is very restricted, only at a higher altitude. So it can be it can be grown in mid to high hills. It can be grown in plains, but the content of pyrethrin is very low. It is around 0.5%, but ideally it should have more than 1.5%. We should get it in the mid to high yields. This crop was also introduced by us in Uttarakhand, and it is being successfully grown there in some of the pockets. And there's a huge demand of this crop. We need around 20,000 tons of flowers every year. Flowers are important because the pyrethrin is present in the flowers, but only, to an extent of 10,000 to 12,000 tons are produced in India. The others are being imported from Kenya. Next slide. This is another crop which is coming up. It's called as lavender. It is a very good crop for the Himalayan region of Jammu and Kashmir, where it has been introduced by our sister lab called as Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, IIIM, Jammu. And this is a crop, I think, which has a demand, and the crop is very popular, and there's a huge demand of this oil even for our domestic industries, and we are not able to produce it in our country, and we are importing it from Bulgaria and France. So this crop can produce 50 to 60 kgs of oil. This is the crop which can be tested. We have never tested it in the Uttarakhand, but I think in some areas of Mussoorie and all, I think probably this crop is being cultivated now successfully. And this is a crop, I think, which can be tested on a larger area, can give you higher amount of profits from 1 hectare. Next, please. Now I'll come to some of the crop, because soil erosion is a problem. There are some of the crops which, apart from giving you essential oil, can bind the soil, very effectively. The one of it is lemongrass, which can be grown on the slopes, and we have been doing it in the lower hills or in the mid hills, not at the higher hills, but in the mid hill or in the foothills, where lower hills, where this can be successfully grown on the slopes of the hills. And this is a crop which doesn't need any water. It can be grown as a rain-fed crop, and whenever there are rains, it will produce you it will give you some of the herbage which can be harvested, which can be distilled. And more than that, the main advantage is that it binds the soil very effectively and can be a very good crop, or a crop of choice where soil erosion is a problem. Next, please. This is another crop called as vetiver or khas. This is also a very good soil binder and can be very useful for checking erosions, and can be planted on the slopes again, like lemongrass. It's also a very it's also a very high value crop. It can give us around 20 kgs of oil and can give us more than 1.5 lakhs of profit. But again, this crop I am only suggesting for checking the soil erosion, because this crop is very effective, and traditionally it is being used for checking the soil erosion, especially in the hills. Next, please. This is a crop which can probably fit into the forest. Wherever you have a problem of shade, where you have a forest,
I would request Dr. Kalra to please speed up.
Yeah, please. This can be, very well introduced there, and can be very well fit into, that area. The beauty of this crop is that again, we are unable to produce much of these oil in India, and most of it is being imported from Indonesia or from China. Next, please. So these were some of the crops which can be diversified into the hill agriculture. The next slide, please. Yeah, but the problem with these medicinal plants, I'll just take a minute or so. The problem with these medicinal plants is that they are still being collected from the wild, which is creating a lot of problems for our trade, for our value, for our quality of the produce, what we are producing. So probably what we think is that still 90% of trade, these herbs are traded, which are collected from the wild sources, which ultimately lead to the inferior quality of products. Next, please. I'll give an example that why. Next, please. See, the widely collected herbs, they are not of good quality. You can just look at one of the medicinal plant, what I have quoted here, Eratoda. When it is collected during April, May and June, the content of hesicine is very low. You can just look at the graph. So ideally, it should be harvested in the month of February and March, when the quantity of hesicine, this important chemical constituent, is very high. But the collector will never know about this. They will collect it anytime, and which will lead to the inferior quality products. Similarly, next slide. Similarly, for Rolfia serpentina. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. Similarly, for Rolfia serpentina, which is also called as Serpaganda, if it is collected or if it is harvested before 18 months, the content of reserpine, which is the important component of it, is very low. So it has to be grown for 18 months. But a collector never knows about it, that how old the crop is, and he harvests it, take the roots, and ultimately it is devoid of the reserpine, which is the important constituent. The next, but apart from this, what I would like to say is that we should not depend on next slide. We should not depend on the collection. Rather, we should cultivate these crops. We should integrate all these crops into the hill agriculture, so that the crops from this hill, from the hilly area, from the hilly areas, they are well accepted by the industries for their quality consideration. The next, please. Yeah, the cultivation should be the rational approach. Next, please. Next. And these crops, they have, because of their chemical constituents, they are very well, these can be the raw material for many of the herbal products, like essential oil based products or many of the medical products, which can be utilized by the herbal industries. This will not only improve the farmer's income, but it will help in the industrialization of that area, because many of the small MSMEs or many of the small cottage industries can come up in that area. Thank you very much. I think I would like to end here. I think there's some problem in the slide. There may be one or two more slides, but this was my total that these medicinal aromatic plants, they can be very well diversified into the hill agriculture because of the higher income, because of they are not affected by wild animals. They need less of water. They can be very well grown in those areas with the scarcity of water and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalra, for exposing us to this new area of diversification in hills. I think we have ran into around 40 minutes of the next session. Therefore, I would request the co-chairman, Dr. D.K. Yadav, to give his comments, and then we'll finish this session. Dr. D.K. Yadav, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. I think we are already so late. So you have been commenting continuously. So I think that was a very good learning experience, where huge topics which have been covered here, starting from Dr. Joshi. He has talked about the environment and ecology, and environment economics. Economy, he has compared that we should be more focusing on environment to have the ecology for the sustainability. And he discussed most of the components which are required for the sustainable agriculture and sustainability of the ecosystem. Then Dr. Srivastava has highlighted the importance of water and how we should go ahead. The underutilized crops, Dr. Rana's specialization is well known. I think he has very elaborately presented, and the importance of the underutilized crops, their economy for this northern Himalayan region, he has very rightly mentioned. Dr. Shobhana has discussed about the millets. Millets as one of the very integral component of the cropping system for the Himalayan region. So she has elaborated the importance, the economics, then enhancing the farmer's income, its value as a health product, that has been highlighted. And then Dr. Lakshmikant has elaborately presented the crops as well as the implement part, because the human drudgery is a big issue in the hilly region. So that's very small equipment which have been licensed by this our VPK Salmoda. So they have been discussed by Dr. Lakshmikant very elaborately. And finally, about the medicinal aromatic plants, Dr. Kalra has given a very elaborate description and the total benefit production as well as the income generation through the various medicinal plants which are the need of the hour for the hilly region for enhancing the farmer's income. So the ultimate objective here has been to how to save the environment, how to conserve the resources, and all the 6 topics, they were very relevant, and all the speakers, they have fully justified the relevance of these topics for this seminar. So I compliment all the speakers and thank them all for the very nice presentation and enlightening the audience very nicely. And I am especially thankful to the organizers, specifically Dr. Lakshmikant, for giving this opportunity, chairman of this session, Dr. Patnaik, and the reporters, and the most importantly, all the participants who have been very patiently listening. And I think that is really a very knowledge enhancing session for that most of the developments in those topics which have been discussed, or particularly in reference to the North Himalayan region, they have been elaborately presented, and a very good session that has been conducted. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. D.K. Yadav, sir. I think with this, we are ending this session. I thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentation. And I'm ending with my sincere apology to Dr. Nazir Ahmed for keeping him waiting for the next session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. At the end of the session, I thank the chairman, Dr. Patnaik, sir, the co-chairman, Dr. D.K. Yadav, sir, the esteemed keynote speakers, and the invited presenters for an enlightening and stimulating session. The deliberations came up with a basket of technologies relevant to hill agriculture for enhancing productivity, improving nutrition and health, and increasing income of small and marginal farmers. I once again thank you all. Now we are moving to our next session, which is socioeconomic concerns in technological spread in hill agriculture. I am happy to share that this session will be graced by the presence of Dr. Nazir Ahmed, former Vice Chancellor, Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Science and Technology, Kashmir, as Chairman. I take this opportunity to introduce the Chairman to our participants. Dr. Nazir Ahmed, a well-renowned horticulturist, has served Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Science and Technology, Kashmir, earlier for 22 years in various capacities. He served as Director, Central Institute for Temperate Horticulture for 8 years. He was appointed as Vice Chancellor of Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Science and Technology, Kashmir during 2015-16 to 2021. Dr. Ahmed did his master's and doctoral degrees from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. With his vast research experience spanning 3 decades, many of his works have been published in several international and national peer-reviewed journals of repute. For his prominent research contributions and excellent academic leadership, Dr. Ahmed has been conferred with prestigious awards and recognitions, namely Fellow Horticulture Society of India, Fellow Indian Society of Vegetable Sciences, Vijay Shri Award conferred in the year 2005, a few to mention. Also, he has been elected as chairman of several important national level committees. He was the chairman of Committee for Doubling Farmers' Income for Himalayan region and also appointed as nodal officer of Horticulture Technology Mission for Himalayan region. Sir, your presence is greeted with folded hands. Also, we welcome Dr. A.K. Srivastav, sir, former director, ICAR Vivekanand Parvati Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan Almora, as co-chairman of this session. Sir, it's a privilege to introduce you today to our participants. Dr. Anil Kumar Srivastava presents a fine combination of farm researcher and technology scientist having over 4 decades of experience in leading comprehensive agricultural research. He started his career with AR's first batch in ICAR and served as former director ICAR BPK's Almora. Dr. Srivastava helped reorient the farming systems as research advisor to the ICAR complex Patna, BAIF Pune, and Environment Restoration of Mines as domain expert ICFRE. He was also associated with major international programs, including nutrient cycling research in MSU USA, Sustainable Island Agriculture in Maldives, Hill Agriculture in SAG, Dhaka, to name a few. Ensuring food livelihood and environment security with equity were major thrust of research and technology development by Dr. Srivastava. His research and technology efforts included process management on nutrient and hydrological cycling, agro-ecosystems, and watershed management and intelligent farming systems in major eco-regions of country. He was awarded Emeritus Scientist position and National Consultancy on Farming Systems. There are more than 145 publications in reputed national and international journals, besides books and articles. He has received 2 national awards by the ICR and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. With these words, I welcome you once again, sir. I would like to inform that the rapporteurs for this session are Dr. Renu Jetty and Dr. Anuradha Bhartiya. With these words, I now request our chairman, sir, Dr. Nazir Ahmed, and co-chairman, sir, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, for further proceedings of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
am
sir.
I audible? Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Joshi. So, already I think we are almost half an hour, more than half an hour we are late. Anyway, the time already, I think we have 1 hour and 15 minutes for carry out our session. Thank you. And Dr. Srivastava, I can see some of the stalwarts. Dr. Our S.K. Sharma is also Honorable Vice Chancellor. He is also there. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi Kantji, Dr. Mehta Saab, Dr. Jatinder Kishtwaria, and my Hill colleagues, Dr. Ashish Srivastava, very nice. Namaskar, sir. Sabko namaskar. JC Bhatt Saab, Dinesh Joshi Saab, Srivastava Saab, and so many, Dr. Vanita Sharma ji, Lakshmi Kantji, and I think so many names are there. But I can see the videos of some of our old, colleagues, old colleagues here, now the colleagues, ICR colleagues. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lakshmi Kantji, for giving the opportunity to chair this very important session. And already 2 sessions have been over, and unfortunately I was attending some other the conference at Dharwad. I am appearing from Dharwad, not in Srinagar.
Oh, great.
I am sitting at VC Vice Chancellor office. So they are carrying out their program, and I was just requesting Lakshmi Kantji to change, and they have Dr. Patnaik has agreed to I think exchange these things. And anyway, thanks to Dr. Patnaik also for accommodating me in the next session. Patnaik sir, thank you very much, and all other colleagues. Good afternoon to all of you. I think today we are having this national webinar on sustainable and livelihood and nutritional security under changing climate scenario in Northwestern region. Issues, challenges, and strategies. It's a very important program, and it is of course, the climate change is a reality. So, and again, the livelihood security has become a big question mark when all these the hurdles are there, like climate is there, migration, particularly from the hills. This is also one, and the land holdings. So the small land holdings, limited season. This is also one of the very important region, and transport of materials, produce from hills to the plains, and the marketing of this produce. These are all some of the issues really. And today's session, which I am chairing, socio-economic concerns in technology spread. This is a very important, and all these land holding, limited season, climate is this communication and all. They are all posing hurdles to our socio-economic concerns, and also the spread of technologies in the hilly region. That's because of the climatic vagaries, particularly in the winter season, especially. This is a problem. Even during the rainy season, we have many problems. And just for example of Jammu and Kashmir, if there is a heavy rain, if there is a heavy snowfall, the land route from Jammu to Srinagar is off for not only weeks, even for months also sometimes it is closed. With the result, the transport of all agricultural commodities from one region, from say valley to plains, plain to valleys, it has become a big issue. With the result, the whatever the produce the farmers are producing, they are not able to get a good price for their produce. There is a loss of those produce is taking place. And the vegetables which are produced in the valley, we cannot transport it to the other regions. Anyway, a lot of issues are there, but today's session we have two keynote addresses and two invited lectures. And of course, Dr. Srivastava is co-chairing with me. He is well experienced and he has spent his whole, I think, life in the hills doing a lot of work on the, particularly in Almora. He has done a lot of work, and I could see Dr. Lakshmikant ji, he was presenting about the all achievements of VPK's Almora, wonderful achievements. Their contribution is also wonderful. But now the important concern for us, how we can lift the socioeconomic conditions of our farmers in the region when all these problems, vagaries are there. So this is a timely, this webinar has been taken up, and I am hopeful some of the keynote speakers, they are already giving, and already some of our colleagues, Sharma Saab and our all other Srivastava Saab, Rana Saab, and all good number of lectures have already been given. The Mehta Saab and all they have given, and I think good information has been, I think, is being compiled and it will be given to all the participants. And I hope recommendations will also come. With a small introduction, I think Anil Srivastava, Dr. Anil Srivastava, if you want to say, you can say, but otherwise at the end, you can tell about your some brief introduction you can give on the hill agriculture. Otherwise, we can ask our the speakers to give their keynote addresses. One by Dr. Jatinder Kishwaria, another is Vanita Sharma ji. So
I think, Dr. I think straight away we can go for presentations. That will be very appropriate at this stage.
Very good, very good. Then we can save time, because already now I will request Jatindra. We have 1 hour 15 minutes. 1 hour there are 4 lectures, and 15 minutes each, or 15 to 20 minutes each. I think we can have that. And kindly I request the speakers to limit their presentation to 15 minutes. And 5 minutes for the discussion if somebody wants to have some discussion. So I request now straight away Jatinder Kishwaria, Dr. Jatinder Kishwaria, to go ahead with the presentation. Dr. Jatinder Kishwaria, please.
Thank you, sir, and a good day to all. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Greetings to all the dignitaries, chair, co-chair of the session. I thank Dr. Lakshmikant, Director ICR VPKS Almora, and his organizing team for making me part of this very important webinar, and even more important subject of sustainable livelihoods, and we are all part of this. And I'll be sharing some facts about the rural women, and I'll be talking mainly about the women and their technological empowerment. We all know that 2/3 of world's poor live in rural areas and depend on agriculture and food sector as their main source of livelihood. Increasing agricultural production as well as farmers' productivity, 2 things, thereby sustaining rural livelihoods. These are the keys to reduce poverty, decrease food insecurity, and hunger worldwide. This is also the main theme of our webinar. However, growth in agriculture is undermined due to gender unequal access to productive resources and opportunities. So that is the very reason why strategies to promote gender equality in particularly productivity and access to productive resources is very high on the development agenda worldwide, and even SDGs also point out to that. If we see Indian scenario, more than 70% rural women workers are engaged in agricultural work and they own 13.9% landholding. The women, we also know they work as unpaid family laborers and are not counted or registered as farmers and leased as the main farmer, even if they're all men have gone away and they are working in cities. So in spite of modernization in agriculture, women still are engaged in labor-intensive, drudgery-prone tasks and with the same age-old traditional tools. Now, are you able to see the PPT?
Yeah.
Then India has vast regional ecological diversity, and women farmers in each region face heavy workloads, which are drudgery prone, which cause musculoskeletal disorders, stress, pains, and fatigue. To add on to this, the poor work environment, poor support system, cultural barriers, and illiteracy, all these factors eventually lower the productivity of women farmers. Therefore, region-specific identification of most drudgery-prone tasks and its mitigation is the only solution to empower the women technologically and enhance productivity. Now, to achieve this mandate of technological empowerment of women, there has to be a complete attitudinal shift with a right perspective by the policymakers, by women themselves. They themselves also don't consider it important, and their family members and all related organizations, that women issues are not social welfare issues or upliftment issues anymore. There is a need to comprehend the fact that the technological empowerment will reduce burden of heavy workloads, MSDs, poor health, injuries, and consequently improve the efficiency, productivity, income, nutrition security, and equity. For this, meeting this challenge, there are 4 steps. One is generation of appropriate gender-friendly technologies through research and development and its availability. Second, capacity building of the women farmers, their trainers, researchers. It is to be a continued process. Third, networking at various levels for large-scale multiplication and dissemination. It's very essential for availability of these appropriate tools at the doorsteps of the users. And last, adoption and feedback and continuously doing the process. The first step, generation of gender-friendly technologies. The important considerations are that these tools and technologies should be need-based. First of all, as per the local and regional crop production system-wise, they should include farmers' input and prioritize from most drudgery-prone tasks to the least ones. Then next important thing is that the technology should be of all types, not limited to hand tools, but inclusive of bullock-drawn and machine power operated, for achieving the full potential of drudgery mitigation, because women can also operate machine. Now, the design criteria of each tool or technology should take into account the physical capacities and limitations of women farmers, which is different in different regions, height, weight. They should be easy to handle, easy to carry in the field, repair, maintain, energy saving, definitely drudgery reducing, and cost effective. Now, all new or improved versions of technologies need to be based on scientific parameters of ergonomics, anthropometry, physiological and biomechanical aspects, such as they should take care of MSDs, postures, environmental setting of humidity, and engineering input. And lastly, evaluation at farmers' field with existing and improved technologies gives clear picture of appropriateness of the technologies. Now, it is the need of the hour to develop parameters which have so far not been developed, which may define technologically empowered women and gender-friendly appropriate technologies. What are the parameters which describe a woman whether she is technologically empowered? For this, more number of nomograms, multidisciplinary faculty, and technology centers are suggested. Finally, the technology should be able to reduce their drudgery and enhance productivity. And besides heavy workloads and long working hours, use of toxic chemicals and pesticides make the agriculture as a hazardous occupation. So its solution lies in providing drudgery friendly technologies as well as protective and supportive attire or gear which are compatible to the job demand and work capacities for health safety of the farmers. Now, keeping in view the importance of gender-friendly technologies, various government and non-government organizations have developed large number of gender-friendly technologies. And I'll be just giving you a glimpses because it will take much more time. Like these are the tools developed in Himachal Palampur Center because tea is growing there, and some agricultural tools. And besides household technologies to give release time to women, some more household technologies to make her task easy, reduce drudgery. And these are the glimpses of tools from other centers, equipped centers from 12 SAUs at national level, some hand gloves, some revolving stools. This is the gist of the technologies developed. Cotton picking aprons, and this is from Hyderabad Center. And this is a long list of gender-friendly technologies already developed by CIA Bhopal. And these are technologies tested at SIVA, some patented, commercialized. But having all this, I would again suggest one thing and repeat it, that in spite of large-scale generation of prototypes of appropriate technology, still there is less multiplication and less availability for large number of women farmers of our country. Therefore, strategies need to be developed to make these tools accessible and affordable at village level. How? The mass production and commercialization can make these technologies cost-effective and affordable. For this purpose, special funds from Government of India, ministries at center and state level, projects like institutions like ICAR, CIA, NGOs, public-private partnerships, they are required to have a mission mode or a program-based initiative in this perspective. Further, funds will also be required for human resource development as master trainers. Next, subsidies and exemptions of excise duties are other means to make these tools cost-effective. And linkages with banks for institutional credit such as NABARD can join hands to make it more successful. Then, appropriate technology should be women operative and women supportive. For this purpose, capacity building is required at all levels through KVKs or specifically women training schools or women training centers, NGOs, and funds for trainings are the primary requirement. Trainees should include not only the women farmers, but the gender experts, which are totally missing, researchers, and extension workers. Public awareness and policy support is prerequisite for capacity building mission for both men and women farmers. Men farmers should not be isolated. Then for adoption, involvement of men and women farmers at initial process of technology development makes it easy for adoption. Consideration of regional specific variations, cultural compatibility makes it favorable for adoption. Reasons for non-adoption should be taken positively for further improvements, and feedback and upgradation of technologies should be a continuous process. Now I'll be sharing three slides of my own experience of generation of technologies till the adoption and the challenges which I faced personally. Due to good number of research projects and consultancies at my hand, mainly I had projects from Uttarakhand itself, Uttarakhand Organic Commodity Board and Canadian-based organization, Pithoragarh. Our team had developed especially the hill women-friendly technologies in large number, and we were ready to go to field, but our hands were tied because we were in a project mode and doing research, and there were no funds for multiplication, and there was no framework of large-scale dissemination. Then we had to take a step forward and applied for RKVY project for large-scale multiplication and dissemination of tools with the help of state government extension officials. I'm talking about Himachal Pradesh, and at the block level. Budget of rupees, fortunately, because the woman was the secretary. I'm not biased with that. Budget of rupees 125 lakhs was sanctioned and divided with Agricultural Engineering Department. A toolkit comprising of 20 tools was to be distributed to 100 self-help groups of all districts of Himachal Pradesh. And we also proposed trainings both from the government officials and KVKs and also to the women, and 5,000 stakeholders were taken care of. Then the toolkit, the cost was around 10,000 because we had included, the government was our part, so it was subsidized to 50%. The tools were tested and evaluated by committee of engineers as well as farmers and fabricated at a large scale. The training was implemented to government KVK officials, master trainers, and direct field trainings were also given to the women. The changes in the awareness and knowledge level of women farmers was tested before and after the use of technology. And there are many more other successful examples of gender development, friendly tools development and reaching out to masses by organizations such as Technology Resource Center at Udaipur. Odisha state government with KVKs has already replicated the same model of Palampur. A grip of 12 states at national level have the villages which are using these gender-friendly technologies. Vigyan Prasar is popularizing these technologies. Ministry of Agriculture and Kerala experience is a good example. And in this, the important part is that the popularization of technologies has to be done by the project persons themselves, and it should be done at a large scale. The training manuals for KVKs and government extension officials in local language should be part of the project. And these are the documentaries were prepared because hills were far away in hills, people cannot, and this is a good media to show them. And I would like to sum up that still there is a long way to go because we are a large populated country, and now there is a shift over of agriculture being landholding being small, and women has to be considered as the main farmers, should be given support. And I will still have some points to ponder that we should, to make it more successful from my personal experiences, we should target both men and women farmers to lessen gender inequality, to make so that it becomes acceptable for women to use technologies, less participation by women in priority setting about what technology she needs in the initial stages of technology development, less will be the adoption. Less incentive to innovation organizations, the research organization, less effective and responsive to farmers' technological needs. Small packages of region-specific, all works inclusive, including household and animal and alike, and affordable technologies. Quota for women. Women should be able to take credit for the technologies. I have never seen gender-based technology targets. Just as we have other development targets, similarly, state governments can fix the gender-based technologically empowered women's target. It is easy for women to work in groups, so promotion of their work can be done through SHGs and Training Resource Center, and promotion can be done through radio ICT apps, and more evaluation and impact studies to understand which strategies work and which do not work. And the strategies which do not work give better lessons to improve upon technology. And the last one is that strengthening the capacities of men and women farmers as innovators and evaluators of technologies makes it actually acceptable for adoption. Open approach to see constraints since inception till the feedback, then technology doesn't go anywhere. Promoting gender equity besides technological empowerment, that is women's rights, land and water, just only registering them as farmers will help them. Supporting environment, working conditions, water, crashes, etc. are also part of making women empowered. Gender balanced staffing is missing. More number of women scientists and professionals and gender experts, trainers. Then more research on gender disaggregated databases analysis really starkly missing, needs more to give clear picture of women farmers' technological needs as per their capacities. And this is important that Atma, KVKs, NGOs, and extension agencies should be roped in for forward and backward linkages between the organizations and the farmers. Alone, technology development agency cannot take it forward. And therefore, lastly and most importantly, a broad policy. And though we have received so much of support from SAUs, but still, broad policy and political commitment to tackle the organizations of developing organization should be supported, and adoption by men and women farmers, that is the demand side, through government extension agencies is required to take this very, very useful need of the hour mandate of technological empowerment of women farmers through program based. Now, project based will not work. Program based, mission mode way. That is the only way that this can be possible. And it's a wonderful project and it should continue. And it is need of the hour. I once again thank the organizers to have given me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jatinder ji. And well, you have taken exactly the time allotted. You have given a nice presentation within. Yeah, within your. Yeah. That's very good. Thank you very much. And I think a discussion, if there are anything, so we'll put it in the last, and that can be done. Huh? So then next, the keynote address is from Dr. Vanita Sharma ji, and is she there? Dr. Vanita Sharma. Dr. Vanita Sharma ji. If she is there, then she can come up with a presentation. Dr. Lakshmikant ji, आप सुन रहे हैं? I think probably यहाँ कहीं नजर नहीं आ रहा है इधर से.
I'm here.
She is there, sir.
आप अपना वीडियो ऑन कीजिए. Okay. Presentation is there. Okay. You want to?
Somebody is there.
Please.
Yeah.
You start with your presentation, please.
I'm doing that. Actually, unfortunately, the electricity went off. There was a grid failure in Delhi. So I was trying to get back some electrical connection.
No issue, madam.
At the outset, let me thank Dr. Lakshmikant and his team for having invited me for this. And I'm very happy. Half my task was done in the morning when Dr. T.R. Sharma, while giving an overview of the work being done under crop sciences, when he was mentioning, I was so happy that instead of just saying quantitatively that so much has been produced, so many metric tons, he kept on talking about the quality of food, the protein content, the probiotics, all those kind of a thing, which was very good feeling for me, because now we are talking of nutrition, and the latest buzzword which everybody is talking about, including Niti Aayog, is how can we reorient agriculture so that the nutrition component is also taken care of. So I come straight away in December, when the country was in a total scare of the corona. Suddenly one morning, the morning newspapers gave the statistics about the National Health and Family Survey 5, which had been taken up, the phase 1, in 22 states and union territories. I had a look at it then, and then later on, the survey was shocking. Somehow it missed the newspapers and too much in the TV, basically because we were so obsessed with corona. Now here in the phase 1, they have covered in hill states, Himachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura, Jammu Kashmir, and Ladakh. In these, all 16 states and union territories show an increased trend in underweight and severely wasted children. Now, this was a shocking information for me. We are talking about food security, and here we see an increasing trend. Instead of going down, it has gone up. Hill states of Assam, Tripura, and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir have witnessed a surge in the percentage of stunted children. The only hill state which has improved tremendously is Sikkim. So that was something which came across very nicely. What do we learn from Sikkim?
Dr. Sharma, sorry for interruption. You can make full screen. Presentation, you can make full screen. It is not coming full screen.
Just let me, I'll do it. Can you, unfortunately, I can't do it from here. Can they do it from there?
That's up, it will be there in your presentation. Full screen, it is there.
And if they have presentation, if I think Almora people, if they can have presentation, I think they can do it. Otherwise, it is, I think, visible.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So the other thing which the NHFS 5 revealed was that anemia among women and children continues to be a cause of concern in all states, more so in hill states. Now, why in hill states? I had a very small experience in working in Himachal Pradesh in Sirmaur district with a group of doctors and looking at the anemia patterns in the villages there. Is known to reduce the absorption of iron, and that was one of the causative factors of rampant anemia in hill states. The other thing what they found was that the women take a diet which is grain based, so the green leafy vegetables etc. is lacking. The intake of vitamin C in the form of lemon or etc. is very low because of non-availability at times. So this was something for the hill states, and a lot of water sources are contaminated, and they also develop worms which also lead to anemia. So the other thing which was very important was that anemia has in pregnant women has also increased, despite of the fact that we have so many programs for women. It has increased despite the fact that the consumption of iron folic acid tablets for pregnant women to 180 days of more has increased tremendously. Something is going wrong. That means chemotherapy with iron folic acid tablets is not as good as food-based iron. So this is something which I want to focus here on. that a fortification in the form of tablets can never reach the same place like we do with foods. Now, the other issue which has come up in NHFS 5 is stunting, and very much so in all hill states. It's the impaired growth and development that children experience from poor nutrition, repeated infection, and inadequate social stimulation. A stunted child has a poor immune system, brain function, and organ development. And their future is totally limited if there is stunting in the childhood, which is a scary thing for us. Now, what is a food-based approach? WHO has been stressing on it that we should not go in for a fortification or supplementation. All of you know we are now supplementing iodine in salt. It's a universal fortification. Next, in southern India, they are fortifying iron also in common salt. The next, they'll start with zinc. So eventually you'll have common salt, but with a supplementation of 3 other things: iron and iodine and also zinc. Now, this is not the correct way. Dietary diversification is a more holistic and balanced approach in which there is no danger of toxicity. There is no danger that you'll take too much and it'll go to toxic level. And whenever we add a variety of foods in the diet, you obtain adequate amount of micronutrients. So this is very important for the hills. According to the FAO, a balanced diet should not only supply required quantity of energy, protein, fat, carbohydrate, vitamins, and minerals at the household and individual level. It should based on age, gender, and physiological status. Now, how do we connect agriculture and nutrition? You know, nutrition in our country is totally in the hands of women. And more so in hill states where many households are led by women. So whatever nutrition is given to the child or the family is done by women. So I'm not bringing the gender element into my presentation too much, but you will understand that whenever I talk of nutrition, it's in the hands of women. The purpose of agriculture is to produce food and raw materials, not for selling, but to grow healthy, well-nourished people. And agriculture should produce food in sufficient quantity and quality to nourish the population so that people can live healthy lives. Now, what is happening in the hills? What I have seen for the past couple of years when I was in the Department of Science and Technology and working increasingly, that there is an increasing trend in hills towards income agriculture. And why not? The land holdings are small. And you have belts which are only producing ginger, or belts which are producing just one crop and nothing more. But with this increasing trend of women agriculture, does it add the money extra which they get? Does it enhance, translates into better nutrition? No. I have looked at about 10 studies, global studies, which have highlighted that enhanced income does not translate into changes in consumption pattern and dietary diversity, and never improves nutritional status. The extra money may go maybe to go out, it may be spent on cinemas, it may be spent on Maggi noodles, but it never translates to dietary diversity. Now let me tell you, last week I was in Jaipur and I was looking at a micro, you can say a thing put up by a young startup put up by a young boy. And he was making packets, kg packets of cleaned up quinoa. All of you are aware of a quinoa, a crop from Mexico, which is now becoming popular worldwide because of the high protein content. It is the latest fad in all upper income households to have one meal of quinoa. Now I asked him, I said, okay, so you are importing this quinoa and then selling it? He said, no, quinoa is now being grown in Uttarakhand. I do not know, but he told me and he showed me the packaging. It had come from Uttarakhand. If it is coming from Uttarakhand, it's a very, very high value. It is presently about 400 rupees a kg in Delhi. farmers are getting that much money, or if they are getting even lesser with the middlemen, but still. But is a farmer in Uttarakhand consuming quinoa? Does his organoleptic qualities of quinoa, does it satisfy the Indian palate, which is used to rice and wheat? I really do not know. Because personally for me, to eat quinoa is like having, you can say, medicine. The linking of agriculture and nutrition will require collaboration across the sectors of agriculture, nutrition, and health. Presently, whether in India, we find that agriculture is looked after by agricultural scientists, nutrition is with home scientists, and health is with doctors. And none of the three recognize the interrelationship between the three. So it is very important now that we look at it in concentric circles. So how can agriculture's potential to improve nutrition? Of course, enhanced productivity is one, which all of you try. But nutrition R&D, especially location-specific nutritional R&D, nutrition education at all levels, right from school level to adolescent girls to self-help groups, there should be an element of nutrition education in every outreach program. Food value chains have to be strengthened, and nutrition sensitive programs and policies, and a lot of private sector investment. I wish the nutrition could also be added to the CSR activities of the private firms. Then they will invest in it when it comes within the CSR. Presently, it isn't. I will touch upon just in a slide on the Sustainable Development Goals. And number 2, SDG 2, which we are all wanting to achieve by 2030, says achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. This is the first time that the linkage between the three, improved nutrition and food security and sustainable agriculture, has been brought out, and very organically. So I think this is something which we need to include. SDG 3, of course, is healthy lives and well-being for all ages. That means by looking at nutrition, it's not only the nutrition of the child, the pregnant woman, the child, the adolescent girl, and the geriatric population in the hills, which are oft neglected. And of course, SDG 5, which has come up first time in the SDGs, says achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And unless you address SDG 5, you cannot attain either 2 or 3, at least in the hills, because that is very important. It is the first time SDG recognizes interlinkages between sustainable agriculture, small farmers, promoting gender equality, and ensuring healthy lifestyles. Now, what are the challenges for attaining SDG 2 in hill states? Very small land holdings. There are women-led households with no wherewithal to take decisions. Just now, Dr. Lakshmikant was talking about contingent crops. This is I really like the word. Now, does a woman who's leading a household have a wherewithal to take a decision that, no, I won't do this because the rainfall didn't come, so I will plant this? Now, those are the kind of empowerment we have to do with women, especially in the hills, so that they can take decisions. Agriculture in hills is viewed as a source of income and at best to quench hunger. The nutrition focus is lacking in agriculture. We are producing to sell, not producing to eat. Percolation of R&D to grassroots issues is low. Rural migration leads to drastic changes in diet patterns. This is something which I have worked on a lot. Hill folks migrating to the cities. And sometimes we find that populations from now increasingly Bihar and UP are going to work in Jammu and Kashmir and in Himachal Pradesh, etc. This leads to drastic diet changes, which we are not adjusted to, and leads to a lot of non-communicable diseases. They are facing the brunt of opening up of the economy, and there are very few competent agents of change. What are the positives in the hills? Agriculture is organic by default. So whatever produce you get, whether to sell or to eat, is organic and thereby safe and healthy. There is a very strong self-help group or cooperative movement in the hills, whether it is Northeast or Northwest. And there is ample biodiversity to enhance nutritional diversity. And last but not the least, they have a very strong traditional knowledge system. I mean, I would really like to work on all the probiotic and the fermentation techniques present in the hills, whether it is Manipur or whether it is Leh, Ladakh, those, especially the probiotics, and we have to work on them and encourage them. Apart from what I've been talking about, increasing nutritional diversity, we have another big problem in the hills is of the hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiencies. Your stomach is full. The government will not let you die of hunger because of food security and the PDS system. You are taking ample of rice or probably wheat. But if the other micronutrients are not present, your stomach is full, but your body is hungry. So this is a very big, impacts the whole generation. So these are the various deficiencies which I have looked at in the hills. Iron deficiency, anemia, very, very common. Iodine deficiency disorders, goiter, again, very common. Vitamin A deficiency, the B vitamins, and B12 and D are now emerging problems. And zinc deficiency is a very big problem in hills, which leads to constant diarrhea, because of which the child doesn't attain the full growth. Now, this is something very important, that if a child is born with low birth weight due to intrauterine malnutrition, when he grows up to be an adult, the onset of type 2 diabetes will 100% be there. He will have hyperlipidemia, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease in later life. So it is always, this is called the theory of developmental origin of adult disease. The adult diseases of non-communicable type develop when we are devoid of nutrition in the womb. So this is something we don't want. In India, we have bodies which have a high fat content, but they are lean, they are thin, but the fat content is very high. And this is a phenomena very salient to India and Pakistan. What is dietary diversification? It is basically a diet which contains quality micronutrient and is good for young children and household security. According to WHO, this is all that should be there in every diet. I'm not saying every day, but in the general dietary scheme of things. So flesh foods, I understand there are people who have religious these things, but the other things should be present there. But if you see in the hills, it is grains. Grains take it up. The green leafy vegetables are a very small, minuscule. Legumes, to some extent, eggs, Northeast, yes, but not other things. Now, how do we enhance the nutritional diversity in hills? Extensive nutrition awareness and education, which can be taken up by VPKS in a huge way. I would really like to recommend that regional and seasonal availability and use of vegetables or fruits which they collect from the wild should be made a calendar and widely publicized. Local level processing and preservation. By processing and preservation in the hills, I would suggest drying techniques instead of making chutneys and pickles where you are only adding to value adding to the oil or to the sugar, but dehydration techniques. Enhance diversity in PDS. This has been my constant view, even in Niti Ayog. I keep telling them that PDS should give all these things, the millets, etc. we've been hearing about, but somehow they are all based on rice and wheat. The availability of seed and planting materials for food and fruits and vegetables should be freely available in village level banks, which can be nucleated by institutions like YPKS. Awareness and acceptance of nutritionally rich, diverse food from other parts of the country. We have, India is now, all of us are having idli, dosas, everything, fermented food from the south. We are also having things from Maharashtra. Now with all this, we should make this thing so that these foods which are nutritionally rich become a part of the diet in other parts of the country. Yes. Here, I'd like to nucleate. I'm sure all of you are aware, being in the ICR system, this concept which has been floated and now taken up very seriously by MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, which is called the Farming Systems for Nutrition, has been conceptualized to develop location-specific models to address nutritional needs of farm and non-farm families based on their resource endowments and surrounding environment. I've seen it in Telangana, where families of tobacco farmers, they have been, you can say, really made aware of leaving a plot of land within that whole field only for the nutritional needs of the family. So with that, it had to be inculcated, because when you are getting cash, you just don't think about these things. The FNS model says that first you have to identify major nutritional problems, design suitable agricultural interventions to address the problem, and specific nutritional criteria in the design, improve farm productivity and profitability, undertake nutrition awareness programs, and introduce a monitoring system for assessing impact on nutrition. I have monitored one such program for Tata Trust in Telangana, and it was so successful that I'm so happy that farmers who were only doing tobacco, a cash crop, were introduced to nutrition, and eventually the whole nutrition outcomes of the family improved drastically. I will just talk about two of the plant trees which have been, which can be utilized in the hills for cheap nutrition. The first is moringa and the second is moraya. If you see the hills, moraya is virtually like a weed in all the hills. But if you see in hills, families don't utilize the leaves as green leaves for enhancing the micronutrient quality of food. They are just probably in South India, they are at least used to do tempering, but they are not utilized at all in the hills, at least in Uttarakhand, where I know. Same thing with moringa. Even if the fruit is utilized, the leaves are not utilized at all. They have a little astringent, but otherwise they are very, very rich in micronutrients. So just these two plants growing so easily can be made to grow all over, so that they immediately give the kind, and of course the recipes to use them. The emphasis on micronutrient dense vegetables like GLVs, green leafy vegetables, variety of beans, and of course so much has been said about millet and legumes. And here I would like to talk about, I was in an ICR committee in which we were talking about a week ago, and they spoke about 67 biofortified crops which have been developed in the ICR system. Where are they? Those should be in the fields of farmers. I love the orange sweet potato, but it is very difficult still to find in the market. It is so rich in beta carotene. What are the specific interventions which I would suggest? It is partial diversification of nutritionally promotive horticulture and farming. And of course, huge nurseries to supply planting material. For a woman in hills, the main handicap is planting material. Hills by default are organic, so we must encourage certification of organic produce. Backyard poultry with high yielding eggs, birds, and of course small animal husbandry is something which is very important for overall nutrition. Fodder cultivation, food processing, and marketing. So now we can see awareness, access, and affordability. All the 3 A's are important if we need to see that agriculture is. Now, if I conclude, agricultural intervention has largely been focused on enhancing productivity, production, and profitability. This will not address the issue of malnutrition unless there is a nutrition focus and the poorest have access to diversified and nutritious food. We have to combine technological intervention with behavioral change communication. So we need a paradigm shift from income agriculture to nutritionally sensitive and environmentally sustainable agriculture and backyard poultry and animal husbandry. Thank you very much. Huh. Yes, thank you so much for listening to me patiently. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmikant.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a informative presentation. And it completes, in a way, it completes the farm and the home.
Yes.
I think Dr. Nazir is busy somewhere. Dr. Kushagra, we can move ahead.
Yes, sir.
So as it has been said in the beginning, that if permissible, or we can use another mode of communication to interact with the learned speakers, such learned experts that we have. So next, I think Dr. Mehta is available.
Yeah, I'm available.
Dr. Mehta, can we go ahead with our presentation?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Welcome. And I think Dr. Mehta is the director of the Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering. And he has, as we were just now talking about the farm and home, and for both farm and home, the machine is very important. And the machine is that much important for the new generation also, to keep them as well attracted to the farm sector. So Dr. Mehta, sir.
Thank you, Srivastavji. Good evening, everyone. So chairman of this session, Dr. Nazir Ahmed ji, co-chairman Dr. Srivastavji, then Dr. R.C. Srivastav, vice chancellor, RAU Pusa, then Madam Kistawaria ji, Dr. Vinita Sharma, and other distinguished participants participating in this national webinar. First of all, I thank Lakshmikant ji and his team for inviting me to have a talk particularly related to mechanization in this national webinar. And I will be mainly talking about the equipments which are suitable for hilly region, as well as the issues, opportunity and challenges which hinders the mechanization of the hilly regions. So as you can see that in northern hilly regions, rice, wheat and maize are main crops, in addition to other crops like fruits and vegetables. And as earlier speaker have also spoken, that land holding in hilly regions, particularly you can see in 3 states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, is far below the national average of 1.08 hectare. And in this other last 2 columns, you can see that available animate power and available tractor power. If you see the national average, then tractor power available is around 6 times of animate power, whereas in hill it is around 50-50. It is around 50% of the tractor power. So that shows that the hill can be mechanized using the animate sources of power, as it was mentioned by Madam Kistwadia ji also. So what are the constraints in mechanization? Physical land holding, I have already mentioned. Another, heavy rains and high humidity are also creating problems, particularly in pre-harvest as well as post-harvest management, because due to the humidity, etc. And soil erosion and flooding are common problems in such hilly regions. And another problem in hilly region is that terraces are also very narrow. And due to narrow terraces, we cannot take bigger machinery there, and smaller machinery also are to be moved from one terrace to another. So that is also one issue which hinders the mechanization, particularly in hilly regions. So I will not repeat some of the points which are already put by our previous speakers. So in social, that even in hilly regions we observed that there is resistance to adopt new technology also. They want to do their work in their own styles in which they are doing it. Another, there is lack of qualified and skilled workers. So it was talked by even Dr. Kistwaria madam also. And if we talk about economics, then lack of capital investment for improving hill farming, So in that, more focus has to be given, and farmers in hill regions are going for subsistence farming due to small land holding as well as low availability of high quality inputs for them. Then land productivity is also low, and farmers are also reluctant to invest in farm machinery due to poor return also. So what are the gaps for farm mechanization in hilly region? Then one is the availability of farm power. As I mentioned, that in hill regions, farm power availability is far lower, far below the national average of around 2.45 kilowatt per hectare. And even implements are available, but those are not efficient implements available, particularly using the animate sources like animal power. So such implements need to be promoted in hilly regions. Then the machinery are required, particularly for sowing of cereal, pulses, and oilseed crops, which are mainly grown in hilly regions. Another, there is need for promotion of conservation tillage equipments for minimizing the soil loss, because in hilly those are on slopes and there is soil loss due to erosion. Another, there is need for mechanization, particularly for rice transplanting and threshing. And even Madam Kistwaria has also mentioned about the reduction of drudgery during the farm operation, particularly of farm women, because the farm women are doing the operations, particularly in the hilly regions. And we also need the availability of implements as well as after sales services for those implements in the hilly regions. So these are some of the issues which need to be tackled for having mechanization of hilly regions to reduce the drudgery of workers engaged in agriculture, as well as to enhance the productivity and input use efficiency in hilly regions. Another hilly regions, mainly horticulture is one of the main crop also. So in that also, we need to promote ergonomically designed hand tools, particularly lightweight tools and equipment for different operations, like even for digging of holes, or if you talk about the stacking system for vegetable crops, or even greenhouses also for growing crops under greenhouses, particularly during winter seasons, as well as plant protection and canopy management equipments. So in hilly regions, the temperature drops very low during winter seasons, so that highlights the need for going for polyhouse cultivation of different crops, and in that also mechanization is nearly no. So there are different equipments and technology available which can be adopted in polyhouses to reduce the drudgery of workers engaged in polyhouses. So now I will quickly show a few equipments which are suitable for hilly regions for different operations. So for land preparation, you can see that different kinds of equipment have been developed, like animal operated blade harrow, lightweight tiller, and tractor operated equipments, including laser guided leveler, have also been adopted on a large scale, particularly in the states of Punjab and Haryana. But these tractor operated equipments may not be suitable in hilly regions, but animal operated as well as self propelled manually guided equipment may be promoted. So you can see that implements are available with lightweight tillers also for tilling of fields particularly, and such tillers can be adopted in hilly regions. There are a number of manufacturers available for such tillers in our country. Then for plowing of terraces as well as small fields, power tiller operated moldboard plow can be adopted in the hilly regions. Then for digging of holes, particularly for planting of saplings of fruit plants, manually operated auger diggers are available. Even power tiller operated auger diggers are also available. And recently we licensed it to VST Tillers and Tractors Limited, one of the leading farm machinery manufacturer from the southern India. So that is suitable for digging of holes of different diameters. For sowing and planting also we have manually operated equipments, improved equipments, and even animal drawn equipments, and then tractor operated equipments which may be perverted in the hilly regions. So for lightweight tiller also we have developed the seed drill as well as seed compact fertilizer drills, and these equipments may be promoted particularly for sowing of different seeds. In addition to that, power tiller operated inclined plate planters have already been developed and are commercially available, and these can be used for planting of small as well as bold seeds, particularly in the hilly regions. In this photograph, you can see that inclined plate planter is being used in the northeastern states of Meghalaya. Even zero till drill have also been developed with the power source of power tiller operated, tractor operated zero till drill you may have seen being used particularly in Indo-Gangetic plains. In hill, potato is also one of the important crop which is being grown, and for that purpose we have developed the power tiller operated potato planter as well as potato digger also. In hilly regions, particularly rice seedlings are transplanted manually, and it is most drudgery-prone operations. And even women workers have to insert their fingers in the wet soil around 1 lakh times to transplant to 1 hectare area. So for that purpose, even paddy drum seeder, which sows the pre-germinated paddy seeds, as well as manually operated 2-row, 3-row, and 6-row rice transplanter have been developed. In addition to that, walking type 4-row transplanter may also be adopted in hilly regions, and such transplanters require mat type nursery. So for sowing of pre-germinated paddy seeder, 8-row and 4-row paddy seeders have been developed. 4-row seeder have been developed particularly for women workers, and these are now commercially available and are being used in some states on a limited scales. So for rice transplanting, I have already mentioned that manually operated as well as self-propelled rice transplanters are available, and these can be adopted in hilly regions also, particularly having wider terraces. And for interculture operation, the manually operated different kinds of hose have been designed and are available. So these can be used. In addition to for interculture in rice crop, you can go use the cono weeder also. For horticulture, different kinds of self-propelled like brush cutters are available. Nowadays, even you may have seen the rice harvester also. So that is also available, but that requires a lot of force to operate it. In addition to that, lightweight power weeders can be used, particularly in hilly regions for doing the shallow tilling as well as for interculture operations. So for rice crop, one self-propelled 2-row weeder have also been developed, and that is also commercially available. So that can be used for weeding in rice crops. For plant protection, also manually operated knapsack sprayer, then animal operated sprayers as well as self-propelled sprayers are available, and which can be used in hilly regions. And nowadays, even sensor-based sprayers have also been developed, particularly tractor operated. So here you can see different kinds of knapsack sprayers are available, and those can be used for spraying of crops in hilly regions. Even self-propelled as well as power tiller operated sprayers are also available, and these can also be promoted in the hilly regions. For harvesting, also manually operated serrated sickles, that is improved sickles as compared to local sickles, which is being mainly used in hilly regions. In addition to that, power tiller operated vertical conveyor reaper and self-propelled vertical conveyor reaper and tractor operated reapers are also available. Particularly power tiller operated and self-propelled reaper binders may be promoted in the hilly regions particularly for harvesting of rice and wheat crops. So for digging of potato crop, potato digger have been developed, which can be operated by power tiller. For harvesting of fruits, different kinds of pruners have been developed, as well as ladders are also available, so which can be used in hilly regions. For threshing, one thresher has been pedal-operated thresher has been shown by Madam Kistivaria ji, and so this is a power-operated lightweight thresher cum cleaner, which can be used in hilly regions. Particularly, this has been developed by our NEH Barapani Center. So for threshing of maize crops, power tiller-operated threshers can also be promoted, particularly in the hilly regions. And for the hilly regions, a lightweight thresher have been developed even by Vipcas Almora also, and that can also be used for threshing of different crops. In addition to that, our institute has developed the thresher for millet crop also, which can be used. So now I come to the end, and what are the approaches which may promote the farm mechanization, particularly in the hilly regions? So for that, we need to promote energy and cost efficient small farms and tools, preferably on custom hiring basis, because the land holding available with the farmers is very small. Another, we need to promote the lightweight and low cost farm tools and equipment for individual crop wide mechanization. Then for power tiller operated different implements may be promoted, because power tiller is already being used in hilly regions, but that is mainly used for only tilling operations. Then lightweight and easy to carry farm tools and equipment, which may be self-propelled or manually guided, that may be promoted in hilly regions, which can be carried by 2 to 3% from one hill to another hill, as well as from one terrace to another hill terraces. Then there is need for adoption of small horticulture tools and equipments, particularly for carrying out different harvesting as well as different operations in hilly regions, and such tools and implements are already available from some of the good farm machinery manufacturing, including Falcons. Then there is need to have the testing facility also for promotion, as well as adoption of lightweight power tillers with different attachments. On nowadays, lightweight power tillers are only carrying out the tilling operations, and there is need for establishment of small scale farm machinery manufacturing units also in hilly regions, and there is need for strengthening the network of repair and service facilities. Otherwise, farmers may not be interested to use the machinery. With these words, I end my talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta Saab. It's a nice presentation. I think we'll come to the next lecture. I think the next speaker, if he is ready, please go ahead with your next presentation, please.
I think it's Dr. Raghuvanshi scheduled.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I am here.
Yeah.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. I have requested to show my slides from there. So, Dr. Renu Jethi may do the needful, please.
Dr. साहब का slides देखेंगे हाँ oh good.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Renu. Well, good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Lakshmikant for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all and listen to the great discussions which are going on. And thank you, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Srivastav, other organizers. It's a wonderful topic of today's webinar. Sustainable livelihood and nutrition security is such a vast topic. But with vastness, nutritional status, may I have next one, please, becomes very important. It is an important indicator of the development of country.
So far in socioeconomic status, we are not including nutritional status, but the new thought is going on that nutritional status should be included in socioeconomic status. The same statement which everybody says, and I am also going to say, that there is a spectacular increase in food grain in recent decades, but problem of chronic malnutrition coexist or exist extensively, especially among children and women, because it is a very complex and interrelated set of determinant factors in which household food insecurity plays a major role in determining nutritional status of women and children and also of the family. The various reasons, you can see which region a person belongs to, urban and rural. Rural, then is it hilly or plain? And then per capita income, female literacy, family size, type of occupation, rate of population growth, hygienic sense. So all an environmental factor. All these factors affect our nutritional status. The previous speaker, Dr. Vanita Sharma, has really done a very interesting presentation and has taken a good care of information regarding nutritional status in hilly regions, including Uttarakhand. I'll just say that even among the hilly states, Uttarakhand has got the highest number of wasted children, that is 19.5%, and anemia in 59.8%. And in the same way, in the previous years, stunting was 44%, which has come down, but in this plan, again, it is showing increase in undernutrition and stunting. About 33.5% of our children, that is 1/3 of the total children, are of under 5 years are stunted in Uttarakhand. Anemia, 45.2% of women in reproductive age groups are anemic, despite the fact that iron and folifer tablets are being consumed more. A new concept is coming up in this direction, that why we are not able to overcome anemia is one of the reason is that oxidative stress, which increases by giving the pure elemental iron. And therefore, a dietary approach is better than the medicinal approach. Next one, please. Yeah, so prevalence of anemia among children, which earlier was 60.7%, has slightly came down to 59.8%. But in women, from 54.7%, it has come down to 45.2%. Next one, please. Now, the point comes, which factors cause nutritional problems? Though the topic goes with the women of Uttarakhand, I believe these problems are same in most of the places, male or female, the problem remains the same. One is lack of access to healthy food. And improper food intake pattern. Then lack of awareness of factors leading to good nutritional status. Lack of proper water and sanitation facilities. Excessive workload. food production, farm activities, forage collection, fuel collection, family members care, livestock care, building hut, maintenance, etc. And that is where we have been talking about the drudgery reducing tools and technologies are very much important so that the workload is less. Lesser the workload, less energy is required and less nutrients are required to carry out the body. And lack of healthcare facilities, in addition to lack of decision-making power regarding healthcare. This is one of the very important things where women, even though they know that maybe they need some medications, but going to public health medical center needs them to take a decision and go on their own, where they seek approval of other family members and the decision is delayed. And in this process, the health goes down, even if it is a simple fever or some infection, that makes lots of difference. Then there is a lack of awareness about food handling and processing. When I am using the word food handling and processing, it is manually done. Some amount is lost, but I am also including handling and processing of vegetables and fruits, not only grains and pulses. For their storage and packaging, there is little or no knowledge available to them. Whereas there is possibility of doing pre-processing, drying, dehydration, and packaging so that the food can be made available later on. Gender discrimination, yes, it does happen. And antenatal and postnatal care due to gender discrimination also is there. And loss of nutrients due to infections are there. Now, how to improve nutritional status of women? The techniques are very simple, very well known, well discussed. I am again going to discuss them again. First is improving the quantity and nutrient level of food consumed in the household. Okay, let me reiterate them and then I will go about it in detail further on. Increase women's access to basic nutrition and health services. Prevent micronutrient deficiencies and anemia. Improve access to water and sanitation. Education and facilities. Empowering women to prevent pregnancies too early, too often, and too close together. Increasing awareness, local crops, and nutri-sensitive agriculture. We have been talking about it earlier too. Now, we have done a study recently, in fact, just before this corona, in 2 villages of Uttarakhand, Kumaon region. And what did we find? That nearly 3 out of 5 households had experienced some form of food insecurity, ranging from mild to severe. The most prevalent form of food insecurity in the study was moderate food insecurity, affecting almost half of the study population. In 1 of every 2 households, that is 58.7%, at least 1 member reported eating non-preferred kind of foods, and nearly 3 out of 5 households, that is 61.2%, member reported a lack of variety in the diet. In 1 out of 4 households, at least 1 of the family member had to eat undesirable foods due to lack of resources. So, the primary domain of food insecurity identified among households was inadequate food quality and lack of variety in the diet. Then accessibility was identified as one of the primary reasons behind the limited variety in the diet of households. Women not only face the food insecurity, but also frustration of family members that food of their choice and amount is not being served to them. As very well said by Dr. Vinita Sharma, that nutrition is in the hands of women. So she is the one who gets blamed that she is not providing enough. So the frustration and stress is also in her part. The some guiding point to overcome this situation may be effort to eradicate gender biased food consumption practices. They still persist in our hilly region. Kitchen gardening be promoted in order to get fresh food supply. That is important. Improving access to generalized household food ration through PDS and providing access to the supplementary foods under the ICDS. ICDS has got provisions for providing supplementary food to pregnant and lactating women, and that should be exercised upon. The next point is, next one please, increasing women's access to basic nutrition and health services. Now, how do we increase access to basic nutrition and health services? First, the family members should understand this. They should have the awareness about it. And therefore, no education alone to women will make a significant impact on our nutrition and health, because decision-making power is not solely on women. And therefore, elderly community members need to be sensitized towards basic nutrition of women, with emphasis that a healthy woman in family can take good care of family's workload and good care of family's elderly population and children also. So this is a very strong message which has to pass through. The action point could be equal rights to women to get education. The traditional nutritious food or recipe should be passed on to the next generation. There are traditional knowledge which is available, but now it is available in grandparents' generation, not the mother's generation. People are losing it at a very high rate. And this information has to be procured, learned, and passed on to the next generation. Nutrition education program should be held on a regular basis by the government. ICDS has got a provision of nutrition education, but that aspect of integrated child development services scheme is micronutrient deficiencies and anemia. Well, half of the household in the villages which we have studied, of the 2 villages, they possess 1 to 5 fruit plant. 65% of households do possess, but they are not able to consume it because of the animal menace. They say there are so many of monkeys are there that they destroyed immature type, and they are not reviving the new plants because they know that they are not going to get it. This is a challenging situation which needs to be taken care of. And if the some plants are there and protected from animals, regular availability of fruits and vegetables may be made. In this, the government program should be used properly, because they are providing supplements to pregnant and lactating mothers and very young children, adolescent girls in schools, by providing supplementation and medication of folic acid supplement. Then deworming is being done in the schools of all children. That should be taken up. Parents should be motivated to motivate their children because they decide not to take, and this hampers the program. There is universal access to iodized salt, and this has been one of the region. 40 years back, half of the women and men of the Uttarakhand, you would see that large necks, large goiter, which has now not there. But use iodized salt, keep it in airtight container, and putting salt at the end of the cooking process so that it is not lost. Malaria prevention and treatment should be taken up. Emphasis to production and consumption of horticultural crop is important. Having fruit trees near houses with fruits in different season and which can be protected from wild animals. Now, the next important strategy is improving access to sanitation, education of sanitation and facilities in regard to sanitation. Drinking water, safe drinking water. In one of the earlier presentation, I was hearing that water mostly taken from Nola and other places, and many of those water is contaminated. So we need to have better safe drinking water, maybe piped water connections, protected duct well, protected springs, rainwater collection, because water scarcity is also there, and good hygienic habits through education, through schools and in household also, hand washing. I mean, a simple provide home water treatment capacities through the use of filters, solar disinfections or flocculants, making water safe, and by providing sanitation and hygienic education, including menstrual hygiene. That is also important. Promote low-cost solutions such as chlorine tablets or plastic bottles that can be exposed to sunlight to improve water quality. So such kind of homestead technologies may be taken up for improving access to water and sanitation, thereby reducing infection and improving health. Now the next is empowering women to prevent pregnancies too early, too often, and too close together. That deals mostly with the family members. Government has got its laws that women should not get married before the age of 18 years and boys not before age of 21 years. But still, in our villages, a good number of marriages are taking place before 18 years of age. Number one, so that there the role of family members is very important. And then when to expand the family, that information and decision-making power should be with young girls and women. That when do they want to increase the family? And for that, they need to know about basics of human physiology and functions and how they can have a healthy child. There is very important to prevent early marriage and delaying first pregnancy. That this information has to be given to all family members. And for that, community support system should be there, and the women and girls should have the decision-making power, confidence building, and this may come with when they have more skills and economic empowerment. Now, we all are talking about increased awareness of women. So increasing awareness about health and nutritional status in the society, imparting knowledge about healthy foods and healthy eating habits. We have to inculcate these habits through KVKs and through the government machinery to the family members.
Madam, थोड़ा सा speed up कीजिए. I think we are taking a lot of time. I think some repetition of things are there. Kindly look into it.
So proper healthcare facilities should be provided. Nutrition intervention campaigns can be there. Creating awareness about nutrition through media is also very important. And nutrition education should be made compulsory in the educational system. Then local food crops should be identified and told that which are nutrient rich and how to make use of it. Important food and healthy eating. Next one, please. New food processing techniques, locally available underutilized foods. I think we have had a long session about it. So these are the basic points for which not only farmers, but those who are in the family, they should also be informed about. Nutrisensitive agriculture, we have already talked about. There is a great biodiversity in Uttarakhand. The knowledge, technological knowledge, next one please, has to be revived. The underutilized crops with higher nutrient content can be substituted with the staple food sources like millets with cereals for calcium. Millets are good source of dietary fiber also and good quality protein also. They are hardy crops and require less inputs, but their productivity is low. We have to keep it in mind how much to go so that nutrition continues there. Next one, please. Seasonal crops can be preserved, and families should be trained to preserve perishable items. Emphasis should be local food items, and water sanitation can be there. The major points to learn in this whole session, which are coming repeatedly, that nutritional status of women and children is a good next one please, good indicator of overall well-being. Next one please. Well-being of society. It reflects not only maternal and child care practices, but household food security, health and environmental condition. The three indicators which are used are child nutritional status are stunting, and the underweight and wasting, that is low weight for her height. Females, particularly women of reproductive age, pregnant women and new mothers, along with their babies, are disproportionately affected by malnutrition. Nutritional status of newborn and infant is closely linked to health status, and diet quality is influenced by socioeconomic status. And next one, please. For this, I have already dealt what is to be done, because these are the crucial challenges which should be directed towards professional and affordable educational opportunities, employment generation, poverty alleviation, market and infrastructure development, promotion of small family norms with practical implementation and continuous monitoring. Nutri-sensitive agriculture, not only fruits and vegetables, but egg, pig, goats, etc., fish farming, freshwater fish farming, etc., should also be promoted. So that is all about it. Next one, please. The only thing, what are the actions to be taken? These are the basic messages which KVK can pass through, like hygiene and sanitation, variety in food basket, use local foods, do not overcook, Use limited fried foods. Do not reuse oil after frying. Use less salt and sugar in routine diet. While cooking, add salt at the end of the cooking process. Use green leafy vegetables with citrus fruits or salads. Avoid taking tea and coffee with meals, which is very important for iron absorption and which is a very common practice in hill region. Then social aspect, prohibit marriage before legal age. Eat more during pregnancy and lactation. Make use of government program to take colifer tablets during pregnancy. Immunizations. Have kitchen garden. Try to use mechanization, drudgery reducing tools for agriculture and household operation. Don't ignore health. Take expert opinion, meet physician, doctor, take medicine and rest as prescribed. And then to avoid stress, have some recreational activities, participate in social activities to be healthy and happy. Thank you very much. And thank you once again for giving me opportunity to discuss. And my previous speakers who have really done a good job by covering almost all the points of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Rita ji. So it's again a very informative, lecture. I think all the 4 lectures we have finished. I think we have taken around 1.5 hours. And if there are any from any of the members, if they want to discuss any of the issues with our experts, the keynote speakers as well as invited speakers, I think 5-10 minutes we can give because it's a last session. So I hope this is a last session. Is it? Hanji, Dr. Lakshmikant ji, is it a last session? You don't have further this one, huh?
I think for today it is last session.
Then it is okay. 5-10 minutes if any suggestions, any discussions with our honorable speakers are most welcome.
I think I have 2 points, Dr.
I think lectures seems it is well explained.
Yeah.
There are no discussions are left. I think it's very good. Yeah. I think we have covered 2 keynote addresses and 2 invited lectures. Very wonderful lectures by Dr. Jatinder Kishwaria, where she has told about women drudgery and the how to overcome the women drudgery and the requirement of gender-friendly technologies and tools and all mitigation strategy she has told, and especially assessment of relevant technologies, use of tools and machinery fitting to the females. I think that is very important, and healthy and safety technologies and capacity building and gender balanced staffing. This is also very important. I think, madam, after 10 years, there will be more female staff, female scientists than the male scientists. Don't worry. This will be.
Thank you. And
sure
we should live up to that.
Why I am telling is because what we are seeing in the admissions at the undergraduate level, postgraduate level, in most of our agriculture universities, around 60 to 70% now the female students are there. So naturally they will be the makers in future. So that's why that I think issue will be solved soon, maybe in the span of 1 decade or so. And it is very good, and you have given the statistics and all good information. And also we are thankful to Dr. Vinita Sharma ji, and she really gave particularly the nutritional focus, agriculture understanding, challenges, identifying solutions, and but of women farmers in the hills, and about the nutritional status and all those deficiencies, how to overcome and those problems, and the collaboration of agriculture and the nutrition education and R&D program. This is, I think, very important. I think unless we collaborate, the agriculture and the agriculture scientists, nutritionists, and all, I think the problem what we are facing, whether it's a malnutrition or whether it's a deficiency, so that can be solved. The diversification aspect you people have taken very well. All the four speakers, the diversification of our food intake, that is, I think, very important rather than going for the fortified those items. I think taking diversified foods, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and so many, even the minor millets and all, so those will be, I think, very important to overcome all the deficiency symptoms and other things. And Dr. I think our last speaker, Dr. Raghuvanshi also, and all the three female speakers, you have given a lot of information about the woman-oriented this one. The last, I really appreciate Madam Raghuvanshi. So that is prevent pregnancies early, that early often too, and for particularly for having a healthy child. I think this is that awareness, I think we have to bring. Nutrition awareness, everything, other things we are doing it. But this awareness is still, I think, lacking. I think this, though 18 years and above, that age group we have given, but that is not fully followed. I think because of that, I think we are not getting the healthy children are born. So not healthy children. So this one of the important issue is very important. She also gave how to improve the nutritional status by having healthy and quantity and diversified food, and the awareness, how to go for the awareness programs, increasing accessibility, and all health services about the health and all she talked about. And it is, and also do's and don'ts in household. This is again, I think, वो हर एक घर में एक वो चिपका के रखना है वो जो I think in every household, I think madam आप लोग कर सकते हैं ये, all women scientists you can do it, and that as a slogan. अभी जैसे हमें कोविड का स्लोगन जैसा बनाया, मास्क वगैरह का, डिस्टेंस वगैरह का, so उस तरह I think what you can do is do's and don'ts ये चिपका के रख देना है आपके किचन में या जहां भी है, whenever you enter, and you should see कि भाई those do's and don'ts, particularly with respect to hygiene, eating habits and all, that is very important. What to eat, what not to eat. So all those things they will be very important. That really good. Those are points to learn. And Dr. Mehta Saab, you have given all the important mechanization aspect that is required in hills, because this is the one area where we are lacking since beginning, and not much mechanization in the hills. And I don't know what, maybe because of small holdings and all, we are not able to, farmers are not able to afford those machineries and all. But I'm sure now the small tillers, you are all lot of the machineries you have told, the farm machineries, the small tractors and all, they can do well. I think some of the harvester, diggers, and even the pruners, all these they can be very well used. The lightweight hand tools, particularly for the for women, particularly the equipments which suits women, particularly lightweight hand tools and all, they are very important. And in addition to that, it is not just only the having it, but manufacturing and its sales, service, and that is also very important, as you said. If you all these things, if they have come together, I think not only the nutritional status we can improve, but the economic status also economic and livelihood status also we can improve in our hilly region. Though we have a lot of climatic problems are there, the communication problems are there, accessibility, marketing, all sorts of issues are there. But one important, so we have certain advantages also. We have an off-season advantages for all the, even for the crops, we have an off-season advantage of the crop, which cannot, we can grow when the plains, it is not available. So that price, we can have a good price. And even Dr. Vanitha Sharma ji was telling about the organic farming. This is a wonderful idea. If not fully organic, at least we can cultivate some safe fruits and vegetables, safe cereals and all, safe and healthy fruits and vegetables and cereals. And as healthy foods, we can at least, if not organic, as healthy foods, we can market it with a better price. So I think that advantage also we can harvest in the hills for improving the socio-economic condition of our people. This is what I can brief from what we have heard from all of you expert scientists, experts, from the Dr. Jatinder ji, Dr. Vanitha ji, Dr. Rita ji, and then our Dr. Mehta sir. So this is from my side, and my colleague, my co-chair, Dr. Srivastava is also want to say some few words. Dr. Srivastava, before concluding, so kindly you can just give your words.
Thank you, Dr. Nazir. I want to say only two things at this time of the day. One thing, Dr. Sab, is that about the home, about the women, farm women. The carbon emission awareness is also very important, because much of the household cooking, of course, now the gas is coming, but it is there. Then the clean energy and efficient cooking. Apart from that, we talked about the nutrition garden. So that is very important component. And
Gardens, yes.
Yeah. And in fact, it can be just part of the household. It can be part of the even angan, the courtyard or nearby.
Yes.
And as you very rightly said, our chairman sahab, that we can have a sort of calendar, or we can have a sort of listing that, okay, like this. So those things can be linked to the local festivals. Okay, this festival is going to come. Now we should have this. This festival is going to come, and automatically it becomes a part. Another second thing that I wanted to say. So second thing that I wanted to say about the farm mechanization and about Dr. Mehta's domain is that in fact the shortage of energy becomes a very big limitation. It becomes a limitation on both counts. Initial productivity, and then whatever is possible, it gets wasted. Actually, the shortage of energy is a very big challenge, and not only prime mover, but also the farm mechanization part. And another impact that it is having,
even the cost of the energy is also going high.
It's going high. So mechanization and that, and then the young generation, you see, if we go for mechanization, if we go for utilizing these small, very easy gadgets and the startups, the employment generation, it can be promoted from our side, from our institution side, with a linkage with the banks, so that, okay, they have a sort of service provider, they have a sort of and in many parts of the country, this custom hiring has started. Now we have custom hiring and like that for our taxis. Why not for our farm sectors and farm machineries? So I think very, very interesting challenges and lot of possibilities. And we look forward, and maybe that when we meet next time, maybe in a few months or in few years, we'll have a lot more things to talk about with reference to what we discussed today. So with this, I thank all the presenters. I will give this privilege to our chairman, and it has been a great pleasure and great learning. That awareness not only for the other side of the table, but this side of the table also. The total paradigm shift that we have.
True. That is true.
Yeah. So all the best wishes and my regards to each and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastavaji. And finally, I think we had a good, wonderful presentation. I think rapporteurs might have noted down some of the important points. I request even the speakers, if you really feel some important recommendations also, you can suggest. So like Dr. Jatinderji, you can suggest 1 or 2 recommendations. So is the Dr. Ritaji and Dr. Vanita Sharma ji, even Mehta Saab. So those recommendation, crisp, I think from this session, at least 7, 8 recommendation, good recommendation. I think the 3-4 I can find out, and very important suggestions are there. That chart that is also very important. Every household you can have. So that is even Nutri Garden that's already in government program, that nutritional gardens is already coming up. So, but some of the important issues you have already highlighted, the requirement for the future, and especially for women empowerment, overcoming the women, drudgery, and about the malnutrition which we have with our children, and also with the women, what are the problems we have. So I think that some few points, recommendations we can give, and also how to improve the socio-economic condition of our health. We are highly, really thankful to all the 4 speakers for your wonderful the presentations and wonderful compilation of the information about the what is the present status and what how we have to go ahead, the way forward you have indicated. And thank you to all the 4 speakers. And I also thank co-chair and rapporteurs also, who are noting down the proceedings. And finally, I thank the VPKS Almora, the host institution, and the director, and all the organizing committee for giving opportunity to me to chair this chair along with the co-chair, and having the opportunity to hear our wonderful speaker in this session. Thank you. Thank you all from my side. It is now to Host Institute and the host. Thank you very much.
I would also like to thank you, both chairperson and co-chair, because your suggestions were so forthcoming and so good. And I thank all my co-partners who were also presenting such very good presentations. It is learning for us. Thank you so much. And I thank again the directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, sir. Dr. Tandon is there since morning. Before we thank all of you, if Dr. Tandon sir want to make any comment, you kindly permit Dr. Tandon sir.
Actually, we would like to have the blessings of Dr. Tandon.
Sure. Most welcome. Most welcome.
Well, I have been a participant in the symposium. I feel privileged. I am extremely happy. In fact, the speakers have done so well. The presentation were just excellent. I think I have gained a lot of information because it is always there. I've been in that institute long back. In 70s, I was there, and since then I have done other things. But when I find this institute growing, I feel very happy. At that time when we started, you see, it was started as a private laboratory at Calcutta, from where it was shifted to but Dr. Boshi Sen. It was done by Dr. Boshi Sen. And when he expired, after that, I was nominated by ICR to go and work on that. And at that time, we were in a very preliminary stage. There were only 4 scientists, and biggest success was the farm. You must have seen the farm there. So I feel that I think the institute has grown in the way it should have been. So I compliment all the directors that have been there, and most of them were present today. Maybe they are. I congratulate them for the excellent progress that the institute has made. And whatever I am capable of doing or providing support to the institute, I will continue to do that. So thank you for asking me to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tandon Saab. It was nice to hear from you.
Are my good wishes and blessings with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Before Dr. Kushagra proposes a formal vote of thanks, I must thank all the chairmen, co-chairmen, and all the speakers. It has been a wonderful experience, long day, and I personally thank all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks with so many action points to bridge the gap in technology spread, which are perhaps due to neglect of certain social and economic issues in hills. At the end, I thank profusely the chairman, sir, Dr. Nazir Ahmed, and the co-chairman, sir, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, the eminent keynote speakers and invited presenters for such a thought-provoking session. It could really brought up some issues which are of deep concern, not only to the social scientists, but also for the technologists, policy planners, and program makers. These issues, if addressed well, will certainly help in creating an enabling environment in hills for achieving the sustainable development goals, specifically of the equity and food and nutritional security. With this, I once again thank you all.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to inform also that we are done with today's sessions. We will be back with our next sessions tomorrow at 10 a.m. Kindly be with us. That's all for the day. I once again thank all the speakers on behalf of ICR BPKS Almora from core of my heart. Thank you so much.
Okay.
अभी तो कोई तो टंडन साहब कहाँ है?